Little note vote. There's
You know what?
minutes. Yeah, so you know.
Can't see it.
There's, let me date right now.
But do you?
No, we almost. Like,
Fish lights, 9 o'clock.
much for both.
Hot.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner John Slutsky, and
Buenos días a todos.
perdóname.
Un momento, por favor.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Slutsky. This is the meeting of the Colorado Air Quality Control Commission. It is Thursday, April 16th, 2026, and it is 9:01 in the morning. We are convening this meeting in person at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in the Save and Claire room and also via Zoom. Please be advised that this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be made available for public viewing after this event. This meeting will be interpreted in Spanish, and we will start with language justice statement and instructions from Environmental Justice Interpretation Specialist, Tanya Johnson. Tanya, give it your best.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Slutsky. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya, and I am the staff Spanish interpreter for the Office of Environmental Justice at CDPHE. Today, I'm working with my colleagues, Janet Ramirez and Lucia Cisneros. I'm going to read the Zoom instructions for those online and the language justice statement in Spanish, and then I will repeat it in English. Hola, buenos días. Me llamo Tania y soy la intérprete de la Oficina de Justicia Ambiental del Departamento de Salud Pública y Medio Ambiente de Colorado. Hoy estoy trabajando con mis colegas Janet Ramírez y Lucía Cisneros. Antes de comenzar, quiero asegurarme de que todos hayan seleccionado el idioma adecuado en Zoom. Si prefieren escuchar la presentación en español, hagan clic en el globito que aparecerá en la parte inferior de la pantalla y seleccionen español bajo interpretación. Si están usando un teléfono celular o una tableta, hagan clic en los 3 puntos que están a la derecha donde dice More o Más y eligen el español como su idioma de preferencia. Las y los integrantes de la comunidad están invitados a hacer sus comentarios en español si así lo prefieren. Nuestra organización ha asumido el compromiso de fomentar la justicia lingüística. Invitamos a la comunidad a usar su idioma de preferencia para participar en la reunión. Les agradecemos que hablen lenta y pasadamente y que usen palabras comunes para que sea más fácil de interpretar. And English, Zoom instructions. Before we get started, I would like to direct everyone to the appropriate language channel on Zoom. In a moment, a small globe will appear at the bottom of your screen. Please click on it to select your preferred language. If you are on a tablet or phone, click the 3 dots to the right of your screen that says More and select your language there. During the meeting, there may be community members who choose to give their comments in Spanish. If you are not bilingual, you will need to click the English option to be able to hear any interpretation. Clicking the English option will not affect how you hear the meeting otherwise. As an organization, we are committed to language justice. We would like to invite community members to participate in the meeting using their language of preference. In order to facilitate interpretation, please speak at a conversational pace, pause often, and use commonly understood vocabulary. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Tanya. We have a quorum of 8 commissioners here today, including myself, Curtis Reeder, Greg Thomas, Dan Blankenship, Jana Milford, Martha Rudolph, Jim Sewell, and our new member, John Davis. And we're going to give John just a minute or 2 here today just to tell us a little bit about himself. John?
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is John Davis. I am a organizer with Smart Local 9 Sheet Metal Workers. We are 1,400 members strong. We deal primarily with HVAC and HVAC components. We deal a lot with indoor air quality. And so that's why we thought this would be a good fit, because indoor air quality starts outside. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We are also supported today by commission staff, including Jeremy Murray, our administrator, Robin Willie, commission counsel, Corey Hodler, also commission counsel, and Jenny Ray, our program coordinator. Commission will now vote on agenda item number 2 as part of the consent agenda. Adoption of the consent agenda allows the commission to consolidate voting on agenda items that do not need to be discussed individually, which presentation of additional information is not required or necessary. Item number 2 is our consent agenda, and that would be approval of minutes for our February 18th to 20th, 2026 meeting. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes, please?
I move approval of the minutes.
Second, please.
Second.
Motion and a second. As I said, we don't need discussion, so all in favor, please.
I.
Any opposed? Motion passes 8-0. I am now going to pass this gavel to my left to Commissioner Thomas for
Society service.
regulations number 24, 26, and 30 air toxic contaminant. Toxic air contaminant.
Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. Will the commissioners please state their disclosures? I will start off. I, Greg Thomas, am employed by the City and County of Denver, which is a party to this rulemaking. I have informed my staff that I cannot talk with them about this rulemaking, and I have not done so. I have not reviewed or discussed any pre-submission drafts or any of their submittal items, and have no access to any internal network folders that they may have created for this rulemaking. The team representing Denver has been referred to my executive director for any questions on this rulemaking. Denver's participation in this rulemaking will not involve any members of my team over whom I exercise supervisory authority with respect to this rulemaking.
Thank you. I am Martha Rudolph, a current board member of both the Health Effects Institute and the Health Effects Institute Energy, a nonprofit affiliate of HEI. HEI was established in response to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's and the motor vehicle industry's responsibilities concerning the certification requirements in the 1977 Clean Air Act amendments. EPA and industry representatives established a jointly funded, independent, and nonpartisan institution to carry out air pollution health effects research and scientific review related to the transportation industry. Similarly, HEI Energy was formed through a partnership between US EPA and the oil and gas industry to conduct independent research and reviews to understand potential exposures from unconventional oil and gas development across the United States. Neither HEI nor HEI Energy advocate for any public policy position. HEI and HEI Energy are not involved in this rulemaking and have not taken any action or any position regarding this rulemaking. I believe that I can participate objectively in this hearing and will fully consider the record presented by the parties and by the public. Thank you.
Mr. Reader.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. I, Curtis Reader, am providing strategic consulting services on a part-time contract basis to Adamantine Energy, a woman-owned firm that helps clients develop pragmatic strategies around decarbonization, ESG, DEI, EJ, and stakeholder engagement issues. Adamantine's clients include oil and gas companies as well as others in the regulated community. I've established measures with Adamantine employees and clients to prohibit any communications between myself and those others on any issue that has been approved for rulemaking before the commission, and I've complied with those measures to not engage in conversations with Adamantine colleagues or clients regarding this rulemaking. I'm here to serve as a commissioner with an open mind to fully consider the record presented by the parties and the public and to objectively participate in this matter before the commission. Also, while I have the microphone, I had to get off early in public comment last night. I did receive the recording from Jeremy and I listened to that last night.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone object to myself, Commissioner Rudolph, or Commissioner Reader taking part in this hearing? Okay, seeing none. Are there any motions related to the conduct of the hearing that have not yet been submitted? Oh, okay. Well, we will get started with direct presentations. We have 20 parties. And we have several parties that do not have direct slides, but have reserved their time for rebuttal. So leading us off will be the Air Pollution Control Division.
Right, is this a good volume? Good morning, commissioners. My name is Jessica Furgo, and I'm joined by my colleagues Amanda Damweber and Leah Martland. And we will be sitting here before you for a while, about 104 slides worth of a while, to talk you through each component of our proposal today. And to start our time together, I want to ground us in what we are being asked to do over these next 2 days. We are being asked to adopt rules for 5 different pollutants. We usually bring you 1, maybe 2 if we're talking about ozone precursors. So by the very nature of our directive, we have a long hearing ahead of us with a lot of information before you for your consideration. This is a sea beast of a rulemaking with many tentacles that we all have to grapple with. But it is truly a remarkable opportunity we have to adopt our first state-driven regulations to reduce emissions of toxic air contaminants. So I thank you and all the parties to this rulemaking wading into these waters with us. Before we get into the specifics of what we are proposing, we want to revisit what actions we have taken to get to this point, particularly for the benefit of some of our newer commissioners. This rulemaking is the final step of a first cycle contemplated by House Bill 22-1244, the Public Protections from Toxic Air Contaminants Act. This bill, passed in 2022, required us to take several steps to identify and collect more thorough emissions data and ambient air monitoring data on toxic air contaminants in the state. This bill also contemplates several regulatory steps, starting with the identification of 5 priority toxic air contaminants last January, followed by establishing health-based standards for each identified toxic air contaminant this past September. Next up was the development of a permitting needs assessment that was submitted to our General Assembly in December. And now, the step we are on, which is the adoption of control strategies for each of the identified priority toxic air contaminants. And if you're thinking, wow, that is a lot to accomplish in a short period of time, you are absolutely correct. This has been a monumental amount of work to accomplish in the limited time allotted. A monumental amount of work for my team, for all the parties who have been with us every step of this process, and for you all as commissioners to oversee. And the statute contemplates that we run it back every 5 years. So it is an iterative race that we are on, and this is the first lap we are about to complete. So before getting into the weeds of what is an emission control strategy and what are the ones we are proposing today, I want us all to have a moment to take a deep breath, reflect on all the hard work that has gone into getting us here, and dig deep for the last sprint through the first finish line. All right, so what exactly do we need to accomplish today, specifically and legally speaking? The commission is obligated to adopt emission control regulations for new and existing sources of each priority toxic air contaminant or TAC. This means there must be a regulation on the book for each priority TAC that covers an existing source and a new source. It does not, however, require that there must be regulations on the book for every existing and new source of priority TAC. The statute also provides specific definitions for what an emission control regulation is and what we must consider in the development of emission controls. The statute specifically broadened the definition of emission control regulation to be encompassing of a broad range of technologies and practices that could lower emission. And in line with this definition, the division's proposal takes many forms, including process changes, operational improvements, and substitutions for less toxic materials to all garner additional emissions reductions. And it contemplates the review of a variety of frameworks for identifying these emission control regulations. And as you'll hear about as we work through this presentation, our proposal is largely based on regulations from other state and federal frameworks that have been proven to be cost-effective means of reducing priority TAC emissions. We're not proposing things that are outside of the box or unproven. These strategies have been rigorously reviewed through various processes and accepted by other entities as technically and economically feasible means for reducing emissions of the identified PTAC. We also relied heavily on stakeholder engagement to inform this expansive package. Starting in 2023, when we first launched our air toxic website, through these past few months when we were working with all 27 parties to this rulemaking to bring forward a rule that balances a diverse set of perspectives to generate emissions reductions. And again, this is a lot, and we've attempted to structure our presentation to present all this information in as approachable a manner as we could. So we will start with an overview of our proposal for pollutants, where we are not considering emissions or location-based applicability. This includes hexavalent chromium, benzene, and ethylene oxide. For each of these, we'll give an overview of what we are proposing and why, the basis of substantive changes that we have made throughout the rulemaking that got us to where we are now, and a discussion of any outstanding issues. I will note that our presentation of outstanding issues is limited to those that were presented in alternate proposals filed by other parties, as it is our understanding that under the new procedural rules, that the alternate proposals define the world of issues remaining before the commission. We have also attempted to weave in our responses to the Local Government Coalition's alternative proposal filed on the 14th, but our response in our direct is limited given the time we had to prepare, and a more thorough presentation of our position is likely to come in with our rebuttal. We will then pivot into pollutants where emissions and or location-based criteria were considered, which includes hydrogen sulfide and formaldehyde. We will start this portion with a discussion of our applicability criteria and then into the proposals themselves. We will then wrap up with slides that document our alternate proposal language that would be supported by the division. This includes non-substantive language changes that the division sees as clarifying, but not changing the intent of our proposal. I also want to note that given the breadth of material we are trying to cover with our direct presentation, we are focusing only on the alternate proposals that directly apply to the emission controls and proposed applicability provisions. We recognize there's an additional alternate proposal from the Community Organized for Clean Air Party that we will be addressing more thoroughly with our rebuttal, but are happy to answer questions. Right. Now to get into it. Okay. So again, given the high volume of material we're trying to cover, we will be providing a high-level overview of each aspect of our presentation. Though there is a tremendous amount of more detail in our filings, and we are happy to go into greater detail with any questions that you may all have. First up is our plan to reduce emissions of hexavalent chromium, specifically from decorative chrome plating operations, as well as functional chrome plating and anodizing operations. We'll be spending a short amount of time on this presentation, but I do want to recognize the work of Shad Brooks over many months in the development of this very detailed and thorough rule. So we are proposing requirements for new and existing sources of hexavalent chromium. For new decorative chrome plating operations, we are proposing a requirement to use less toxic alternatives to hexavalent chromium, such as trivalent chromium. For existing and new functional plating and anodizing operations, we are proposing work practices and the use of different suppressants to reduce fugitive emissions. This proposal also includes testing, reporting, and record-keeping requirements that are necessary to demonstrate compliance with the emission standards. We base this proposal on a review of federal rules, particularly looking to identify gaps that we saw in federal rules, as well as a review of California's air toxic control measures for these source types. Implementation of these requirements will lower the usage of hexavalent chromium, again, replacing it with less toxic alternatives, and reduce emissions from existing operations, and will provide the division with additional oversight. Since the rulemaking request, we've made clarifying revisions and typographical corrections to this proposal, and no alternates were filed regarding hexavalent chromium. I do want to note that we have done a lot of direct engagement with hexavalent chromium sources, with both our air toxics and small business teams doing work to connect directly with sources, both to confirm current usage levels and operating conditions to ensure that our proposal was responsive to current practices, and also making sure sources were aware of the opportunities that they had to provide feedback both to us at the division as well as the commission directly. Next, we have benzene and our revisions to regulation number 24 to establish additional controls for new and existing petroleum refineries. And I want to acknowledge the countless hours that were spent by Sarah Heald to analyze component counts, repair costs, and detection thresholds used in other state and federal programs in support of this proposal. So we are proposing to lower leak detection and repair thresholds and make them more stringent for refineries in Colorado. We base this on a review of various federal consent decrees that establish more stringent leak detection and repair requirements, as well as leak detection thresholds used in other state and air district programs. Implementation of this program will lead to the identification and subsequent repair of equipment leaks that generate emissions. Since our initial proposal, we made two notable revisions. One was a ease of use revision to remove cumbersome applicability language, as given that this covered one source type. We did not see there was a need for it, and it was just cleaner to write the rule without it. And in response to documented concern from the source as to why a phase-in was necessary to ensure the feasibility of our refinery proposal, we amended the implementation dates to allow for a phase-in of requirements for non-pump components, so a specific subset of the components we're looking at this proposal. We are specifically requiring a significant drop in threshold from 10,000 to 1,000 parts per million by 2027, and a second drop to 500 parts per million by 2028. This aligns with phase-in timelines seen in federal consent decrees implementing more stringent ALDAR programs, where refineries were provided up to 2 years to prepare for the implementation. Albeit our plan is a little bit more aggressive than what we've seen in these consent decrees, as we are requiring 95% of the drop to occur in 1 year and the remaining 5% in the second year, rather than 100% within 2 years. However, through discussions with the impacted source, we've determined that a more aggressive is doable, so we are moving forward accordingly. We did receive one alternate regarding our benzene rule from the Joint Industry Work Group. One aspect we incorporated into our errata language as it was a cross-reference oversight. And the other was a request to add additional language clarifying where revisions are state-only revisions instead of state implementation plan revisions. And we are supportive of that with one friendly amendment documented in slide 65 of our presentation. From discussion with the proponents of the alternate, we believe that they are comfortable with this small change as well. Right, ethylene oxide is our next pollutant, and in particular, our proposal to regulate sterilization facilities in the state. Yet again, we are condensing months of dedicated work into a handful of the slides, and I want to take a moment to thank Becca Nagy for her gracious writing of many waves in what turned out to be a very turbulent period in the sterilizer regulatory space. So our rule covers existing, modified, and new sterilization sources. This includes the 3 existing sterilizers in Colorado, but does not include sterilization used for research and development purposes, sterilization occurring at hospitals, dentist offices, or veterinary clinics. This proposal is focused on increasing the stringency of destruction efficiency for emissions being released through emission stack sources at sterilizers, which at sterilization facilities are associated with the abatement equipment. And also focuses on setting more stringent emission limits for fugitive releases, particularly fugitive emissions from different physical rooms at sterilization facilities, often referred to as Group 1 and Group 2 room areas. We are doing this by incorporating the requirements of the 2024 federal NESHAP governing sterilizers into our state regulations, ensuring that these rules will continue to be implemented and enforced in Colorado despite federal uncertainty. The proposal also includes stronger monitoring requirements, including the use of continuous emission monitoring systems to ensure that the more stringent destruction efficiency is being achieved at medium and large sterilization facilities, with more flexible compliance demonstration requirements for smaller facilities. This also includes additional reporting requirements that will enhance transparency. This was based on the 2024 version of the federal rules for sterilizing facilities, a sterilizer rule adopted in California, and further informed by site visits to each source covered by this rule, in-depth record review, and extensive engagement with operators. These measures are designed to require highly effective destruction of ethylene oxide from the abatement equipment and will significantly reduce emissions of fugitive emissions of ethylene oxide to protect public health. And when we had one facility, LivaNova, that received a 2-year presidential exemption from compliance with federal rules, and as such, there is some bespoke consideration of interim feasible requirements for that facility. Before we get into those bespoke requirements, I do want to start by addressing the presidential exemption, both for what it does and how it does not limit our authority to regulate sources as a state. The presidential exemption provides LivaNova with 2 extra years to come into compliance with the federal rule. It is not an indefinite free pass. The division, through engagement with LivaNova, understands that there are only certain aspects of the federal rule that were infeasible for them to implement by the compliance deadline. As such, the division's proposal is tailored to require that the feasible parts be implemented expeditiously while providing interim requirements as a source works to come into compliance with the other aspect of the rules. And I want to be very clear that the existence of this presidential exemption does not limit the state's authority to take these actions. First, Clean Air Act, Section 112D7, explicitly preserves the right of states to adopt emission limitations that are more stringent than federal requirements. Second, this rule is being adopted under state authority. The commission was provided with authority by the state legislature to adopt emission control regulations for priority toxic air contaminants. Although we are adopting the federal rule into our state regulations, we are doing so under independent state authority to regulate priority toxic air contaminants, not an otherwise delegated authority. And third, the president lacks the authority to exempt facilities from valid state rules adopted under state authority. So these next 2 slides provide more detail on the changes we made to our proposal to accommodate unique feasibility considerations at LivaNova, starting with fugitive emission control requirements. The division is proposing that we adopt an interim requirement for LivaNova to decrease their annual ethylene oxide usage from 17 tons per year down to 12 tons per year until the source can fully demonstrate compliance with the specific control requirements contemplated by the rule. And the second revision we made was regarding the timing for using continuous emission monitoring systems to demonstrate compliance at the facility. The LivaNova provided a sworn affidavit documenting an inability to meet our contemplated June 2026 compliance date, but demonstrated that they can comply by April 2028. So our rule provides until that time for them to start operating their SEMS equipment. And the last revision addresses small sources of ethylene oxide that are defined as those using 400 pounds or less of ethylene oxide annually. And we have revised our proposal to allow for more flexibility on how a source demonstrates compliance. This does not provide flexibility on what emission standards a source must reach, but just allows for more less cumbersome alternatives for how they demonstrate and document that compliance.
I'm going to dig into applicability next, which is quite a large topic. I'm not sure if we want to pause it all before we get into applicability provisions, or I'll continue on.
Yeah, after this for 20 minutes, I think we can hang tough.
Okay. All right. Our applicability provisions define the who, where, and when sources must comply with our proposed requirements. These provisions have been a central focus of this rulemaking, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Ashley Brubaker, who worked through several iterations with our parties to restructure the language and provide clarity to our regulated community, and also to the staff who will ultimately be implementing this new program, while also crafting a set of reporting, notification, and record-keeping requirements to maintain strong oversight. I also want to acknowledge there are several alternatives before you in this section. The division has chosen the criteria in its proposal that develop a clear set of rules for its first set of regulations after careful review of the Colorado-specific data, programs we've observed in other states, and a lot of collaboration with the stakeholders considering what can be implemented as we build out this first set of control requirements. And there are also opportunities to review these criteria baked into the rule review process directed under our statute. So let's start with the what. For emission thresholds, we've chosen emission thresholds that were informed by numerical levels used in the New Jersey state-of-the-art program. The use of these thresholds allowed the division to appropriately focus its reduction efforts, allocate its finite resources to a manageable number of source category rules that we're proposing before you, and target which sources are impacted by these requirements based on the amount of pollution they emit. For formaldehyde, we have set a target of 4,000 pounds per year. And for hydrogen sulfide, the target is 10,000 pounds per year. These are emission levels that represent the emissions from the entire stationary source, not individual pieces of equipment. We analyzed Colorado facility emissions to identify which sources exceed thresholds, and then looking more deeply at each of these sources, what types of equipment or activities were contributing to the majority of those emissions. What emissions data should be compared to these thresholds has also been a central topic of debate. Since new or modified equipment has not yet emitted each of those priority air toxics, at the time when we determine whether or not these rules will apply, we rely on a method using a forecast. From a practical perspective, once the new equipment begins to operate, the emissions that actually occur are what are most relevant to how communities are exposed to the pollution. And so this forecasted actual emission rate more closely resembles what is likely to be emitted from the source instead of a theoretical potential to emit value. We use the phrase calendar year in this term to communicate that the forecasted actual emission rates will be compared against the actual calendar emissions reported to us in order to align with the annual TAC reporting requirement, which is based on calendar year emissions, instead of a, say, 12-month rolling average record keeping and reporting requirement, which we are not requiring. For existing sources, however, we continue to support our proposal to determine applicability based off of data readily available to the division. This includes 3 years of TAC reporting data, which was mandated under the air toxics law, as well as data reported to the division on their air pollutant emission notices, or APENs. Since our proposal, we have incorporated flexibility for sources who may want to provide a one-time emission update to the division to determine their applicability to this rule. And for new or modified sources, in response to concerns on whether a source's forecast is indeed enforceable, we have crafted a set of compliance provisions that allow for oversight and transparency on what the facility's forecasted, as well as what their actual emissions are, to ensure that if those actual emissions do creep up above those forecasted values in the future, after the source begins to operate, there will be mechanisms for timely compliance. This slide is summarizing, and I'll just touch on it briefly for reference in the future for questions of the types of equipment, as well as when the emission thresholds will apply to both existing, new, and modified sources. And similarly, this slide is just a brief summary of our formaldehyde requirements, outlining which sources who have engines or turbines and when those sources will come in to compliance. But before we transition, I also wanted to point out here that we have a set of location criteria for formaldehyde, given the large number of engines and turbines in our state. But before we transition to locations, I wanted to touch on the alternates before you related to the emission thresholds. So first, the regulated entities proposal includes an alternate proposal for how we define the term modification. The division's current framework to review and issue permits and implement the commission's rules relies on a consistent and shared understanding of what a modification is, and it is defined in your commission regulation number 3. The alternative proposal seeks to modify this common definition, and the division opposes this change to the defined term, as neither of these exclusions they are proposing are currently covered by the Regulation 3 term, and therefore these exclusions could create ambiguity. We need a common understanding of what action triggers a modification, as this action is what would require a source to conduct a forecast of its future emissions and determine whether or not they would become subject to this rule. The second alternate, the regulated entities alternate, includes an off-ramp provision for existing sources who do not modify. This would allow for existing sources who decrease emissions to no longer be subject to the proposed requirements for engines and turbines. We also note that the local government coalition alternate proposal suggests a mechanism for existing sources who do not modify in the traditional sense to on-ramp into our rule. And we will briefly touch at that at the end of our presentation. The division opposes both of these alternatives because the commission can revisit its applicability of these existing sources who do not modify at the 5-year required review of the standards. And this approach, as opposed to the division's approach of one-time assessments for applicability, will complicate the applicability provisions and increase the resources needed to implement and enforce this rule. Moving on to the where. Where will these requirements apply for the proposed engine and turbine rules? The statute asks the commission to prioritize reductions in disproportionately impacted communities with multiple sources of priority toxic air contaminants. Our proposal meets this requirement through 2 separate location criteria. First, we are prioritizing sources in proximity to areas with modeled cancer risk, specifically from the combined risk of 4 of our carcinogenic priority toxic air contaminants. This modeling comes from EPA's air tox screen. Second, we are prioritizing sources in proximity to occupied areas, which are locations where Coloradans live, work, and play, and where those occupied areas are also located in the boundaries of disproportionately impacted communities. Statute also directs the commission to consider more stringent requirements for new sources as compared to existing sources. And one way we are accomplishing that directive is through more stringent applicability criteria. Therefore, our proposal does not apply the location criteria to new sources. We have continued to refine the locations for disproportionately impacted communities to focus on proximity to occupied areas within these disproportionately impacted community boundaries. We believe this approach recognizes concerns from various different parties here today. Denver, the local government coalition, and several of our NGO parties are concerned about priority air toxics from sources that are located near, but not inside, the official boundary for disproportionately impacted communities. Separately, industry parties have expressed concerns that some facilities that are located inside of a disproportionately impacted community census block group may not be near human receptors. Occupied areas are one way to focus the disproportionately impacted community criteria to where the people are. This is a term that has been used in other commission regulations overseeing the oil and gas sector for many years and is understood. Since our request, we have also amended our proposal to allow for modified sources to be prioritized by the same location criteria as our existing sources. This visual is showing a map of the division's current Regulation 3 Environmental Justice DI Permitting Rule mapping tool. The circle on that tool draws a 1 mile buffer around the facility of interest. In this example, the blue dot in the middle you'll see is in proximity within 1 mile of a DI area, which is shown in red on the map. As you can see in the satellite imagery, also, this source is also clearly in proximity to occupied areas with many homes and businesses, and it would be covered by our proposal. On the contrary, some sources may be located within a DI boundary, as I mentioned, but no occupied areas are within proximity to the source and therefore would not be covered by our proposed criteria. There are alternatives for our location criteria as well. The regulated entities proposal want the locations to apply to new sources in addition to the existing and modified sources as the division proposes. The division's proposed rules for engines and turbines at new sources we believe are feasible regardless of location, and these are state-of-the-art control levels that can be applied universally. The regulated entities also advocate for a distance buffer of 1,000 feet as compared to the division's proposed 1 mile criteria. They cite the current LDAR distances in Regulation 7, as well as conservatisms in the air-talk screen modeling to justify this shorter distance. We continue to advocate for a 1 mile distance, which is supported by other commission rules, other parties to this rulemaking, including the Local Government Coalition's alternative proposal. Additionally, the division has identified other state air toxics programs with distances larger than 1 mile, including Massachusetts cumulative impact analysis requirements for environmental justice areas, as well as Arizona's school siting policies. The division also wants to point out that while the regulated entities suggest that AirTalk screen conservatisms overestimate emissions as one way to justify the shorter distance, other items in the record discuss how AirTalk screen can underestimate risk, as I show on this slide. For formaldehyde sources, here's a visual of the sources where the division's data show the source is exceeding the emission thresholds. These blue shaded areas on the map are disproportionately impacted community boundaries. And here up in the northwest area is a cluster of blue dots that are not within 1 mile of our disproportionately impacted communities and would not meet the proximity to occupied areas near disproportionately impacted communities under our proposal. However, the red dots show how sources are inside of a DI community boundary, and the yellow and orange dots are near, or sources that are near, but not inside those disproportionately impacted community boundaries. On the map, the sources with the yellow dots here would not be required to analyze whether or not they are in proximity to an occupied area if the distance were shortened to 1,000 feet. To be clear, proximity to a disproportionately impacted community does not make a source subject under our proposal. The source would also have to be in proximity to an occupied area. So let's close out with the when. When do sources need to come in compliance, and how do we define the differences between the existing and new sources under our proposal? How a source is classified, either as an existing, modified, or new source, determines how sources evaluate whether or not they're subject to this rule. Existing sources in our proposal are defined as sources who commence construction prior to September 1st of this year. While we know a lot about our existing sources of formaldehyde in our state, given the location criteria we are proposing, we are providing time for a source to review our published guidance, which is on our website, and use our mapping tool that is under development for a July release. Within our existing source group, we also have a group of what we call saddle sources, who we know have already commenced construction, but will not have operated by this date. So we are proposing a mechanism to collect data from this universe of sources to determine applicability for this group. And as for new and modified sources, as I mentioned earlier, we are relying on the forecasted emissions approach. If the forecast is originally above the threshold at the time the equipment is going in for planning, the equipment must come into compliance immediately upon when that engine or turbine begins operation. However, if the forecast was below the threshold and subsequently actual emissions at the source exceed that forecasted threshold, we have been we have put specific timelines and procedures in place to notify the division and for the source to come into compliance. There are three topics related to the locations I'd like to talk to you about today. The regulated entities proposal is asking you to delay when existing sources are defined by 4 more months compared to the division's proposed date of September 1st. Based on the data we have, the guidance we have made available on our website, as well as the mapping tool under development, we don't see this further delay is justified. We know many sources are above that threshold today. Many of them are more than twice the division's proposed thresholds. Further, for existing sources, this is really a date when division staff can take a more direct role in implementing and enforcing the federal standards. Nothing we are asking of these sources appears to have technical merit warranting further delay. The second item in the alternate proposal I wanted to talk about is while we proposed a September 1st start date to identify which sources are existing versus new or modified, the regulated entities alternate proposal noted that it was unclear in our proposed provisions in section 3D2 for engines or 3D3 for turbines, and we have added that clarifying date to those sections. We discussed those specific language edits in Appendix A. For new and modified sources, the division disagrees that sources commencing construction on or after September 1st of this year cannot meet the more stringent emission limits. Since our initial proposal, we have worked to provide several options for flexible compliant demonstrations to how sources can determine compliance with our standards. Additionally, the alternate is asking that sources with annual TAC emissions reports, which are due June 30th of each year, is what is the date that would trigger applicability. Given that we have sources impacted by this rule are tracking their engine and turbine operations on a monthly basis, 60 days after the close of calendar year or March 1st is the date that we have proposed for our notification of applicability should they exceed the emission thresholds.
Amanda, can I interrupt you for a second? So because this is a long presentation, we identified breaks within the presentation where it might be a good time for commissioners to ask questions around applicability and then the proposed regulations. So this slide kind of is a good break for that. We don't have to do that. Yeah.
Pause our time and go back.
Sure.
Thanks, Jenny.
We don't have to do that, but I thought that would offer the opportunity to the commission to do that. Got a couple. Okay, all right. Well, we'll pause the time clock. Thank you for that flexibility. So Commissioner Blankenship, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you. A couple questions on the applicability criteria with regard to location. The way I understand it is that it requires that there be multiple sources, so more than one source to trigger the location criteria. Is that accurate?
The location criteria we are proposing are geographic boundaries. So for the modeled cancer risk, it would be within proximity to that census block boundary relative to the facility of interest. So the facility is emitting above the threshold. Is it within 1 mile of one of those census blocks with modeled cancer risk? For the second set of location criteria, it would be whether or not the facility above the threshold is in proximity to an occupied area, which is a defined term in our proposal, and whether or not that occupied area is within the boundary of a disproportionately impacted community. Those are generally defined at the census block group level, but could also be in a proximity to a mobile home park, which is also included in the definition of disproportionately impacted community.
So would one facility trigger that, or does it require more than one facility to trigger that location?
Each facility independently would determine whether or not they are located within 1 mile of one of those boundaries. So am I a facility that is within 1 mile of a home?
Mm-hmm.
That would be an occupied area.
Right, correct.
Or am I a facility that's within 1 mile of one of these census block groups where we have said these census block groups have an elevated, meet that cancer risk criteria based off of modeling?
How are you, can you go back and tell me again how you're handling the formaldehyde straddle sources? What I understand to be maybe sources that are in being either under design or being constructed, but won't be online before the applicability date or the implementation date.
Sure. So this is on slide 41. And so recognizing that we have cut this date at September 1st of 2026, we know today there could be a source who has already commenced construction, right? But they haven't yet operated. So we don't have emissions from that source. So if they are to commence construction or operation after September 1st, we will count the emissions from that source for their first 12 months of operation, compare those emissions to our thresholds. And if they are above the thresholds, they will get 180 days to come into compliance with that requirement.
And one final question on the Livanova. If I understood correctly, they have confirmed that they can comply with the FRP?
Yes, we do not have an alternate proposal from them. And yeah, we referred to their affidavit exhibit in the hearing regarding the justification for the timeline for the installation of the SEMS.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Milford?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation so far. I think it's been really clear and well organized. Appreciate it. And I just have one question about the applicability for existing sources. What's the justification for the option to average over 3 years instead of using the highest year?
There are some sources in our inventory of existing sources who have variable emissions. Oftentimes, this is more often in our power sector sources. They have fluctuating emissions, and we think an average option is reasonable in this case because it's not because we're talking about chronic exposures and things like that. So we're not setting it to one individual year.
Can I follow up?
Yes.
So is there some mechanism for ensuring that they don't go back to the highest level on a continuing basis going forward after you do that?
For existing sources in our proposal, the determination is made on a one-time basis. And so we could review at that 5-year period whether or not there's been significant increases, but there's not a separate evaluation after that for existing sources who do not modify. If they modify, they're based off of the highest individual value on their forecast. If they don't modify, it would be set based off of either their highest individual year or the average of those 3 years.
So then the question is, what constitutes a modification? So let's say they were operating at a high level. 3 years prior, they ramped it down for the next couple of years and they got a lower average emissions estimate. They increased operations to go back to that high level again. Would that constitute a modification, or is that just an operating change that doesn't count?
Generally operating within the current designs of the physical equipment and what it's been approved to do would be allowed in that case. The modification would have to trigger that physical or operational change of the source in order for that forecasted approach to apply.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, make sure I really fully understand this. So when you're looking at a facility to determine whether or not it applies to the criteria location, which I'll get to, the facility is determined based upon all the sources of formaldehyde within that facility. So if there are 5 sources of formaldehyde in that facility, you count all those emissions from the source to determine what the aggregate is. Okay. Okay, and then to determine applicability, it's within 1 mile of the PTAC cancer, the combined cancer risk determination, regardless of whether or not you've got an occupied area that's within, that's close. So that's just it. Or if it's within 1 mile of an occupied area, if this, regardless of whether the source is inside the disproportionately impacted area or outside it. So if a source is located inside the boundaries of a DIC, it still has to be within 1 mile of an occupied area. So there's 2 tests there, basically. Okay, I just want to make sure I nail it.
Just 2 small nitpicky clarifications. One, for the formaldehyde sources, yes, you'd be totaling all the equipment emissions for comparison. Just one distinction is you only have to do that if you're a source with an engine or a turbine. We're not asking source.
Okay, right, thank you.
And one point of clarification I wanted to kind of speak to regarding the PTAC cancer risk consideration is the reason we are not looking at proximity to an occupied area when we're looking at those communities is based on how the air tox screen data is used, where it already considers kind of exposures. So it'd be a bit of a hat on a hat to be thinking of using those data sets as well as proximity to occupied area.
All right, thank you. That's kind of what I was assuming, but hadn't asked that. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Sewell.
Question on your slide 15 on the leak detection and repair requirements. I guess from the division's standpoint, why the phase in of the non-pump components timeline?
Yeah, so this was based on discussion with the source, kind of about the economic burdens of going to the full reduction within 1 year of implementation. Recognizing the additional costs that would be incurred by having to fix additional leaks, as well as the additional staffing that would be needed to support the fixing of all those leaks. It switched up the kind of economic considerations we had originally proposed with our initial economic impact analysis. So we're allowing for this phase in to kind of spread out when those costs would be incurred and kind of decrease the additional staffing that would be needed.
So it's cost and resources. And then maybe because I haven't operated there, but the compliance deadline, like for 1,000 ppm, is the beginning of 2027 or?
It would be mid-27, so a year after the implementation of the rule.
Okay. Implementation of the rule. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you. Question with regard to formaldehyde emissions. Given that the regulations for new or modified units are more stringent, how do you handle a situation where there's an existing facility and then at some later time there is a new or modified unit, a new unit added or a unit modified? How do you handle that with regard to applying the overall standard to the facility?
So in that case, when a source would apply for a modification, it would include an estimate of its forecasted actual emissions that would reflect the entirety of that source after that modified equipment were to come online. So it would look out for that 5-year period. If that number is at or above 4,000 pounds per year at the entire source, that new engine that they're asking to install would be subject to our more stringent emission limits in our proposal. The existing engines at that source that are there would be subject to the inspection and tuning requirements under our proposal.
Okay, so there's kind of a applicability threshold of the 4,000. And if the facility exceeds that, then that kicks in the requirements on the existing engines and the new or modified engines. And the newer modified engines are subject to a more stringent standard.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're not quite halfway through the presentation, so okay, Commissioner Reader.
Thanks. Building on the threshold question a little bit. I don't know if this is a good reference point or not, but federal act rules have, 10 tons. What if a single source or 25 at a facility? And I'm curious why you adopted a facility limit and not a corresponding individual source limit. Or I don't remember that correctly.
So the 10 and 25 tons from the federal program also apply to the entire stationary source. So we're dropping effectively the 10-ton limit down to 4,000 pounds per year from a state air toxics perspective, similar like larger source boundary.
I guess I understand that. I'm just curious, you're asking, my question is, you're doing 4,000 pounds for the whole facility rather than say 4,000 pounds for the facility and 1,000 pounds for any given piece of equipment within the facility. I'm asking why. Did you consider having a tiered system similar to the MAX system?
So we'll get into one of our tiers focuses in on the equipment standards specifically. So Leah's going to talk about the engines and turbines that are specifically subject once that facility meets that threshold. So we haven't quite gotten there yet, and we'll talk about that with hydrogen sulfide too.
Okay. I have a couple other questions. On slide 7, you referenced technical and economic feasibility. And we're in new territory with economic feasibility, I guess, for PTAC. The federal standards are really just a technical feasibility in terms of MACT is the top 10%, I think, if I remember correctly. The EIA has a lot of cost information, doesn't have a lot of cost per reduced, except for benzene, where it's $570 a pound, which works out to like $1.1 million a ton. That's a lot higher than the numbers I'm used to seeing for criteria pollutants that are single-digit thousands or tens of thousands of dollars a ton. So I guess I want to get your perspective on what is cost-effective for PTAC controls.
Absolutely. So yeah, it is a different world than what we're working on when we're looking at our toxic air contaminants, because we are looking at emissions that are generated in much lower amounts while still providing concerns to be addressed about potential public health impacts. So that standard dollar per ton metric is a little different the way we're thinking about it. So when we were looking at cost effectiveness for the application of this rule, we were trying to review other economic analyses that we've seen associated with rules that kind of target the reduction of these types of pollutants and kind of considering the different toxicity considerations of the pollutants that we're looking at and trying to balance all that to come to numbers that we think are still appropriate, recognizing that we're dealing in much smaller scales while still using the metrics we're used to, such as dollars per ton. So we think that what we are considering does kind of work out to justify the implementation costs for what we are proposing.
Okay, thank you. One additional question, if I could go back to the slide. It's about the distance, the 1,000 versus a mile, and your slide on that. And thank you for giving your feedback on the alternate proposals and your reasons why you oppose or disagree with that. That's really helpful to get at this stage. Now, question, I have a couple of questions around aerotox screen and your 2020 PTAC cancer risk. Is that a number that is for the whole census block, as is kind of averaged over the whole census block, versus are there any gradations within the census block, if that makes sense? And I'm thinking you have a source in the middle of the census block, obviously risk really close to the source are nominally higher than things really, farther from the source of the census block. But my impression is it's one number for the census block, but I'm not sure about that. So I was hoping you could clarify that for me.
The modeled risk numbers that we are assigning based off of EPA's concentrations are at the census block level. To get at those numbers, there's a series of complex modeling, and I'm happy to go into that if you want more details about grids within those distances,
One number.
but it's one number for the census block.
I went back, I appreciate the reference to the Green Latinos piece. So I went back and I pulled some of the stuff from Padilla's paper, which were nicely referenced in the Green Latinos statement. And there was a lot in there, obviously, but under the discussion, I guess the sentence I found most interesting said, although health effects thresholds, for example, non-cancer inhalation reference concentrations may have some conservatism built in via uncertainty factors of typically 10-fold or more. When paired with concentration estimates that underestimate real exposures by a similar or greater magnitude, the risk assessment may no longer represent a protective screen. The way I understand that sentence is the health effects thresholds and the models have these 10-fold or more conservatism built in. The paper says things are typically underestimated by a factor of 2 as the median. I'm not asking this question very well. I'm trying to build the data to ask the question. So it doesn't the 10-fold from the modeling, 10-fold or more from the modeling, still more than offset the 2x difference in measured versus model that's presented in that paper. If I need to rephrase that or provide more context, I can. I realize I kind of wandered around. It did lay that out very clearly. But the paper says measured is twice as much as modeled in all these things. And so there's risk that you've understated. But at the same time, the paper is also saying, but these cancer models and everything have a 10x or more conservatism. So 10x versus 2x is still a lot of conservatism, if you will. So I guess I'm wondering, did that factor into your 1 mile versus 1,000 feet conversation and discussion?
I think for the details of that paper, I'd love to come back with you with some more details on rebuttal.
Okay.
Right.
Very fair. And my notes. You also referenced on the slide about the gym rules in Reg 3 having outreach within a mile. Could you refresh my memory on what that outreach is? And maybe need to do this in rebuttal. My question is sort of, is outreach different than applicability? Or my thought is around that. So
the GEM rule is actually a requirement for what cost effectiveness parameters apply. So there's an applicability for like what they would analyze for their on-site reductions.
So how does the 1 mile fit in on that?
And I can get back to you on the more details of that piece. And then the Reg 3 is an outreach to the communities within that 1 mile.
I'd appreciate more detail on the gym rule than chance. And lastly, the health-based standards that we adopted back in September, are those chronic or acute measures?
Those are chronic measures.
So temporary short-term spikes that are higher periods for 1 month versus, maybe I could phrase it. Is that why you used a 3-year average then? Because we're using chronic health-based standards?
The health-based standards aren't directly part of this proposal, but we really wanted to acknowledge that in some sectors, the 3-year average might be an appropriate way to determine whether or not they're applicable to that 4,000 mark.
Is it fair to say that in the PTAC program overall, we're focused on chronic risk as opposed to acute risk? Including the controls.
Thank you.
Yeah, at this point of our program, we are focusing on looking at chronic exposures.
Thank you.
Contemplation of considering the acute in our next iteration.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Milford.
Going back to the cancer risk census tract, I just want to, for people that aren't necessarily familiar with what a census block is, about what size of area, say in the city of Denver would constitute a census block?
They can be very small in urban areas in Denver as compared to other rural, more parts of the state. We can get the square footage to compare, but they are that next level from the census block group to the census block to census block group can increase the size dramatically.
Census block is defined based on a population count, right? And my understanding is that within the city of Denver, for example, it could be what you would consider like your immediate neighborhood, right? Thank you.
Okay, we've been at clarification for 25 minutes. So I will ask one quick question and then we'll continue the presentation. We've also got areas identified after slide 54 and after slide 64. So let's, just for a time check. My question was, if we take the Livanova example for ethylene oxide and the 12 ton per year kind of interim limit and whether it's for formaldehyde or H2S, have any of those emission thresholds been modeled for the facility to kind of estimate how does this compare to the health-based standards that we adopted for the P-TAX?
I want to make one point of clarification. The 12 ton per year is a usage restriction, not an emission-based limit.
Okay, got it. All right. But for H2S, 10,000 pounds per year of emissions, was that modeled?
At this time, we do not have resources to do kind of facility risk modeling, which is why we are looking at broadly applicable emission-based thresholds.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, go ahead and continue.
All right, I'm going to pick up at slide 47 if anybody's following along on your side with the slides. So we're going to delve into our hydrogen sulfide requirements for the sources who met the applicability criteria that we just went into. Additionally, I will walk you through the changes that we made to our proposed wastewater reporting requirements since our initial request. Starting with our asphalt processing and asphalt roofing product manufacturing facilities, we have proposed a requirement to route the hydrogen sulfide gases through a control device that would have at least a 97% reduction efficiency. And compliance would be demonstrated through initial testing as well as continuous monitoring of the parameters of the control device. We are also proposing a set of best management practices and operational practices to reduce emissions of hydrogen sulfide at this source. We have introduced since our initial request a conditional exemption based on discussions with original parties to this rulemaking and the evolving status of their pending permit applications with the state. This conditional exemption, to be clear, does not reduce the benefits that we would achieve through this rule, but aims to improve the efficiency of how we get those reductions. For the digester, there's a single digester that would meet the emission thresholds we have proposed. This would also apply to any new manure digester in the state. Our research has indicated that the uncovered manure receiving and storage areas were largely responsible for excess fugitive hydrogen sulfide emissions. And to target those emissions, we have proposed additional best management practices. Since our request, while there was not a party to this rulemaking, we have received written comment that we reviewed after our December request for a hearing. And we shared the revised language that we made with the owner of the digester in early March. We understand that an additional written comment came in yesterday that was referencing an outdated version of the proposed language, as we are no longer referring to biorem filters in our final rule proposal. There was a second comment raised by that, a written letter that we will address in our rebuttal. And with regards to wastewater treatment reporting, we did originally propose a one-time reporting requirement for minor sources in the wastewater treatment plant space. As we observed in our data analysis, some of the wastewater treatment plants were above that 10,000 pounds emission threshold when we analyzed the data. However, over the course of the rulemaking process, through several parties to this rulemaking, we discussed the data, and the perceived data gap is something that we anticipate handling through outreach and implementation of the division's commission's current regulation 3 air pollutant emission notice program. And as a result, we have struck that reporting provision from our proposal. While we struck that requirement, we want to note that the larger wastewater treatment sources in our state will continue to report emissions annually, as they are major synthetic miners, while the smaller minor sources will continue to report to us every 5 years under the APEN program. There are no alternate proposals for our hydrogen sulfide requirements. I'll turn it over to Leah now for our engine and turbine.
Thank you. Last one, we're almost there. Our proposal is to reduce formaldehyde emissions from engines and turbines. For the existing engines and turbines at the sources that meet the applicability criteria that Amanda walked through, they would comply with the emission limitations applicable to them under the federal rules for the engines or the turbines and the associated testing, monitoring, record keeping, reporting, and operating requirements. The more stringent standards that we are looking to propose are carbon monoxide limitations for engines and turbines that are reconstructed or constructed after the applicability date. We reviewed federal rules and other programs in other states and their districts to develop this proposal and have made a few revisions since our request that we want to highlight here. In addition to clarifying the applicability provisions that Amanda again walked through and some additional definitions. For turbines, we provided a compliance option to reduce formaldehyde emissions, achieving the limit under the subpart quad Y, which does not apply to all sources as it only applies to major HAP sources, and associated monitoring provisions specific to those two options as well. So we appreciate the parties' engagements in helping us refine those provisions. One of note that is in the slides at the very end is continued discussions to refine the monitoring provisions for turbines that are achieving emission reductions without the use of an oxidation catalyst, and to develop monitoring plans for parameters specific to that operation. While we think we have addressed many of the concerns raised by the parties, we do think there are a couple you may still continue to hear about. One is a broad exemption for all emergency engines and turbines, and we oppose that very broad exemption for a number of reasons. One being that we include an exemption for emergency power generators in the engine section that has also been used in the other engine rules that this commission has adopted. Existing engines and turbines will comply with emergency engine and turbine provisions applicable to them under the federal rules, and so we do not think it necessary to duplicate nor expand that to the new engines and turbines because we are directed and have proposed more stringent standards for new engines and turbines. We think you may continue to hear requests to remove federal reporting requirements. We oppose that revision because we need these provisions in our straight rules so as to ensure implementation and compliance with them. This is not a duplicative reporting requirement. Operators will report into EPA's electronic system and we will access those reports to that system as well. They could hear for additional requests to revise some of the definitions, and where we did adopt some of the suggested revisions, the ones where we have not, because we either do not think that is necessary or because the language we have actually aligns with federal definitions. For the non-categorical sources, we are proposing a one-time reporting requirement for certain specified sources of formaldehyde that we've identified as meeting the emissions and location-based applicability criteria, and where we believe additional information will help us continue to evaluate PTAC reduction opportunities as our work evolves in this area. This proposal is not entirely foreign as it aligns with approaches we have taken to gather information related to reasonably available control technology for a state implementation plan development. Except for the alternate on the next slide, we do not believe there are remaining issues with the non-categorical requirements, at least for the parties subject to those requirements. The proposal has evolved since our request in response to subject sources providing information, updating the emissions information we had previously reported to us. And we have removed those sources from this requirement. We also removed a proposed catch-all reporting requirement as we will continue to evaluate opportunities through the ongoing reporting and source category evaluation. The alternate proposal from the regulated entities would strike this entire section entirely. And again, as we just discussed, we worked with the sources that were initially in the proposal as well as the remaining sources to develop a refined proposal here. And we think that is a value add and important to gather additional information. Touching briefly on the local government coalition's alternate proposal. As mentioned, we support and have included a 1 mile buffer as they also have in their alternate proposal, and we oppose the other elements of their proposal for the reasons listed on the slide, but specifically want to touch on the directive to return in August of 2028 for an additional rulemaking for oil and gas operations. For many reasons, we obviously will continue to evaluate oil and gas operations and emission reduction opportunities, but we think the specific timeline that they are asking for you to put in a rule has not been demonstrated to be feasible within that timeline, nor is necessary under the priority toxic air contaminant scheme, as we have a statutorily directed 5-year emission reduction and valuation cycle. So we request that you adopt revisions to regulation number 24 and number 30 that we provided with our errata filing as our latest complete red lines on April 14th. We have a number of slides in 2 appendices that we would like to request that you adopt into the final red line. They are split into 2 appendices because Appendix A includes edits that we either support from alternate proposals or that we've edited slightly for the alternate proposal. But because the applicability provisions that the alternate proposal is looking to revise are also used in section 2E, we believe it's important to have conforming revisions between 2E, 3D and 3E. And so we have Appendix B, which includes corresponding revisions that relate to the applicability revisions in section 3D and Appendices A, which is just super clear. So happy to answer questions.
Okay, Commissioner, questions on any information presented up to this time? Commissioner Reader.
Yes, thank you. I'll withdraw my earlier question about the sources. I described the maximum one. It's 10 tons a year of a single average, 25 tons of cumulative house at the facility. It is a facility-wide limit. When I started asking the question, I started like thinking. I started asking before I saw it all the way through it, so I bet. I am curious on the engines. How does the New Jersey CO limit, the 0.40 grams per horsepower, compare to the MACT quad C limit? I'm not familiar enough with the MACT quad C limit.
We can put together a table comparing all of them if that would be helpful, but it depends on the engine because they're specified by fuel size, usage, and so there's quite a few limits that we can put together a high and a low comparison.
Okay,
that's helpful.
Yeah, I'll say the follow-up question that's for Robert. I wanted to ask about the digester. Appreciated you addressing that. One of the comments we heard in public comment last night was about how the rule is really tailored to this one facility. And I'm a little bit familiar with that facility. I know it's a really large facility. But my impression is there are more than one facility, but is it a matter that the other facilities like that are just not at the scale where they hit the 10,000 pound threshold? Is that why other digester facilities are not affected by the regulation?
Yes, that is the only one currently that meets that emission threshold in the state.
Okay.
It's one of the larger ones across the country.
Okay. I guess I'm not having a question, I have an opinion, but I'll stop.
Commissioner Miller.
For the proposed engines and turbines requirements, could you help me see where they go beyond existing federal requirements versus just match that?
So start with the engine and turbine sections both have a tuning requirement, loosely a tuning requirement. The engine rules, the federal engine rules do have some operating requirements that are similar to the tuning requirements. And so it builds on that for some engines in some ways, although if they have a similar federal requirement for efficiency, they can comply with that because it achieves. So that is one area for existing turbines that it does build on, or for existing engines. For the turbines, we also have the tuning requirement, which is really not regulatorily required anywhere but in our rules. And so while they may be doing those for other purposes, that is something that we are building on in relation to the federal rules. And those would apply to turbines at sources that are subject, that meet the applicability criteria that aren't also subject to MAC Quad Y, which only applies to the HAP sources. So it is a bit more expansive to the potential universe of turbines that we have.
So just to make sure I understand, many sources in Colorado would already be complying with those amendments, but they are extended to some that would not yet apply.
For the turbines, it would be it would be adding tuning requirements for all the turbines that are subject. For the engines, some may already be complying with similar requirements under the federal rules, yes.
Thank you. That's
Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you. Question on slide number 52, with the covered versus uncovered systems. When you say covered, are you referring just to the digester component of the facilities, or are you actually referring to basically the entire process with covered versus uncovered?
In this case, and again, we did strike this reporting provision from our rule. We are talking about whether or not the storage of that wastewater is done in an uncovered format. We have open holding tanks, if you will, and then we have some designs that are covered. And so that was the original proposal had allowed a higher activity level, depending on whether or not the design of that treatment system had covered, because there's less fugitive emissions in a covered scenario.
So you're talking about the wastewater influent before it enters the facility?
There are some parts of the treatment process in different design systems where the areas are open.
Like an aeration?
Oh, like open versus enclosed would maybe have been a better choice of words.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then one follow-up or another question on the emergency exemption, the request for the emergency engines and turbines. And as I understand that, in order for them to qualify for emergency status, they have a limitation of number of hours that they can operate on. It says that division's proposal appropriately includes stringent requirements. So maybe this is similar to Commissioner Milford's question. What in the proposal is more stringent on the emergency engines and turbines than what they're already subject to?
So what is more stringent than what they are already subject to? Is really for, besides what we talked about with adding on to some additional operational requirements and maintenance requirements for the existing. Where it's really more stringent is for the engines or turbines that are going to be reconstructed or constructed after that September 1 date. There are the more stringent emission limitations.
Okay.
And we are not expanding an emergency turbine provision throughout to the reconstructed or constructed turbines. And so we'd be more stringent there. And for the engine section, it is not as broad as industry is asking for in their alternate proposal, but it is that limitation to the emergency power generators operating more than 250 hours per year. They would be exempt from those more stringent requirements. So industry is asking for more emergency exemptions.
Okay, and that's what I was specifically asking about, is those engines or turbines that are for permitted specifically as backup or emergency use.
And I would say that even quad Y does not exempt peaking units, so they wouldn't be considered emergency.
Right. It just those, and I'm just asking exclusively about those that qualify for emergency or backup use, not as generation units. Thank you.
Commissioner
Good.
Reader.
Just one follow-up from my earlier question about comparing the New Jersey CO to MAC Quad Z, and you said, MAC Quad Z has a lot of different standards depending on the engines. Rather than pulling that together, I guess the concern that I was getting at on that was wanting to understand a little bit of the difference, but also it looks to me like the New Jersey CO number is kind of a one size fits all. And given that MAC Quad Z has lots of, different presumably horsepower ranges, rich burn versus lean burn, and everything, is there a concern about having kind of a one size fits all CO number there for a range of different engine types and horsepowers?
We do not have a concern with that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Slutsky.
Can you put up the slide about the LGC alternate? My copy doesn't, of your presentation is apparently old. I think it might have been 54, slide 54.
64. Here we go.
One button. So my question is about benzene, which you're not talking about, but I think it's in the SPAP.
Hmm.
And they asked to have a sentence put in about a review in 2 years. And your proposal, you talk about a review in 5 years. And so there's a little bit difference between 2 and 5, but it's really not 5 if my math is good. The 5 years would be when you bring a proposal before us. And by the time we get to a hearing, it might be as much as another year. By the time it's implemented, it could be another 6 months. So that 5 year becomes closer maybe to 7 or 8 years. And I just wonder if maybe we're not apples to apples the way they're talking about and you're talking about.
So when we are referring to the 5-year iteration, that is like what is considered by House Bill 22-1244 for us to be doing this work again on 5-year cycles. I believe what they are asking for is an additional rulemaking in 2 years. We're saying that an additional rulemaking would be contemplated as part of that 5-year cycle. I would consider like the same considerations about timing from request to implementation and securing of actual emission reductions between, after rulemaking would be the same between the two. So I believe considering 2 years versus 5 years is apples to apples when we're talking about just when the rulemaking can happen, if that speaks to your concern. Okay.
Yeah, it does. Talk about this later too.
And then doesn't look like any other questions from the commissioners. Okay. So, Jessica, can you clarify? I see the ask on slide 64, but are you going to talk through the appendices? No. Okay.
Not unless
That's what I
you
thought.
want us to.
No, I don't. I'll refer to the other commissioners. Nope. It doesn't look like we need that. So it's 10:35.
I have one question.
Oh, Commissioner Reader.
No, that's not.
I noticed on the title, and I hadn't really noticed it, so that's what I was thinking through, but here we have regs 24, 26, and 30, and you have only spoken about 24 and 30.
Days ago.
A great question.
Yes. So we had started out including the engine and turbine sections in Reg 26 because there are engine requirements in Reg 26. seemed like a logical place. Number of comments from parties as well as internal discussion. We moved those PTAC requirements into Reg 30. So we actually do not need the revisions to Reg 26 at this time, and we would request that you not adopt them.
So my errata with all that, I can just throw away the.
Recycle.
Recycle. Recycle. Thank you.
You want to mention the strike of the,
With that, we would also request that any reference to Reg 26 in the two statement of bases for Reg 24 and Reg 20 and Reg 30 also be struck.
Okay, we appreciate your presentation, and it is 10:35. Good time for a break. So we will resume at 10:45, and it looks like next up is the companies. So 10:45, we'll resume. Thanks. break, I had said the companies would be up, but actually we're gonna have the joint industry work group go first because subsequent presentations reference the J-Wig.
One of our witnesses is not here yet because she thought we were going under the old testimony order, so I apologize for going back on that, that's what we asked.
Okay,
Sorry,
well then companies will be up next.
thank you.
Yeah, the box.
Morning, Commissioners. Jeff Schwartz with Schwartz Law Office on behalf of the Midstream Companies Party Group, including DCP Operating Company, Kinder Morgan, the Williams Companies, and Western Midstream Partners. Before I go on, I just wanted to emphasize that for purposes of efficiency, the companies coordinated very closely with the Joint Industry Work Group on their presentation. And that the points and themes that you'll be hearing from us this morning will be addressed in more granular detail by the J-Wig. So with that, next slide, please. The following presentation states, first, the company's support for the Reg Alt proposal, red lines filed on April 9, which is also supported by COGA, API Colorado, the Colorado Petroleum Association, CUC, and West Slope COGA. Second, the company's support for select aspects of the division's final rule proposal. And finally, Ana Gutierrez with Womble Bond will walk you through specific suggested global changes to Regulation 30 that the companies and industry seek related to engines and turbines. We can advance to slide 5. The company's primary but not sole interest in the rulemaking pertains to the proposed engine and turbine performance standards. The companies work closely with other industry parties, and importantly, the division, when and where possible, to develop balanced rules that meet statutory requirements to adopt PTAC control strategies while accommodating operators' pragmatic operational needs. Therefore, while the companies endorse the industry-backed Reg Alt and the J-Wig's testimony, which reflects industry efforts to craft effective rules that can be efficiently implemented, the companies also support important aspects of the division's final rule proposal. We can go to slide 7. In that regard, the companies support the following select elements of the final rule proposal, including broadly, the division's exemption of midstream and upstream oil and gas facilities from benzene categorical source requirements and the non-categorical reporting requirement. With added clarifications, the modification procedures, exemptions, timing flexibilities, and reporting revisions for engines and turbines, and the division's dual trigger applicability framework in Regulation 30, such that a source must meet both an emissions threshold and a location-based proximity test tied to occupied areas to be subject to the rules. That said, the companies support the 1,000-foot proximity buffer for the cancer risk areas and DI communities in the Reg Alt, because a 1-mile buffer is too expansive and not well aligned with what should be receptor-focused rule protections. As it pertains to the 4,000 pound per year emissions threshold for formaldehyde, the J-Wig discovered late last week when the proposed formaldehyde requirements were relocated from Regulation 26 to Regulation 30, the emissions applicability threshold for new and modified stationary sources was inadvertently omitted. When alerted, the division moved to correct the oversight. If there's a lesson to be learned from that, it's that these rules, like most that the Commission adopts, are complex. The details matter, and the division and those granted party status spend many painstaking hours reviewing the rules to ensure they're clear, complete, and stated correctly. Next slide, please. Company support for the division's final proposal also extends to and includes more particularly what is referenced to, or what we refer to as the MACT Quad Y opt-in, which allows operators of new and reconstructed turbines to opt into a state-only MACT Quad-Y compliance option to achieve formaldehyde emissions reductions. Turbine monitoring plan provisions that establish understandable monitoring requirements for turbines not using an oxidation catalyst to meet formaldehyde emission levels, which includes consideration of turbine manufacturer recommendations. The deletion of the natural gas compressor turbine category from Table 2 of Regulation 30. This turbine class was based on a unique circumstance in New Jersey that's unsupported in Colorado and that created unnecessary confusion. A compliance demonstration alternative for smaller turbines, and clarifications concerning the timing of performance tests and portable analyzer monitoring to account for instances when conducting these compliance demonstration methods might overlap. Next slide. So to recap, there are large areas of agreement with the division's final rule proposal that reflect instances in which the companies and other industry parties voiced legitimate concerns to the division's initial rule proposal that the division considered carefully and accommodated in its final rule proposal, and has even acted to correct very late in the game. So with that, I'll turn it to Anna, who will present the specifics of the company's requests of the commission that marginally differ from the division's final rule proposal.
Good morning, commissioners. Sorry if it sounds like I have a frog in my throat. I have children, so it comes with that. Ana Gutierrez with Womble Bond Dickinson. To start, I just want to echo Jeff and really just restate our appreciation for the collaboration that's gone into this rulemaking. I think you'll see that reflected in our slide deck. We're not here with a long wish list. We've narrowed it really to a few practical fixes to make implementation smoother and more workable. So let's start with some global changes. There's actually only 3, since we just talked with, as Jeff just raised with you, the 4,000 pound per year is addressed. So this can say only 3 requests instead of only 4. Let's flip to this. Let's start with the applicability dates. So this one is a really big one. The division's proposed start date is June 2026. And the problem is really simple. That's before the first TAC reports are even due. So we're being asked to make major applicability decisions without the benefit of the most up-to-date TAC data on the most up-to-date methodologies of calculation and the most accurate data set. And I think one thing to sort of sit on for a minute is, as the division sees the rule, it's a once in, always in rule. So that applicability determination matters. And it's that determination is assigned to the asset for life. As you know, we went through a long, detailed rulemaking to create a solid data set that is TAC reporting. And at base, it doesn't really make sense not to use that data. A June 2027 start date fixes this, and it does not delay real controls. Existing sources would still be subject to your federal NSPS and NESHAP, and that state-only tuning requirement would still apply in 2027 under the Reg Alt as well as under the division's proposals. So reductions continue in the near term. And then if we consider legislative context, we see that the legislature left the appropriate applicability date to the good judgment of this commission. The deadline was to adopt rules. It was not to force applicability decisions before the best data exists. And then one more point, I've been before this commission for some 15 years, and I've never seen an applicability analysis like this. It's quite complex. It's going to take a lot of work if it's adopted as proposed by the division. Folks have to do some independent assessments, some new exercise of calculations. And as we know, when new data comes before the division, it rightfully so needs to be vetted and understood. So there's a process in there that's going to be a little bit challenging. The 2027 is simply cleaner. It collapses pages of complexity to a few paragraphs and streamlines administration. And frankly, if I had to pick just one ask for this commission, this would be it. Get to skip slides. Forecasted actual emissions. The takeaway for you guys here is pretty straightforward. The issue is resolved. I just wanted to take sort of a touch point on it to explain why. The companies support the division's definition of forecasted actual emissions, but in practice, Our midstream clients are going to take the most conservative approach and use potential to emit. It wasn't clear that the potential to emit could readily fold into the forecasted actual definition. So we worked with the division to develop this SBAP language. So an entity could submit its potential to emit, sort of highest emissions, right, as its forecasted actuals, and that would be acceptable. This slide is really about avoiding interpretations that stray from the rule's intended policy. We're asking for 3 clarifications to be explicitly recognized in the rule text. The 4,000 pound per year threshold, we want to be sure it applies to the facility and not in each individual engine or turbine. This frankly helps the division and commission, and I think is the intent. So the Reg Alt addresses that. The 2 other are permitting related. As to the definition of modification, we would like to see clarity that the emission factor changes does not constitute modification, as well as the AOS. We just heard from the division that, how I interpret it is that it was perhaps not consistent with the text of the Reg 3 permitting program. I think there's a distinction there. Is our understanding is the AOS and the emission factor changes are not considered modifications in implementation of the Reg 3 permitting program, regardless of what is stated in Reg 3 itself, right? So just from our perspective, we think there would be sort of more consistent implementation. We would avoid big questions if we could document this in writing. Engine and turbine specific proposed changes. Leah had a list of issues, Ms. Martland, I should say, had a list of issues that she thought we might be raising. You'll be pleased to know our list is very, very short and only addresses one of the issues she put up on the screen. And that is the deviations. We get what the deviations reporting, I should say. We get what the division is trying to do here. They're aiming to align Reg 30 with MACT Quad Y, which does include deviation reporting. We don't object to that alignment conceptually, but as drafted, the rule sweeps just a little bit more broadly, and it would extend that deviation reporting to all turbines subject to the rule and not those just complying with MACT Quad Y. And so the Reg Alt, that bottom text there, just has a simple narrowing edit to make sure we are aligning with the federal program, which is what we heard the division say they're intending to do, which we believe is their intent. This last slide is really to cover clerical errors. This one is just housekeeping, but it matters. And I think the division did capture most of these, especially I think they did get the first 2. I think I just want to flag for both the division and the commission staff that when we transitioned Reg 26 into Reg 30, there were some changes of cross-references, historic ones to still Reg 26. So we'll just ask that we take care as we're reviewing the final rule to make sure we can prevent some headaches on those cross-references. Bottom line is we think these changes will help ensure the rule works better and works well in practice. And we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Commissioner questions? Commissioner Blankenship.
Okay. For presentation, you asserted that there would be no delay in compliance if the applicability date is pushed back to June 2027. Can you kind of walk me through that, please?
Yeah, we can do that. And Clay, feel free to jump in if you want. So existing sources are all subject to their federal NSPS and federal NESHAP. So we're not missing any applicability there. And then with respect to the tuning, the division's proposal for existing would also start in 2027, and we would have that same requirement in 2027 under even this shifted applicability determination. The one potential, we'll call it a gap, call it what you will, is from September, the applicability date for new and modified sources from September to January. There would be a window within which new sources could be permitted but they would be existing sources, right? So they would get pulled into NSPS and NESHAP, but they would not get pulled into the higher CO limit. So it's a very, very small window of potential space there. And Clay, if I said any of that wrong, correct me.
So would you be, if the division or the commission were willing to consider the extension, would you be, how would you propose then we fill that gap so that there is, I mean, when you say no delay in compliance, no means no to me. So I would feel compelled, or at least to look at filling any gaps that might exist
And I think.
or be created.
Yep, and I think it is so small, and the way we're thinking about this is similar to, one of the questions Commissioner Reeder asked, which is, this is if you look at the cost effectiveness of this rule, it's exceptionally high compared to the rules we regularly implement. So we are getting some incremental reductions, and that 4-month gap is not sort of the game changer, if you will, as we shift into the program that would be the full PTAC program here in Colorado.
I guess I would also offer on that, in that gap, you're not going to be looking at thousands of permits being issued by the division that would create, an appreciable issue. And that's just the fact, the pace of the permitting process these days.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
Same slide, help me with trying to keep up with changes people are proposing. This slide says the division proposes June 26th.
Yeah.
I thought the division proposed to slip that back to September. Am I confused about what the division said?
I believe, so the division proposed to shift to September for the applicability, but the TAC reporting would be based on 23, 24, and 25 TAC reports, and the 25 TAC report is submitted June 30th of this year, which I believe is what we are intending to say there.
This slide says applicability dates, division proposes June 2026, and that's the point of my confusion.
And I can take credit for that confusion. I think the division did shift it to September. And I think that my slides
Okay.
out of date with the FRP. No, I appreciate that flag. Thank you.
And then a follow-up question regarding the implications of the delay. So there's no delay in compliance, but does the division's ability to have oversight get delayed if this date is changed?
In terms of enforcement.
Under the MACT program that they're complying with already, that's a federal program, versus shifting it to the state authority under the PTAC program. Does that have any implications?
I think it's certainly something to consider, and it's a great question. I think it's just such a microcosm of potential opportunity that in that space. And the way I think about that is a lot of these obligations, these are larger sources, right? 4,000 pounds per year are also rolled up into permits, and those permits are enforceable by the state, right? So I think it would be a really small universe of sources in this very small window that might not have state level enforceability. But even then, I think when you're looking at reductions on the ground, folks are doing it, and then it's an even smaller space where there might be a compliance gap, right? So it's so narrow that it doesn't, for me, the difficulties of an applicability assessment on out-of-date data don't balance out to the response to those types of narrow concerns that could exist theoretically.
I would also add, hearing your question, Commissioner Milford, if you are asking about existing sources, the division's existing enforcement authority for sources already subject to NSPS and MACT standards continues. They have it as we speak now. And then to the extent there were a permit issued from one of these, call it a gap source for lack of a better term, they would have that permit enforcement authority as well. Just the standards would be not these PTAC standards per se, just to be very transparent about that.
Commissioner Reeder?
With regard to this My understanding was for existing sources, you're allowed kind of a one-time emission calculation update, which was to let folks use the new TAC reporting things if they wanted to do a look back. Am I incorrect on that, or?
I think,
Can they do that?
I think there's several different opportunities and different ways one can submit under the division's proposal, which on its own is challenging, right? You can either do an average, you can take your highest of the three, or you can recalculate your historic emissions and resubmit it to the division. Assumedly, those new set of calculations has to undergo review, right? And some sort of assessment. All of that is just so much more work than the 2026 PTAC, which you all put into TAC reporting, I should say, which you all worked hard to adopt, figure out what are the right methodologies, how do we do this, how do we get the best data? We just asked for this to sequentially go through the process that I think statute was intending, right? Identify the pollutants, require the reporting, implement the emissions thresholds, and that's what we're aiming to stage through.
And to your point, Commissioner Reader, there's a one-time opportunity to do a correction. Say if you know your actual emissions are lower, you can do that under either scenario. It's a question of what data methodologies do you use? You use the rules that this commission get, the most recent good information, or maybe something slightly, dated.
And if I may just add to that, Clay Taylor, for the record, it's also, we'll adopt these rules hopefully by tomorrow. They'll be effective in June, and operators would be required under the deadline proposed by the division to complete those updates for 3 years of emissions reporting, or I'm sorry, 2, and then perhaps amend their 2026 reporting before that's due in June of this year, all by September 1st of this year, in addition to all of the other existing reporting requirements that are, operators have to comply with.
And I probably should have thought of this earlier, but I think that's where my mind went with the June 2026, right? Because that's the effective date, if you will, and that trips triggers to get into your applicability analyses and assessments. In addition, let's also think about in this context, there's a dual trigger, right? So you have your location-based analysis. We don't yet have our sort of scope and window of what folks are going to reference for that location-based assessment, which the division has committed to provide.
Well, a follow-up, when you say no delay in compliance. What I hear you saying is they're already complying with the MAC 1Y policy standards as applicable. And the exception of maybe this small gap for new sources, there's no extra emissions. But it is a delay, but isn't it a delay in compliance if PTAC compliance date is 6 months later, you're compliant with the PTAC rules 6 months later?
I think the physical reductions, right? The thing we're asking to happen in Colorado is, and I hear you on the strong language, no delay in compliance. So appreciate that feedback. For existing sources, we're going to continue to do that in the same way as the division's proposal. There's this very small window with the new or modified that is really what's before the commission, and waiting this complexity of an applicability threshold or sort of a clean approach based on the best data available, and which is more consistent with any other threshold rule we have. Take your tanks at, 2 tons per year, right? It's on the best, most current on-air data that that is reported. Excuse me.
And if I may, following on Gutierrez's response, operators would be required to comply with existing federal rules that apply to them under this proposal. In addition, under the division's proposal, the first year that the important tuning and adjustment requirements, which or another control measure under the proposal would be applicable, is next year. And we're not changing that. So still next year, that tuning and adjustment for those existing turbines and engines would occur. So continue complying with the existing regulations, and then on the same schedule the division proposes, do tuning and adjustment next year.
So Ms. Gutierrez, you referenced in your testimony about having been before the commission a number of times over the years. As I sit here, we're looking on April 16th, basically 4.5 months until the compliance date. Do you have a perspective from your experience of whether that is faster than normal, about normal, or slower than normal in terms of a gap between adoption and applicability dates?
For a June, if it was at a June effective date? I'm sorry.
I'm going from September. If we pass a rule
Oh.
tomorrow on April 17th, it would be May, June, July, August, 4.5 months normally.
It's a good question, and I wanna maybe take it back to do some diligence on the different types of rules, and we could come back and rebuttal on that piece. But I think it has historically depended upon whether the data were available, right? So it's a hard comparison where we might have had criteria pollutant reporting for a long time, and then we implement emission standards, the data is already there. So you know it, even if it's by June or by September, it's already available. This is just a little bit of an anomaly, if you will, in terms of sequence. And so we're trying to align all of it, stay consistent with the commission's approach, and just use that best data.
So as was stated, we can come back on that, but I would say it's rule specific. So I can think of instances, say for the midstream fuel combustion emission rule, really compliance with that rule is 5 years out,
Yeah.
2030, right? You're talking about 4 months, 4-month difference here. There are other rules where I can think they're not coming top of mind, but they're very quickly after adoption, right? So it's rule specific. It's a good question, but I think that's what it boils down to.
My last question, you didn't really speak to the 1,000-foot versus 1 mile very much, other than to note it. I assume that's going to be covered in other testimony.
So Jay-Wig's going to get into that in more detail. But you did ask a question earlier about the GEM, the GEM notification requirements, and those are engagement requirements with the community. They're not substantive emission control requirements, and that's really the distinction. The 1,000-foot is levering off of known Reg 7 LDAR requirements, and 1,000 feet where a substantive emission control benefit was determined. So we see those as being very different.
And from our client's perspective, I think the thing to, as you're considering the 1,000-foot versus the mile, I would ask maybe considering the impact of the 1,000-foot when you're looking at it against DIC versus cancer risk, right? With DIC, these are really, we had this conversation, the census blocks are of a variety of range. But what is really important is, especially when you get into Western Colorado, they're massive. So then you're extending those even further. Whereas when you get census blocks in Denver, you have this appropriate, here's your census block, and then you have your 1,000 feet. So it puts some parameters around something that's already quite broad in and of its own definition. So just something to consider as you're doodling that one.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Commissioner Milford.
I just want to follow up on the criteria question. Can you tell us what the number of turbines and engines that would be subject, I guess just in the midstream, that would be subject to the PTAC requirements under the 1 mile boundary versus the 1,000-foot boundary?
We don't have that data at our fingertips right now. It's something
Estimate?
I don't have.
More than not.
Don't have a rough estimate.
I think I would say most of them, we're talking large facilities, right, in the midstream segment. So I think most of them are falling into the rule.
Would follow under the rule, so.
Yes.
But just to clarify that point, they would fall into the rule, but to the extent there are engines and turbines at major sources, and these midstream natural gas processing plants and compressor stations are major sources. Again, they're already complying with the federal requirements. So they're out there. They tend to be concentrated in the Weld County area, although there are West Slope sources as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would say
I might follow up with the division as well, because they might have the more precise numbers.
Yep, and we can do some asking and come back to you on that. But I think that 1,000-foot really matters particularly in western Colorado. I think when you get to the DJ Basin, most, if not all of those sources are likely in.
I'm not sure I follow you on that point, but.
Okay.
Commissioner Blankenship.
In respect to the 1,000 foot versus a mile, if the census block was not used as a basis and you simply used a pure 1 mile radius, would that then alleviate your concern?
From the facility,
Yes.
I don't know if we've done that. Oh, and you would look at occupied area within 1 mile of the facility is your,
We would utilize the same criteria, but instead of saying, right now, the way I understand it, if the 1 mile radius clips a census block and that census block triggers compliance, then you would have to comply, even if the DI or the occupied area is beyond a mile radius.
and I think the challenge that we've been balancing, both us and the division, is we want to respect the DIC and we want to acknowledge it and draft rules for it. So we have I think we're at a place in this drafting and AQCC's rules, we have to have something that addresses DIC explicitly. So by just having proximity without referencing DIC doesn't give that sort of recognition of.
No, I would.
I'm missing your point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, my point would be is that you would draw a 1 mile radius from the facility, and if the DIC or the occupied, not changing the criteria anyway, but changing the basis of how it's determined. Because as I understand it right now, if we were draw a 1 mile radius and say it's in western Colorado and it clips a census block that maybe the DIC or the occupied area may be miles beyond that because it clipped that census block, then that would push the facility into having to comply with those regulations.
I don't think we can answer that question right now, and we can take it back and look at it, but it strikes me as potentially broadening the rule. That's my gut on that right now. But let us think about that.
Okay.
Yeah. And I will just offer, I'm all about sort of creative opportunities. So love the off the cuff brainstorming. We'll take it back and think about it.
Just seems like to me a kind of well, that's not a question. I'm in trouble. Thank you. Yeah, I could feel you. Yeah, thank you for answering my.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll take that back for sure.
And no more questions for the companies? Okay, thank you very much. Does the JWIG have all their witnesses? Okay, you can come up.
Oh, sorry, I get it.
And I was gonna ask for the parties that don't have direct slides, and the first one would have been Amrise Cement. If you're online or in the room, they are there. Okay, thank you.
Right. Can you ask the parties if they have revised slides in the last couple of days to tell us?
Okay.
Because I downloaded slides and going.
Yeah, so the request from Commissioner Milford was if any of the parties have revised slides from the last few days, just let us know that when you get up to the table, just so we make sure. I think they're all in the folders correctly, but just that notation of, yes, these were revised recently. I mean, the opportunity was offered. So just let us know that when you get up to present. Okay.
Thank you. This will be quick. I'm Kathleen Pritchard, an attorney at Wellborn Sullivan. I'm here on behalf of Amrise Cement. I just wanted to get up here to let you guys know Amrise supports the division's removal of the catch-all reporting provision, which is now in section 3F. That would apply to the non-categorical sources. And we would just like to reserve the remainder of the time for rebuttal to address any issues that arise. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now the JWIG.
Dissipations.
Yeah, just presentation. Just so that we did submit revised slides. So, okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Corey Lim, attorney at Williams, Lewis, Pepple and Ferguson, representing the American Petroleum Institute Colorado, or API Colorado. I'll be kicking off the direct presentation of the Joint Industry Work Group, or the JWIG. You're going to hear a lot of acronyms today. The JWIG is comprised of API Colorado, the Colorado Oil and Gas Association, or COGA, and their members. Other JWIG witnesses will provide testimony today and introduce themselves as we go along. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide context for this rulemaking, highlight the JWIG's priorities, address any outstanding issues, and request action from this commission. Today's rulemaking is born out of the statutory requirements of House Bill 22-1244, which establishes the state's air toxics program. Starting in 2024, certain sources were required to submit annual TAC reports pursuant to division guidance. The bill directs the commission to, by the end of April 2025, adopt TAC reporting rules to address informational gaps in previous reporting. These new TAC reporting rules significantly differ from the previous reporting structure. They include de minimis reporting thresholds, require reporting at an activity and an equipment level, and establish exemptions. In that rulemaking, the commission determined that reports under the new rules should generally begin June 30th, 2027 for calendar year 2026 emissions. The commission intentionally adopted this later effective date to accommodate necessary updates to reporting systems like OnGAIR and give the division time to develop and issue guidance and training to implement these new rules. The bill also directs the commission to, by the end of April 2026, adopt PTAC control regulations for the 5 PTACs the commission adopted back in January 2025. And that's why we're here today. The bill sequencing addresses and indicates that the soon-to-be refined TAC reports are intended to address informational gaps from prior reports and inform these PTAC control regulations. Before we jump into our priorities, we'd like to start with a few acknowledgements. This is the first time the commission has adopted PTAC control emission regulations, so these rules should be targeted and workable now. There will be opportunities to fine-tune these rules in the future as the state's air toxics program matures and becomes better informed with more reporting and monitoring data. Second, we'd like to just acknowledge and appreciate the division's cooperation and incorporation of our feedback into the final rule proposal, or FRP. And up until today, we thank the division and look forward to their continued collaboration. Lastly, we're really excited to highlight that several parties to this rulemaking, referred to as the Regulated Entity Group, or REG, work together to submit an alternate proposal. This alternate proposal proposes critical revisions and clarifications to streamline and facilitate rule implementation for both the division and regulated entities. Our direct testimony features some of our proposed red lines. We also submitted an appendix slide deck of red lines for the commission's reference. This appendix will be updated for you all in rebuttal to reflect the division's most recent changes. As you've seen, the final rule proposal and our alternate proposal contain quite a bit of color. So just as a reminder, the red text shows the division's proposed language, and all of the highlighted text shows the division's proposed language throughout the different stages of this rulemaking. And we'll add a few more colors to this later on.
The blue unhighlighted text shows the regulated entity group's alternate proposal. The REG alternate proposal reflects the JWIG's goals and priorities for this rulemaking, including alignment with the most recent TAC reporting rules, ensuring applicability is focused on receptors and risks, adopting technically and economically feasible rules, and streamlining requirements to reduce administrative and regulatory burdens. We are excited to announce we only have 6 issues today to raise before the commission, primarily related to applicability and clarifying revisions. And now I'm going to turn it over to Clay Taylor and Sarah Chase to discuss applicability and timing.
Thank you, Corey. I'm Clay Taylor with Williams, Weiss, Peppel and Ferguson. I'm going to cover the provisions that relate to applicability and timing of the PTAC control requirements. We've spent a lot of time discussing these issues. Sorry, got ahead of slide. We spent a lot of time discussing these issues with the division and other parties, and the JWIG joined with the regulated entity group in its alternate proposal, which I'll just call the reg proposal, that proposes changes to applicability and compliance timing provisions in the division's proposal. Applicability and compliance deadlines are fundamental to any rule, and they should be easy to understand. And the regs approach we think is simple. It aligns applicability with the TAC reporting rules that will apply for the first time next year and cover this year's emissions. And it also avoids relying on old TAC data that was reported under the prior rule. The first issue I want to cover is one of the most critical clarifications within the applicability requirements is the companies described when the division moved requirements from Reg 26 into Reg 30, it inadvertently dropped the 4,000 pound per year formaldehyde emissions threshold for new and modified facilities. So this would be a huge departure from the division's prior proposals and would not be supported by the final EIA. The division clearly states its intent in the SBAP that all types of stationary sources would have an emissions applicability threshold. We discussed this issue with the division and we worked out a fix that the division included on slides 79 and 82 of its appendix in its presentation. I think it's important to note that the final rule proposal, the one that was filed 2 weeks ago, last week, it does not contain that language. So it would require pulling that language into the proposal and that language being on those slides 79 and 82. In addition, we discussed with the division that the engine and turbine inspection and adjustment requirements would only apply at those stationary sources that are above that emissions threshold. The division confirmed that's their intent, that those requirements would only apply to turbines and engines that would be over the emission threshold. Again, that language is on 79 and 82 of the division slide deck. And we've also included it here just for reference. I'll next cover the applicability issue or applicability dates in the proposal. And as the division noted in its presentation, the applicability depends on 2 things: the date the sources or the equipment are constructed, modified, or reconstructed, and then also the sources' site-wide TAC emissions and their location. Maybe that's 3 things. So the date of construction, modification, or reconstruction determines whether a stationary source or equipment is existing or whether it's new, modified, or reconstructed. So construction that occurs before that date makes the stationary source existing. If it happens after that date, it would be new, modified, or reconstructed. The reg proposal, as we discussed at length already in the company's proposal or presentation, is to move that date from September 1 to January 1, 2027. Again, we think this is simple. It provides the operators and the division additional lead time to prepare for the new requirements. And that lead time matters. Operators plan their projects years or months or even years in advance. And for each project, operators have to get construction permits and order equipment, and those all have long lead times. This additional 4 months that the reg requests would give operators time to adjust their current plans to comply with these rules. And importantly, it also gives the division time to incorporate these new requirements into permits that are in the processing phase that are in current draft, and will give the division time to incorporate those requirements too. The next issue I want to cover is which emission reports determine applicability for existing sources. We agree that it should be based on past actual emissions. A year ago, as we've discussed, the commission updated the TAC reporting rules to fill prior informational gaps and identify priority TACs. Those updates, again, are going to apply for the first time in reports submitted next year for this year's emissions. Under the division's proposal, we would be using old reports and old methods. Or in the alternative, operators can scramble to undertake efforts over the next few months to redo and resubmit all their reports, which the division will then need to review. To us, that seems complicated and unnecessary. The regs approach is straightforward. Just use the TAC reports that are going to be submitted under the most current reporting rules. And under our approach, the TAC report that's due in June 30th, 2027, and the compliance date would be, we would base the applicability on TAC reports due June 30th next year, and then the compliance for the existing sources would begin in 2027. Sarah's going to cover the details for Ms. Chase, but this approach, as we explained earlier, would not see a delay in implementation for existing sources, and it utilizes more reliable emissions information. And I'll now turn it over to Sarah Chase to cover these additional details.
Thank you, Clay. So my name is Sarah Chase with Potential Energy Consulting. I'm here to spend a few minutes today talking to you about some of these applicability details, which I hope will answer some of the questions you just had for the companies, and happy to address those questions again. So a real brief note, again, all the colors on this slide. Black on this slide is existing rules. This represents the reporting requirements under the TAC reporting that is already on AQCC rules. The red represents the APCD's FRP proposal, and the blue is the REG's alternate proposal. To be able to show you the details in the shorter timeline of the REG alternate proposal, I'll just note that that arrow is extended. So the timeline from one dot to the other is less than you might see in the arrow above. So I want to start with the black on this slide, which walks us through the data used to determine applicability. The division's FRP uses the 2023 through 2025 emissions reported under House Bill 221244. As is often the case, and the division has seen in their experience implementing ONGAR, the first year of many reporting programs often has lots of kinks to work out. In fact, the division has updated their 2023 TAC inventory numerous times, reflecting new information and updates from reporters. Also in 2023, I'll note that upstream operators are submitting these via ONGAR. ONGAR includes many sources that are not included or not required to be included in the TAC reports. Therefore, for, again, many of the upstream sources, the 2023 data could be an overestimate of this rule. The division's FRP then uses either a maximum or an average of these calendar year 2023, 2024, and 2025 emissions, for the last of which reporting is underway and will be reported later this year. We saw already in this rulemaking that between the initial proposal and the FRP, many operators have corrected their emissions for 2023 or 2024. Resulting in a decrease of approximately 40 facilities listed in the division's technical support documents. I'll note that those technical support documents have some location information as well. The 2023 through 2025 calendar year are also reported via the statute, and many do not benefit from the exemptions, the de minimis thresholds, and other updates in the TAC reporting program. The division did publish guidance allowing operators to submit 2024 or 2025 reports utilizing these exemptions, thresholds, and updated TAC lists. However, I'll note for the calendar year 2024 that was reported in June of 2025, there was just over 2 months between the finalization of those TAC reports and when these were due. So it's hard to say how many folks did implement these changes under this guidance for the 2024 calendar year. The JRIG then, the REG, I thought I caught all those, in the blue proposes to use just the calendar year 2026 reports, which are due in June of 2027. Most sources are already undergoing adjustments to their internal reporting processes to report these calendar year 2026 emissions in accordance with the new program. Therefore, more reliable and more accurate actual emissions data. Some key differences between these approaches to emissions evaluations. First, the division's FRP requires operators to evaluate and potentially resubmit 3 years worth of data. Some of these sources, 3 years worth of data for the sources that they've already identified in their technical support documents. We can make an assumption that for the sources that only reported in 2025, so these are sources that would have been new and not had 2023 or 2024 emissions. Owners and operators are likely following this rulemaking closely and hopefully making adjustments. However, that's not a guarantee. The REG alternate proposal utilizes this first report under the new rules, which already integrates, again, these de minimis thresholds, exemptions, and more accurate reflection of actual emissions. Another difference is the division's FRP has two emissions reporting deadlines. First is June 30th, 2026, where the calendar year 2025 emissions are reported. Again, that is an existing deadline. It adds then the September 1st, 2026 deadline, which is new. The REG alternate, however, combines that into the first June reporting deadline under the new rules of June 30th, 2026. So instead of managing those two deadlines with two different times where information might be achieved or submitted, is narrowing it into one. The division has stated that this approach lets them know the universe of sources that are subject to this rule. However, with the yet to be submitted 2025 reports and the potential updates to 2022 and 2023, these sources can change emissions, and they don't really know what it is until we have the benefit of these updates. So why not utilize the more accurate data and more refined data in the 2026 reports? The division, however, did use this 2023 and 2024 data to allow them to approximate the number of sources for the purposes of policy making for this proposal. We agree that that is a good use of this data. However, when it comes to applicability, why not utilize the more accurate and more recent information? That was a lot of time talking about just the calculation approaches, and I think that highlights just how complex this approach really is. The REG approaches is more streamlined with the other AQCC rules that have been adopted, with thresholds based on actual emissions that might not be known at the time of this rulemaking. This was done for leak detection and repair, tank controls, well liquid, have been others. And the REG's approach benefits from the TAC reporting regulatory programs already underway, and again, more reliable emission information. Finally, regarding emissions, while this slide covers the determination for existing sources, I'll briefly note that there is a March 1st deadline hanging out there for new sources when reporting certain differences between the forecasted actual and the reporting. You'll see lots of changes to dates throughout the REG's red lines. One of these also changes this again to align with those regular June 30th updates. Now I'll move on to non-calculation based. The division's FRP uses September 1st, 2026 as the demarcation date for existing and new and more modified sources, and the REG's uses January 1st, 2027. So the impact of this difference, and I think this was part of the conversation with questions before, is for new sources that commence construction between September 1st, 2026 and January 1st, 2027 in this 4-month window. This is a small portion of the engines that will be applicable to this rule. This change does not delay the implementation date for existing sources. Again, this was covered. They're still subject to the engine and turbine tuning requirements that are completed in calendar year 2026, and they are still subject to their associated NSPS or MACT requirements. Part of the benefit, and a good benefit, to move this to align with the calendar year reporting is the efficiency. Many parts of this rule are based on calendar year emissions. As we mentioned, even forecasts that are based on calendar year emissions. So a cutoff date that is also consistent with a calendar year makes a whole lot of sense. Moving on to the final difference is the applicability date. In the division's FRP, the applicability date is the same as the demarcation date. For newer modified sources, that means that applicability or this immediate applicability is not necessarily an issue, as the sources are subject when they begin operation, which likely will not be on the same day. However, for existing sources, this means that they have to immediately complete specifically the applicability determinations. I'll note again that it's still the engine and turbine tuning requirements. There's no change. The REG's proposal still has them required in the 2027 calendar year. Moving this date simply aligns the reporting and gives operators time to complete the location assessments. To sum up, a lot of information that I just rattled out of my mouth and is on this slide. I'll move on to the next, which is a summary. I'll emphasize again that the REG proposal does not propose to delay the implementation of this rules. It takes advantage of the existing regulatory deadlines, it simplifies the process for both the division and the operators, and it ensures that applicability is based on more reliable reported emissions data. Finally, moving these dates into 2027 is allowable under the statute and is up to you, the commission, to determine the appropriate date.
To recap, the JWIC has 4 requests for the timing and applicability provisions. The first is that the commission adopt a January 1st, 2027 applicability demarcation date. The second is for existing source applicability determinations. The JWIC is asking the commission to adopt a June 30, 2027 deadline. Third, for the existing source compliance deadline, the JWIC asks that the commission adopt a July 1st, 2027 deadline, which would align with the determination deadline for those existing sources. And fourth, the JWIC asked the commission to revise the actual emissions definition to align with the regs proposal that would align existing source applicability with the new TAC reporting rules. On this slide, you can see the red line changes that we're proposing that get to each one of those. I'll turn it back over to Corey now.
Thanks, Clay. Our second issue is related to the division's proposed location-based criteria. To be clear, the JWIC strongly supports the concept of a location-based criteria. We agree with the division that location-based criteria are necessary to narrow applicability to a reasonable number of sources and to focus on sources located near people. The JWIC is concerned that the division's proposed proximity buffer of 1 mile is too expansive, particularly when considering the conservatisms and limitations of air tox screen and the goal of focusing on receptors. The JWIC also disagrees with the division limiting the applicability of these location-based criteria to just existing and modified stationary sources. To holistically effectuate the goals of this criteria, these criteria should also apply to new stationary sources. I also note for the commission that sitting with me right behind or next to me is Dr. Uni Blake, Director of Environmental Health and Community Engagement for API Colorado. Dr. Blake was appointed to CDPHE's Environmental Justice Action Task Force and has over 20 years of experience in exposure assessments, human health and risk assessments, and chemical and toxicological regulatory compliance. We encourage the commission to please ask her questions regarding the buffer used for this location-based criteria. So as you heard, the division proposes 2 location-based criteria. One, whether the source is located within 1 mile of an occupied area that's also located within a DI community, or 2, whether the source is located within 1 mile of a PTAC cancer risk area. Our concern is that this 1 mile radius does not sufficiently narrow applicability to potentially exposed populations referred to as receptors. DI communities cover a significant portion of the state, including unpopulated areas where little to no receptors may be located. And the division's proposed application of air tox screen, the program used to inform the cancer risk areas, renders this 1 mile buffer unnecessarily redundant. The air tox screen is a conservative and limited screening tool rather than a receptor-specific tool. The JWIC, as part of the REG, proposes to use 1,000 feet instead. 1,000 feet is consistent with programs more comparable to an emission control regulatory program, such as the Reg 7 LDAR monitoring requirements. And it's also a conservative buffer when considering that the proposed emissions thresholds in this rule were derived from the New Jersey program that used a receptor distance of about 650 feet. We believe that 1,000 feet is more appropriate to facilitate the intended goal of narrowing applicability to these receptors. And now I will turn it back over to Clay. These are 2 requests here. And again, you'll see our red lines here and on our appendix slides.
Thank you, Corey. I'll next cover the forecasted actual emissions concept. Under the division's proposal, forecasted actual emissions would be used to determine the applicability for new and modified sources. The JWIC supports use of forecasted actual emissions for that purpose. It's a critical component of the proposal for sources like EGUs that typically operate with emissions lower than their PTE. And I believe the CUC is going to cover this in much more detail. In contrast, many of the JWIC members operate with emissions that are much closer to their PTE, and they prefer to use the more conservative potential to emit for forecasted actual emissions. Because calculating forecasted actual emissions is more complicated than PTE, the JWIC discussed with the division whether operators could use PTE in place of forecasted actuals. The division agreed that's appropriate, and we worked out agreeable SBAP language with them to address that issue. And the division included that language on slide 88 of its presentation. For reference, that language is on this slide as well. Turn it back over to Corey.
Sorry for the whiplash. The division introduced new record keeping and reporting language for the first time in its final rule proposal. As written, the JWIG had a lot of concerns that these provisions were unclear, duplicative, and inconsistent with other parts of. We were also concerned that these provisions did not provide enough time for operators to acquire the data necessary to complete these records and reports. We proposed significant red lines to these provisions, as you'll see in our alternate proposal, where it looks like blue ink exploded all over the page. But these revisions are really intended to effectuate what we understood to be the division's intent, remove duplicative or conflicting provisions, streamline and clarify, and provide a feasible time for operators to comply. Here are 6 buckets of requests, but I'll also be happy to announce that several of these issues were resolved in the division's most recent appendix, their second appendix slide filing. The bottom 2, and I believe the second one with the first 12 calendar months issues have been reserved. We are happy to walk you through these red lines, but if not, then we'll skip on over to definition of modification.
Thank you, Corey. And I'll just flag one thing as we were talking about this. The things, again, in the division's appendix are not in its final rule proposal and would need to be pulled from those slides into the final proposal to be adopted. The next issue relates to the definition of modified or modification within the rule. The JWIG's proposing to clarify, as the division believes, that modifications don't include a simple change to an emission factor or a change that's covered under an alternative operating scenario. The emission factor clarification is consistent with the division's proposed SBAP language, and the AOS clarification is consistent with division guidance and current regulation 26 language. We agree with the division that modification should not include these things. For reference, that proposal is on this slide. The next issue relates to the division's proposed engine and turbine formaldehyde control requirements. The companies have already covered the substance of these issues, so I won't spend much time on that. I do just want to say that the JWIG generally supports the division's proposal for these requirements and appreciates the division's willingness to collaborate on these issues that the JWIG and other parties have raised early on in the rulemaking. I'll turn it back over to Corey to close us out.
Thanks, Clay. So to sum it all up, the JWIG requests that the Commission adopt the REG's alternate proposal for regulation number 30. This proposal includes critical revisions and clarifications to streamline and facilitate rule implementation. We also request that this Commission adopt the JWIG's alternate proposal for Reg 24, which the CPA will discuss in detail. Overall, the JWIG's goals are to ensure that these rules are appropriate, clear, and workable, and preserve flexibility for future refinement. We welcome your questions and also direct you to our boneyard of appendix slides, which we will revise for a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner questions? Commissioner Slutsky.
I'm talking about the 1 mile versus 1,000 feet. And I was wondering if you had considered in that weather, excuse me, and how that would affect 1,000 feet is so far from a mile. I'm not sure why there wasn't some talk of some compromise there, but wind especially, how that would affect emissions from source to receptor.
Yeah, my understanding is that I'm not sure if AirTalk screen considers meteorological data. I'm happy to take that back or if you need, off the top of your head. So the 1,000 feet was not specifically requested with weather in mind, but it may be one of the factors and conservatisms that are included in AirTalk screen. I'll let Dr. Blake take it if she has any better info.
I would love to take the idea that I'm a Dr. Blake, but I'm not quite there yet.
She's working there.
But thesis, so I don't want to put that out there and take that from other people. But my response to that would be the near field concentrations, I think, is what's more important. The
the environmental factors that you're talking about, topography and wind and all those other things have a stronger effect the further away you go. So like if you really want to understand or recognize the exposure gradient, you would start with a closer population that's closer to the actual facility. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm not sure it did, but
Sure. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah. This is Kirsten Durham with Williams, and I do air quality. So from a modeling component, when we have looked at models, the further away you go, the more dispersion there is, so the less exposure. And that's consistent with air modeling in general. Unless you have a very consistent wind direction that's always in that direction, always at that speed, you're going to have significant dispersion. So we see closer to the facility, definitely more impacts the further away you go. There's, those basically go away. And we've modeled air toxics in other states because other states do require it. And we have seen that consistently.
that would include like early morning inversions, which are probably more constant than wind.
So depending on the averaging time that's required by the modeling, it's going to take those meteorological conditions for that site. Whenever we have to model a site, it takes meteorological conditions for that site and looks at, either the year or the hour or whatever. So if it's hourly modeling, it would take whatever, however that averages out to the worst case hours. And does that dispersion, if it's, if you're looking at over a long period of time, it's going to take the entire windrows and average what those receptors are receiving over what that windrows provides. So the speed, the direction, I don't know how inversions are really taken into an air model, but the assumption is that would be an inversion would have calm winds. So you wouldn't get much dispersion away from the facility, or it would stay within a certain proximity.
And if I may add to that, again, and this came up earlier, this is a rule related to chronic exposure rather than acute. And I think the things that you're raising are short-term effects, like an inversion that would be early in the morning, wouldn't be a chronic exposure. It wouldn't happen every day necessarily.
Okay, well, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood your position on everything. I understood issues 1 and 2. I thought those were pretty clear. Issue 3 has been resolved, so that's no longer anything we need.
Right.
Issue 4 is partially resolved. You got 2 left. Issue 5 on the definition of modification. If you go back to the definition of modification, and I don't have the slide in front of me, but does it imply that emission factor change or anything does constitute a modification, or is that sort of generally understood in air quality practice that emission factor change is not a modification?
To answer that, it is something that has come up in enforcement, I will say, and it is an issue that we think is clear. That does not an emission factor change. It's not a change in the method of operation of a source. It's a change on how you calculate its emissions. So nothing happens in reality. It's all on paper. So we believe it's clear, but we feel that making it clear in this rule would be helpful. I will note it is the division's SBAP language on this is clear. It seems we're all on the same page. So it's an issue that we agree it should not be considered a modification.
And 6 has been resolved. That, as I understood successfully. I'm a little. I want to be clear. You referenced several times. This is how a division, the division's FRP. I'm now working off the errata that was distributed to this day. So I guess I want to be clear, were most of those things that you referenced?
Commissioner Reader, no, yeah, I know, maybe borrow Commissioner Rudolph's microphone. Sorry, I'm not.
Does
Are they already incorporated in the divisions at RADA on Tuesday, I guess is really my question on a lot of those.
They're not, which is why I keep harping on that. So the errata does not include.
Divisions 30 slides or whatever at the back. Incorporate that, and those are not in the RADA.
That's correct, and appreciate the question.
Commissioner Milford.
So the definition of modified or modification, I apologize for this, but I'm not really sure what you're talking about when you talk about alternative operating scenario. That sounds like modified operations, which would be a modification, but somehow it's not. So could you explain?
Sure. Under longstanding guidance and permitting requirements for the division, if you, what often happens is that engines are swapped out with the same engine, basically same make, same model. In that case, the view is that you're not changing the emission rate, you're just changing the equipment. And in that case, the swap out doesn't constitute a modification.
And that's what an alternative operating scenario is.
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you. I see a lot of, or a few areas where you specify spark ignition.
Yes.
Do you not use compression?
So compression ignition is something that since the outset, I believe with this rule, the division has not included those. So we want to be clear because a compression ignition engine is also an internal combustion internal combustion engine. Thank you. This rule was targeted at spark ignition engines. And compression ignition engines have federal requirements as well under both the NESHAP and the NSPS.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sewell and then Rudolph.
Question on your slide 19. I think the second bullet down. What are the implications of your bullet point there about New Jersey's program? Their emission thresholds are based on 650 feet.
Sure, yeah. So the 4,000 pound per year threshold for formaldehyde that's being proposed today, which we agree with, that threshold was pulled from New Jersey's SOTA program, state-of-the-art program. And our understanding, based on the technical support documents provided from the division, was that that program used a receptor distance of about 200 meters, 650 feet to develop that threshold. So I think the main takeaway from that point is that if we want to be consistent with the development of that threshold and not have such a patchwork of different compliance regulations pulling from different programs in a way that may seem inconsistent or conflicting with each other, then 1,000 feet would be a more conservative approach than what was already provided.
I'll also add that New Jersey's emission threshold is based on the engine. It is not based on the facility or source-wide emissions. So I think the point is there's some conservatism at 2,000 feet, which they evaluated as sufficient. So 1,000 should be as well.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. And at the risk of, back to slide 13. I gotta go back to 13. I want to make sure I understand the compliance, basically the ultimate compliance date. So under the division's now proposal, September 1st of 2026, which is the 4.5 months away. It's the date for determining whether a source is existing or modified and determining the location analysis, whether they're in or out. For purposes of determining when compliance is required for the requirements in this regulation. Under your proposal, you are suggesting the determination of existing new or modified sources is January 1st. But the actual applicability of these rules for that source aren't determined until June 30th. So isn't it the case that you're basically delaying compliance with the requirements of this particular regulation by 9 months or whatever that is? Is that?
So if I may, I'll take a couple of those requirements one by one, because I think there's some nuance to these dates.
I understand.
Yeah. So, first off, a new or existing source. So, January 1st, is the cutoff for the new and existing. So I'm an existing source before that date, meaning that I'm applicable to the engine and tuning requirements, meaning that I'm applicable to the MACT and NSPS requirements, and meaning that I'm not applicable, somebody here can correct me, to the 0.4 CO. I am already should have been complying with my NSPS and ECHAP, so there's no delay there. I should have been already complying with those. And then we are not changing the engine and tuning requirement, which is to be conducted in the calendar year of 2027. So if somebody knows they're going to be in, they're welcome to do some of those engines and tunings the first half of 2027. However, if a source does not realize or is still on the fence or evaluating whether or not they are within, it means they would know on June 30th that they are applicable to that requirement and would have the rest of the year. So I want to emphasize that with that one specifically, we're not changing that all of these must be done in the calendar year of 2027, which is consistent with the division's proposal. That is the new and existing. What it instead does is just give me time to do that analysis for those facilities that I'm maybe closer to the 4,000 threshold.
Okay.
And if I may, for new and existing, when they start up their commence operations, those rules apply at that time. So it wouldn't, this later compliance date for existing that's not the same for new and modified.
So if that started before June 30th, 2027, it would be applicable on startup.
Be applicable.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
All right, I saw Commissioner Melford's hand first.
Sorry, I think the slide prompts a lot of questions, right? I'm not supposed to. So consequences of the demarcation.
Yes.
And under the division's current proposal, the location requirements don't apply to new sources.
Correct.
So presuming that stays in the rule, if you have a later demarcation date, you would in the end have more engines that are not subject to the rule because they were outside of the location criteria. Is that correct?
That could be correct, yes. I think I want to emphasize something the companies mentioned, and we will, and I did as well, is that we don't imagine the universe of sources that commence construction.
It'll be small. Yeah.
To be small. And so then of those, the ones that are outside of the octoperiod is even smaller.
But just to be clear, that is an issue. Okay.
Commissioner Reader?
I wanted to ask about, under your proposal of using the June 30th, 2027 TAC reports, the division's proposal was look at 23, 24, 25. You're looking at just calendar year 26 for determining applicability then, or are you going back further as well in terms of determining applicability?
We are using just calendar year 2026 unless a source is not subject to reporting under that TAC reporting program, and then it is the most recent data. So that might include APEN data, it might include some of the other data, but yes. And the primary driver for some of that is for the more accurate, more reflective of current state sources, and maybe reflecting a difference between what happened in 2023 that might have been your maximum and what the reality of that source's emissions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship?
Okay. We've already come to the conclusion that if we push back from September 1st to any date, that it does create a gap on newly commissioned or modified units. if we were to consider moving back for other reasons, would there be any opposition to adding language that all units commissioned or modified on or after September 1st shall be considered either new or modified under the new regs? Basically closing that gap.
Yeah. I will say that I think I heard you just say is all operations commission, so I'm going to take that as a started operation. I will say that adds a pretty big complexity to this rule that is based a lot on construction dates and not the commencement of operation date. So I'll use a slightly different terminology there. But I think that there would be additional confusion by doing that because we do have those straddle facilities that maybe commenced construction before, whatever the date is, and commenced operation after. Again, we've not proposed changes to, evaluating those emissions based on the first 12 months. And I also want to be clear that the only gap here is the 0.4 CO threshold. They are still applicable to the engine and tuning. They are still applicable to NESHAP. They are still getting significant emission reductions. They just might have that gap of that emission factor.
Okay, thank you.
Basically, to make it really complicated.
And Commissioner Blankenship, if I could follow up on that, just to make sure I'm understanding. Under what you just suggested, it's essentially a demarcation date of September 1st of this year, which the division proposes, but
For new or modified units.
Right. So we're saying that anything that would commence construction after January 1 or modification, so new or modified, would be subject to the rule. So I think what you're suggesting would be the same demarcation date, but what I wanted to follow up on would be if in that scenario that the TAC reporting date or what we would use as the basis for determining applicability to existing sources would be that 2027 TAC report. Is that what you were thinking or?
No, I was just trying to fill it. I was trying to fill the gap on the new or modified units. And I use the word commission as in operation, and not realizing that wasn't necessarily the trigger in the proposed regulation. So if the proposed regulation was commenced construction, I was not suggesting that we change that. I was not suggesting that we create more confusion or complexity.
Thank you.
If I may be so forward, Commissioner Melford, I have some more information what you struggled to get out of the companies, if I may, on the locations. If you want to ask that question again.
No, I want to go to lunch.
Okay, there.
All right, I did have one question. So we've heard the 1,000-foot distance, we've heard the 1 mile distance. In any of the lead up to the, through the process, was there any talk about trying to align distances with other established setback distances and other programs?
Yeah. Sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
I believe the division had mentioned throughout the discussions with parties also considering 2,000 feet. I don't know. You'd have to ask them about some of the others unless Corey, you're chiming in with more.
Yeah, I believe I'll have to take it back. I believe 2,000 is what ECMC uses. So that was something that was proposed and something that we considered as well. We thought 1,000 feet would just be consistent with the LDAR program. So another type of existing program that we thought was more comparable to an emission control program as opposed to the GEMS cost effectiveness threshold or the Reg 3 notification outreach requirements.
The last thing I'll add is the division's FRP exhibits. Exhibit 3 includes some information on their analysis of location-based criteria, only so far as its distances to disproportionately impacted communities or the census blocks with the cancer threshold. So they do have 1 mile, 2,000 feet, and 1,000 feet in that exhibit.
Okay, thank you. Any cross? Anybody online? Not seeing anything. Okay, think this is a good time for a break, right? So I think we're gonna do lunch. It is 12:10. 45 minutes, good, 1 o'clock? 1 o'clock. We will resume at 1 o'clock.
You, Commissioner Thomas, parties. I just want to give everybody a heads up that there is a decent chance we might start rebuttal today, if possible. And so, let Jeremy and Commissioner Thomas give more information about that, but we don't know if that'll happen yet, but the possibility is not zero. So just sort of putting everybody on notice.
Sorry to call you up.
You're listening. Oh, but.
All right, we're gonna resume direct testimony. Next on the list is Course Tech. They didn't listed no slides, and is there a representative for Course Tech here?
In here, Course Tech is not providing testimony today. They're donating 10 minutes back to the commission.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, next on the list is Suncor Energy. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Is this on? Oh, there we go. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Greg Tan. With me here is Nicole Leon. We are with the law firm Williams, Weiss, Pepple & Ferguson, and we're appearing on behalf of Suncor Energy. Suncor is uniquely impacted by this rulemaking because Suncor is the only entity that would currently be regulated under the proposed benzene emission controls. Suncor's position is that it can agree to the stricter LDAR leak thresholds proposed by the division, as long as the division's phased-in compliance dates are retained. The division's proposal tightens LDAR leak thresholds in a clear, implementable way, as shown. Suncor has agreed to these stricter thresholds as part of the overall benzene control strategy, assuming the phased-in approach is retained. With respect to timing, the proposed compliance date for the revised pump leak threshold is June 14th, 2026. Suncor does not oppose this compliance date as proposed. For non-pump components, the division proposes a 2-year phase-in, an interim 1,000 ppmv VOC leak threshold effective June 30th, 2027, followed by a 500 ppmv VOC leak threshold effective June 30th, 2028. Suncor supports this approach and notes that phase-in periods for regulations imposing new, stricter requirements, such as lower LDAR leak thresholds, are not uncommon and reflects the practical realities of integrating changes in inspection cycles and implementing an increased number of repairs and inspections within the required regulatory timeframe. This approach will address components with the highest leak rates first by finding and repairing components over 1,000 ppmv in year 1, which is anticipated to be a majority of the newly identified leaks. Over 2 years, the benzene emission control strategy will be fully implemented. Slide 7 shows conforming revisions that Suncor agrees with. Suncor also supports JWEG's alternate proposal to make minor corrections to Regulation 24 in 3 places, clarifying that certain new cross-references are state only. As you already heard from the division supports this correction and included it in Appendix A to its slides, though without the brackets shown here. On applicability, we note that the benzene applicability criteria initially proposed by the division were subsequently removed from the proposed rule, which is now streamlined to apply benzene requirements to one source category. In this particular context, where the applicability criteria were used to inform that streamlining decision, and the proposed regulation is related to an LDAR program, Suncor does not oppose the division's approach. More generally, however, Suncor notes that emission thresholds are a commonly used and transparent tool for determining the appropriateness of imposing new emission control requirements. Finally, the division's final EIA presents a cost-effectiveness figure of $570 per pound of benzene reduced, which extrapolates to over $1 million per ton. While Suncor does not oppose the proposed benzene control requirements, Suncor's agreement to the proposal should not be understood as endorsing this cost effectiveness fee. To be clear, Suncor does not agree that this figure represents a cost-effective regulatory program and does not believe that the commission should, in future rulemakings, impose any control requirement on an entity at such a cost effectiveness unless the entity has agreed, as Suncor has here, to the regulatory requirement. For the reasons discussed here, Suncor requests that the commission adopt the division's proposed revisions to Regulation 24 with the associated compliance dates, and also adopt the clarifications proposed in JWIG's Regulation 24 alternate proposal as modified and agreed to by the division and presented in our slide number 8. Suncor also endorses the JWIG's positions and the Joint Regulated Entity Group's Regulation 30 alternate proposal. And we would like to reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal. Thank you, and we're happy to answer them.
Commissioner Milford?
So just to be clear, I think it's your slide 11, the commission should adopt division's proposed revisions to Reg 24. Those are your specific issues and they have been addressed in the final errata. Is that correct?
Yes, the only difference is that on our slide 8, we put brackets around the state only clause, which we feel makes it more clear what that designation relates to. But aside from that, I think we're all in agreement on that change.
No other commissioner questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Any cross? Seeing none? Thank you very much. Okay, next up, we have Liva Nova. Well, slides for direct presentation, but soon there's.
Commissioners, I'll be brief. Thank you. My name is Colin Harris. I'm with the law firm Faegre Drinker in Boulder.
Could you, yeah.
How about now?
The green, yeah, there you go.
Thank you. I'm with the law firm of Faegre Drinker in Boulder, and I just wanted to come up and confirm that, yes, we do have agreement on the final rule proposal that the division has. We want to express our appreciation to the division for listening to our concerns and coming up with a mutually acceptable agreement. I also did want to note that we disagree with the division's interpretation of the presidential proclamation. Fortunately, I don't think you need to decide that issue because we do have agreement, but I just wanted to go on the record with that. And if you have any questions, be happy to take them. Otherwise, I'll give you back time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any cross? Not really. Just formalities. Okay. Next up, we have Colorado Petroleum Association.
1 second, we're trying to figure out the owl just kind of turned off on us.
Oh. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, please proceed.
Oh, just gotta pull up the slides.
Oh.
Sorry. Oops.
All good, Jenny? Yep, okay.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Leon. I'm appearing on behalf of the Colorado Petroleum Association, or CPA, with my colleague Greg Tan. We are with the law firm Williams, Weiss, Pepin, Ferguson. Thank you for the opportunity to provide CPA's direct testimony in this rulemaking on PTAC emission controls. CPA is a Colorado trade association comprised of members in petroleum refining, exploration and production, and transportation, sectors that are critical to bringing energy products to Colorado consumers. CPA's members include a majority of the refiners and terminals that supply the Denver Metro and North Front Range market. Our testimony today is focused on two parts of the package: the division's proposed benzene emission controls in Regulation 24 and the division's final economic impact analysis. On Regulation 24, CPA is aligned with Suncor on the division's final proposed rule addressing benzene emission controls. And we support the minor clarifying corrections included in the Joint Industry Working Groups, or JWIG's, Regulation 24 alternate proposal, with the edits the division presented in Appendix A. To clarify, it's not included in their errata, but it is provided in their Appendix A, and in Suncor's Slide 8. On Regulation 30, CPA supports the Joint Regulated Entity Group's alternate proposal. Overall, CPA shares many of the positions and concerns already presented by Suncor and that we understand and presented by JWIG. So I'll keep our remarks high level. As I mentioned, CPA endorses the position stated by Suncor and the JWIG in this proceeding. However, CPA does want to underscore an issue relating to an important part of the record, the division's final economic impact analysis, or final EIA. The final EIA was filed after parties had submitted position statements, so this is the first opportunity CPA has to comment on it. Of particular concern is the cost effectiveness figure the division calculated for the proposed benzene controls. In the final EIA, the division calculated a cost per pound of benzene reduced using two inputs. One, the estimated cost to comply with the lower LDAR leak thresholds, and two, the estimated benzene emission reductions from implementing those LDAR leak thresholds. The division's resulting cost effectiveness calculation is $570 per pound of benzene reduced, which when translated into tons is approximately $1,140,000 per ton of benzene reduced. CPA cannot speak to the accuracy of the division's calculation and notes that the division itself indicated the difficulties of estimating costs and emissions reductions for this type of program, but CPA has concerns about the figure itself. A cost of over $1 million per ton is not cost effective. For context, in 2014, when EPA was considering the very same LDAR leak definitions for valves and pumps at petroleum refineries, it determined that $14,100 per ton of hazardous air pollutants, or HAP, was not cost effective. To be clear, while EPA was looking at total HAP, not a single pollutant like the division does here, it still found that a cost figure orders of magnitude lower than what's being proposed today simply was not cost effective. CPA has concerns about the precedent the division's figure sets for future emission control regulations. CPA does not endorse the division's cost assessment or agree that its dollars per pound figure demonstrates a cost-effective regulation that could be unilaterally imposed upon a regulated entity over its objections. With that, I'll turn to what CPA is asking the Commission to do. CPA respectfully requests that the Commission take three actions. First, adopt the division's final red lines for Reg 24 addressing benzene emission controls, including the proposed phase-in for the stricter LDAR leak definitions. Second, adopt the JWIG's Reg 24 alternate proposal as modified and supported by the division, with the brackets proposed by Suncor, which provides minor corrections and clarifications to the rule. Third, adopt the Joint Regulated Entity Group's alternate proposal for Reg 30. Thank you again for your time and consideration. CPA's remaining issues relate primarily to positions advanced by other parties. For that reason, we will reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal and cross-examination. We're happy to answer any questions.
Not seeing any questions from the commissioners. Is there any cross-examination? Not seeing any there either. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we have the Colorado Utilities Coalition.
You do this. Good afternoon, commissioners. I guess before we get started, I'll point out the CUC submitted revised slides a couple days ago. So hopefully you already have those, the revised version. I am Julie Rosen with Wellborn Sullivan McIntooley, representing the Colorado Utilities Coalition and its members in this hearing: Colorado Springs Utilities, Platte River Power Authority, Public Service Company of Colorado, and Tri-State Generation and Transmission Association.
And I'm Kathleen Pritchard, attorney at Wellborn and Sullivan, also representing the CUC.
We also have with us Matt Tribby from Platte River Power Authority, who is online and available to answer questions to assist us with the more technical aspects of the combustion turbine rules. The Colorado Utilities Coalition, known as the CUC, is a coalition of electric utilities operating in the state. Each of the CUC members have EGU facilities, power plants, with stationary combustion turbines, which are one of the categorical sources addressed in the proposed rule. When evaluating the proposed rule, the CUC largely focused on two main aspects. So the first being sections of the rule that determine and define when a stationary source and combustion turbines at the source are subject to the rule and what rules specifically apply to them. Second, the CUC focused on the specific requirements relating to combustion turbines. Those will be the two focuses of our presentation today. Throughout the pre-hearing process, there's been a lot of back and forth among stakeholders and the division, as you've heard from others. The CUC was very actively engaged in those discussions. Many of the issues the CUC had originally identified have been resolved, so that's good news. The CUC, in coordination with stakeholders, has especially worked closely with the regulated entity group, the REG group. The CUC joins and supports in the REG alternate proposal. There's a lot of overlap at this point between the REG alternate proposal and the division's final rule. The CUC at this point supports most elements of the division's final rule, along with the errata and the division's Appendix A to its presentation. But there are still important revisions needed that are in the REG alternate proposal that have not yet been picked up by the division. The CUC has also identified two additional red lines that are not in the division's final rule proposal or in the REG alternate proposal, and we will touch on those today. We have slides on them. The CUC supports the REG alternate proposal because it ensures the rules are workable for sources. It clarifies the rules so that source operators can understand it and can figure out what applies to them. And it aligns and streamlines with the existing TAC reporting requirements. We think it is really important to get this rule framework right and ensure it is clear. The REG alternate proposal plus the CUC's additional revisions gets the rule into a workable place, aligns with TAC reporting, and is reasonably clear. Moving into the applicability determination section of the rule, or the applicability criteria, we have a slide here that steps through the applicability determination. Since others have talked a lot about this, I won't go into it, but happy to answer questions. Regarding the emission thresholds, the CUC strongly supports using emission thresholds to determine whether a source is subject to the rule. All parties seem to agree with the concept of using an emission threshold, but some of the details concerning what emissions a source should use to compare to the emissions threshold remain at issue. One of the remaining unresolved issues is which emissions year and emission data should we use to determine whether the source is above the threshold? For example, should we base applicability on prior TAC reports like for 2023 or 2024 or 2025 emissions, which were submitted under the statute and without the benefit of reporting rules governing how emissions should be calculated and reported? Or should we base applicability on the 2026 rules, which will be reported in 2027 TAC report next year, in conformity with the TAC reporting rules when they become effective? The CUC favors the latter, which is in the reg alternate proposal. Another emissions threshold issue that has been discussed a lot in the pre-hearing process, you've heard others touch on this today, is whether to use actual emissions, PTE emissions, forecasted actual emissions to determine whether a source is above the threshold. The CUC has been a very strong advocate for using a source's actual emissions instead of PTE. For new and modified sources, it's a little more complicated. Their applicability will be made before they start operating, so they don't have actual emissions data to draw from to compare to the threshold. So for these new and modified sources, the CUC supports using this concept of forecasted actual emissions. The division's final rule proposal uses forecasted actual emissions. The CUC supports that as modified by the Appendix A. Under the forecasted actual emissions approach, a source compares its expected actual emissions to the emission threshold so that the rule does not artificially pull in sources that have a high PTE, but that typically operate significantly below that PTE. For many sources, PTE overstates emissions. As an example, in the electric utility world, simple cycle turbines used as peaking units at power plants typically operate only at like 10% to 20% capacity factor. Utilizing PTE for these turbines would grossly overestimate emissions, potentially by roughly 10 times. Some parties have raised concerns about whether forecasted actual emissions will be enforceable and what happens if a source expects that will be below the threshold, but once operating, it goes above the threshold. We believe there are safeguards in the rule already that address these concerns. Once a new or modified source commences operations, the division's final rule proposal requires the source compare its actual emissions to its forecasted actual emissions for 5 years. And if the actual emissions exceed the 4,000 pound per year threshold, the source must do two things. It must submit a notification of applicability to this division, and it must comply with the rule. On this slide, we highlight some really important changes that the CUC had requested. These have been incorporated by the division and are reflected in Appendix A. I'm going to pass it over to Kathleen.
So we'll move briefly to the location-based criteria. You've heard other parties testify to this at length today. So I'll just say that the CUC supports the regs proposed revisions to the location-based criteria. From our perspective, this is about directing reductions where they matter most, where there's the greatest potential for exposure. And the regs proposed revisions aligns with the statute by prioritizing reduction in disproportionately impacted communities. This next slide talks about the on-ramp that you heard folks mention earlier. This is really a clarification issue. The division's proposal isn't clear on when sources become subject to the rule, and the regs alternate proposal addresses that gap. It clarifies when sources in certain circumstances become subject to the rule and must comply with the rule. And slide 12 covers also the on-off ramp. So this request is about when a source is no longer subject to the rule. The division's proposal doesn't address this, but the regulated entity's proposal does. If a source reduces emissions below the threshold, it should no longer be subject to the rule. The regs approach adds guardrails to avoid a source swinging in and out of the rule due to fluctuating emissions. So this approach in the regs alternate proposal proposes a look forward to confirm the sources stay below the 4,000 pound year threshold for 5 consecutive years. So the bottom line here is that the regs proposed revisions add certainty and align incentives to reduce emissions.
Now we're going to get into the fun part.
This wasn't fun.
It's going to get more fun. So in this part of our presentation, we are specifically referring to the compliance requirements in the turbine rules. So we're sort of distinguishing between the applicability discussions in the turbine section of the rules and instead focusing on what are the actual compliance and monitoring, record keeping, reporting obligations that turbines have under the rules. There are 2 main takeaways we would like to emphasize for the commission today. One is that the emission control obligation emission control obligations for turbines are pretty expansive in the division's final rule proposal. The rule pulls in essentially all turbines at a stationary source that meets the applicability criteria. This is the case for even for existing turbines and even if your existing turbine is unmodified. The second main takeaway in the turbine rules is the stringency of the requirements. This was discussed by the division earlier. Some parties have suggested the rule does not require sources to do anything more than they are already required to do under federal law. That's not necessarily the case for the combustion turbine category. For example, the proposed Reg 30 applies formaldehyde limits to turbines at major HAP sources and non-major HAP sources. Federal law only applies formaldehyde limits to turbines at major HAP sources. Reg 30 requires annual tuning on any turbine operating at a subject stationary source. Federal law does not impose annual tuning requirements on combustion turbines. The division's final rule proposal resolves almost all of the CUC's key issues regarding combustion turbine compliance requirements, except for two issues that pertain to the monitoring. How do we determine compliance with the emission control requirements? One of these monitoring issues has been resolved this week. That issue is that's the issue that's in section 3D3E6. And the revisions resolving that issue are in the division's Appendix A, slides 85 and 91. The CUC requests the commission adopt these red lines in the Appendix A. The issue in 3D3E5 is still an outstanding issue. Since the first issue is resolved, I will skip over all of our slides describing it, but we welcome questions if anyone is interested. So looking at 3D3E5, this is the biggest remaining issue for the CUC in this hearing. This issue really only came about and came into focus for the CUC recently as the rule has evolved. To help understand this issue, I'll provide just a little bit of background on the turbine monitoring requirements. The monitoring requirements vary depending on the turbine, such as its size and whether or not it is using an oxidation catalyst. As relevant to the CUC's issue, the rules require or allow combustion turbines that are complying with the CO or formaldehyde emission limit by operating an oxidation catalyst to utilize a continuous emissions monitoring system, CEMS, to demonstrate compliance. The CUC does not oppose having to use a CEMS. It's not uncommon for EGU turbines to operate a CEMS. In the particular section at issue, this subsection 5, the rule requires turbine operators to monitor the catalyst inlet temperature and maintain the average of the temperature within the range suggested by the manufacturer. In the division's version, this is required even if the turbine is using a CEMS. The CUC very firmly believes that if a turbine is utilizing a CEMS to demonstrating compliance, it should not also be required to monitor temperature and demonstrate compliance with the temperature range. The CUC proposes to carve out turbines operating a CEMS from this temperature monitoring requirement. There are a number of reasons for the CUC's position. CEMS is the gold standard for monitoring. A CEMS directly measures the pollutant coming out of the stack. I think the division pulled this temperature requirement from the federal NESHAP subpart Quad Y, which is the NESHAP that applies to combustion turbines that are located at a major stationary source of HAPs. But Quad Y requires complying with the temperature range because Quad Y does not require a CEMS. That makes sense because when a CEMS is not utilized, the catalyst temperature is generally considered a reasonable surrogate to ensure compliance between performance tests. But when you're using a CEMS, you do not need temperature for compliance purposes. The CUC
is not aware of a program that requires parametric monitoring requirements when a SEMS is being used. If one exists, we're not aware of it, or it's not come to mind as we've been evaluating this issue. The alternative approach is much more common. CAM plan regulations provide a good analogy. CAM plans are developed to identify parameters, surrogates, operational ranges, and other parametric monitoring to demonstrate compliance. CAM plans are only required for pollutants that a source is not measuring with a SEMS. We have raised this issue with the division in the past few days. Our understanding is that they continue to think that temperature is a useful data point. The CUC, at least like high level, generally agrees that catalyst temperature may be useful to source operators, engineers, and maintenance staff for various purposes. Sources may look at temperature to ensure the catalyst does not get too hot or damaged. It may also be used by engineers and maintenance staff to assess overall performance of the catalyst. To the extent the division believes that rules are needed to require sources to pay attention to temperature recommendations from the manufacturer, we don't think that is necessary. Operators are likely already doing this. And secondly, this is already covered in the rules in another section of the turbine requirements, section 3D3D. Turbines and their associated emission controls. Oh, sorry. Let me start over. 3D3D requires turbines and their associated emission controls to be operated and maintained pursuant to their manufacturer specifications. So we think this covers the basis in terms of keeping an eye on your temperature, and if there's a manufacturer recommendation for temperature, that section 3D3D requires you to do that. This slide shows the CUC's requested provisions, carving out units that are demonstrating compliance using a SEMS. We discovered an error in our red lines, which we identified after finalizing this presentation. The cross-reference sections in the non-highlighted blue text should be revised to also include section 3D3E2. So that concludes our presentation, and we welcome questions.
Commissioner Milford?
Just a quick question back on the forecasted actual emissions. And I could probably look this up, but hopefully you just know. What's the time allowed to provide the notice of applicability after you ascertain that your emissions have gone up?
I think I would want to check the rules, which I might be able to do very quickly, but my recollection is that it corresponds with a time frame that follows after the calendar year in which your emissions exceeded the 4,000 pound per year threshold.
It would be.
Yeah,
Okay.
that is my recollection, but I can get back to you on rebuttal if I need to correct that statement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph?
Thank you. This is in reference to slide 12. The division has talked about how, because of the statutory requirements, that they need to come back in 5 years and every 5 years to revisit this whole PTAC. Here, you're talking about how if an owner or operator can demonstrate reductions in their actual emissions for 5 consecutive calendar years, which would be in about 5 years, or depending on when this all is, what's the date of application, maybe 6 years from now. What is your thought about waiting until the 5-year look, the look that the division has to do to make this adjustment, as opposed to making it automatic in the regulation?
I think there are a lot of unknown variables as to the scope of that future rulemaking hearing and how it will be approached. What will the division be proposing, or the rule petitioner be proposing at that time? We just don't know. I think also, as we mentioned really earlier in our presentation, we have the opportunity here to build a very good foundation for the first ever PTAC emission control rules in Colorado. We think on-ramps and off-ramps from the rule are really critical structural components that should be in the rule. And the reg alternate proposal is the only proposal that offers that addresses those on-ramps and off-ramps clearly. Thank you.
Can I jump on this?
Commissioner Slutsky.
Well, in regard to the off-ramp part of your answer, I guess I'd like to know your feeling on why an entity would need an off-ramp just because they meet the threshold or standard. I don't recall us giving off-ramps for compliance in the past.
I think that's a good question. The way that we're looking at this rule is that this threshold is the dividing line between whether you're subject to this rule or not. And we think that in the context of the PTAC emission control rules, where we have clearly laid out applicability criteria, if at any point you don't meet that criteria, it's reasonable to have an off-ramp rather than have a source that doesn't meet that criteria at some point in the future, or no longer meets the criteria in the future, be subject to these rules in perpetuity. And I also just want to point out, we think this is crafted using the 5-year range to prevent this potential for sources to fall in and out of the rule. This is like, if you indefinitely expect that you will be below this threshold, then you can make this submittal and no longer be subject. And we also don't expect that sources will, for example, if a turbine has installed an oxidation catalyst control to comply with these rules, they've invested in that technology, they have designed their unit around incorporating that technology. We do not expect that facility will uninstall or stop operating that control technology. It's more so that this rule requires fairly onerous record keeping and reporting requirements that I think we question the reasonableness of those for a source whose emissions are below the threshold for the rule.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Anna.
Commissioner Milford.
I just wanted to follow up. I'm kind of trying to think about analogies. So the MAC provisions, the federal MAC provisions also have a threshold, right? If you're below 10 tons per year, MAC wouldn't apply. But if a source that installs controls to meet MAC requirements could bring their emissions below the 10-ton threshold, do they get out of MAC at that point?
My understanding is that the federal rules were designed at least as once in, always in. We are proposing that these state rules should not be designed in such a way.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship, none reader.
Thank you. Going back to the off-ramp, did I hear correctly that you would have to demonstrate that you didn't meet the applicability threshold for 5 straight years to be eligible for the off-ramp? Is that, or did I dream that?
You did not dream it. Okay, so there's really 2 approaches. You can wait until you have 5 consecutive calendar years of emissions data below the threshold. There's also an alternative that we've proposed, which is for a source that has forecasted actual formaldehyde emissions, looking 5 years out. past when that determination is made, they can also make the determination that they are no longer subject to the rule. And this is again, going back to the forecasted actuals definition and concept, and it's expected that if anything, when developing a source's forecasted actual emissions, they will likely overestimate. And so, while we haven't, let me say that we have a fairly high confidence level with forecasted actual emissions.
So because the applicability threshold is based on the entire facility. If we did do the off-ramp and a facility qualified for that off-ramp, what would trigger, or would there be any trigger in your proposal that would cause that facility to be reevaluated for applicability? Would adding new engines trigger it? Would modifying existing engines? Or is there anything that would trigger reconsideration of applicability?
Are you referring to reconsideration after the source takes this off-ramp?
Yes.
No longer subject to the rule, they're continuing to exist and operate.
Yes.
What could push them back into it or pull them back into it?
At least trigger that to be evaluated.
I think your example of a modification to that source is the opportunity to reevaluate that source and whether it should be subject to the rules.
Okay. You're proposing that we use the 2026 report, which would be submitted, I guess, in June of 2027, the TAC report, as opposed to the 23, 24, and 25. And if I heard correctly, the reason for that is because the 2026 report will be submitted with the knowledge of what the regulations will be. Is that correct?
That's right.
Do you anticipate that the reporting will be different in 2026 than what was reported in 2023, 24, and 25?
We anticipate that the regulations will not be unless you will be undertaking another rulemaking to reopen the TAC reporting rules this year. So we think the rules will be the same, but it could be the case that how sources are reporting is differently because they'll need to, at that point, report consistently with the regulations, which they've not previously been required to do because the regulations don't become effective until the 2026 emissions.
Okay, so you're saying that possibly what's already been submitted for 23, 24 and what'll be forthcoming for 25 here in a couple months may not necessarily be consistent with what the rules regulations that we're contemplating right now.
That's correct. And I can provide an example if you.
Okay, yeah, sure, please.
So the TAC reporting rules include thresholds under which a source is not obligated to report a particular TAC. And so it could be that sources have been reporting more than they have needed to over the last few years if they've been reporting emissions for particular P-TACs or P-TACs below the reporting threshold. Another example is the exemptions in the TAC reporting rules. There are certain types of sources like emergency equipment or non-road engines that are carved out of the reporting rules. And I think in my experience in working with regulated entities over the last couple of years of TAC reporting, there's inconsistencies across facilities and who's reporting what types of emissions from equipment that may now be more clearly exempted in the TAC reporting rules.
Okay, just stepping back to some of the other comments that were made earlier. I believe that the proposal that is in front of us, and maybe it's right here, is that we move back that applicability date from, as the division has it now, September 1st to January 1st of 2027. Is that correct?
Correct. My understanding is that is the demarcation date between what is an existing source versus new or modified.
Okay, and we earlier discussed that, you know, that doesn't, that actually, one of the presenters or testimony was that there would be no delay in compliance, but we came to the conclusion that there was a gap between September 1 and January 1 for new sources or modified sources. Is there any, would you be opposed to, if we were to consider making that demarcation date January 1st as proposed, rolling back the applicability to new units or modified units to the September 1st date so that we close that gap?
If I understood you correctly, the concept would be that the demarcation date for new or modified versus existing would be September 1st, 2026.
Yes.
And the compliance date would remain as the reg alternate proposal provides, which is July 1, 2027.
If the commission so approves it that way, yes.
I don't know that the utilities would be opposed to it. I think we think there is some logic in aligning the demarcation date for new or modified with the end and beginning of a calendar year, because your determination of applicability is based on calendar year reported emissions.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah, I had two questions. Thank you. On that last part, what you just said, and that's what I've been wrestling with. I mean, typically when EPA promulgates an NSPS, the date effective is the date it's published, is the demarcation date. So if we were to follow that procedure for this, that demarcation date would be June or whenever this gets published in Colorado Register rather than September 1 or January, as you're proposing. Because why would you push the new source or the new and modified source date out so far? Let me rephrase that. Why does the calendar year matter for that date? I understand the calendar year in terms of emission calculations and stuff, but for a new source that has no historic emissions and you're looking out, why does the calendar year matter on day one?
So a couple reasons. So first, forecasted actual emissions are what a new or modified source will use, and it will forecast its calendar year annual 5 years projected emissions post commencement of operation. So we're still on a calendar year basis for new and modified sources. It's just not based on pre-existing data. I think the other way that I've been thinking about this, and this isn't something that has been discussed a whole lot, because I think the possibility of this scenario arising is really low, but it could be the case where you haven't yet commenced construction of your source, but you're going through permitting. You've already done design, and all of a sudden, these rules are adopted in the middle of April, and you've got a couple months to change your plans, supplement your permit application. That's going to set you back. Things will start to unravel for sources that fall into that category.
Okay, thank you. Second question. On slide 16, I want to be clear. You said 3D through E6 addressed by the divisions, slides 85 and 91. Did I capture that correctly? So you're not worried about that anymore. You're just worried about 3D through E5.
I'm going to verify the slide numbers. Yes, 3D 3E6 is resolved by the division's Appendix A, slides 85 and 91. So that leaves the CUC with only this one remaining issue in the turbine section, which is subsection 5.
My other questions got answered by the people and other questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Sewell.
Yeah, the issue with the turbine monitoring in section 3D, 3E5 is just to get away from double jeopardy, I guess, where your SEMS is showing compliance, but your inlet temperature monitor on the oxidation catalyst may be out of manufacturer range. You're just trying to avoid that compliance scenario. That was one of the reasons why the CUC initially flagged this for discussion with the division.
Because if you have two data points and they're both telling you different things, one is showing out of range and the other is showing compliance, which one controls? In follow-up dialogue with the division, if I understand them correctly, and please ask them to verify this when they come back up here. But my understanding is their view is that this requirement, subsection 5 on the screen here, is not going to be used for purposes of demonstrating compliance with the emission limitation. Your SEMS is going to be used for that. Rather, this temperature monitoring will be used to determine whether you are within the range suggested by the catalyst manufacturer. So it just creates this new like compliance obligation, which is this temperature range.
Would it help you the other way where your SEMS is out of compliance and your temperature, inlet temperature is showing compliance?
I do not expect that the division's compliance and enforcement group would interpret it.
Commissioner Reader.
I knew there was a question I might ask. I have written down, but it was around the one thing I'm always saying conversation. So as you said, the federal max standards had once and always been. According to AI and the references to a place called Harvard, they said there was a policy in February 2018 where they pulled back from that. So you propose that in Colorado would follow the federal policy and have off ramps, or mimic, not follow, but mimic or model after the federal policy in terms of having off ramps.
We have an opportunity to design this program that we think makes the most sense for Colorado. And I do think the federal rules started as once in, always in. That has since been changed. I see no reason why Colorado wouldn't do the same, but I think it can be for its own reasons, unrelated to federal policies.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. Want to talk a little bit about your off-ramp request. Earlier today, the JWIG folks testified that that delaying the on-ramp shouldn't be a problem because of the current NESHAP requirements. Most of the sources are going to have to do that. And so they're going to have to do the quad Y and quad whatever it is. I have it down now. Anyway, and so there really is substantively not a significant difference in what sources would have to already do if there's a delay in the on-ramp. Yet now you're wanting an off-ramp. So if it doesn't really matter so much for purposes of compliance, reducing formaldehyde or dealing with formaldehyde because of the NESHAPs, therefore it's okay to delay the on-ramp. Why now are you advocating an off-ramp to get rid of what if they're already having to comply with them?
As far as the on-ramp goes in connection with this question around, are we missing out on additional reductions that we could capture if we put the compliance date earlier? The CUC's focus has been on the turbine requirements. And in those sections, either you're already a federal quad Y turbine, meaning you are a turbine that commenced construction or reconstruction after the federal quad Y date, and you're located at a major source, you're already subject to that federal requirement. So the additional thing for you there would be your tuning requirements. Others, the existing turbines are subject to the tuning requirements as well. The tuning requirements in the turbine section begin to apply under the regs alternate proposal July 1, 2027, but the tuning requirement is an annual compliance date. And so the tuning activities would have to be performed in that calendar year. So we do not think that it will make a difference for turbines.
And so why do you care about the off-ramp then?
I think it's a different situation on the back end where once you're operating, I mean, on the on-ramp, like if you're on an on-ramp, it's because your emissions exceed the threshold. But once you're in it and your emissions go below it, and they've been steadily below it, and you expect that to continue to be the case, you have these what become viewed as unnecessary additional obligations. And again, I think earlier I referenced the record keeping and reporting obligations. I think, that's a real issue. Sources have a lot of information that they track and maintain. Inspections are extraordinarily detailed. There's exposure there. There's burdens on the facility. There's more work for the division in reviewing compliance with all of that. And so the concept is if you no longer meet the qualifying factors for the rule, we would posit, why should you continue to be subject to it?
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. So your points on slide 15, do you have a sense for how many of the CUC's sources would be quad Y versus non-quad Y?
Under the federal rules?
Well, I'm talking about the state, the proposed regulation includes non-quad Y sources. And so how many of those are out there compared to the quad Y sources in that fleet?
There are significantly fewer sources or turbines in the state that are actually subject to quad Y.
Right.
The CUC members can kick me under the table if I get this wrong, but there is at least one. There might be two in the state.
Okay. All right. Good to know. Thank you.
That follow up on that.
Yeah.
The one or two that are quad Y?
Correct, under the federal rules. So that means all the other many turbines in the state are not subject to federal quad Y formaldehyde limit.
I thought I saw, when did quad Y come into effect?
Matt, can you verify?
Yeah, so Commissioner, Platte River Power Authority is electric utility that does have units subject to quad Y. We have 2 turbines that are peaker units that are subject to the rule. And given that they are at a facility that also has a coal unit, rawhide is a major source of HAPS, which is why our turbines are also subject to quad Y. The rule was initially proposed in the early 2000s, and it was kind of in a hiatus or stay for a good 20 years. And then in the 2020, 2021 timeframe, I believe, that stay was lifted, and then compliance became effective for all sources that are subject to it. So we embarked on showing initial compliance with that rule in that timeframe.
So does it only apply for turbines built since that 2003 timeframe when it was proposed, or the post 2020 once the stay was lifted?
So the applicable date was the 2003. So we have 3 turbines that are not subject to it and 2 that are. So it just happened that was our construction dates for those turbines back in that time frame. But the applicability date was the date that's in the rule, which is the 2003 timeline.
And your turbines that aren't subject to it are not subject because they're not a major source of HAPS. Is that they're not subject, or is it because they're older?
No, the turbines are not subject to quad Y because they are considered existing units via the NESHAP. And the formaldehyde limit is only applicable to new units, which are constructed 2003 or later, that date.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question for Matt. On the quad Y, I presume that there was not only a time threshold, but was there other thresholds that triggered the units to be subject to quad Y? And I'll stop there and then I'll ask another question.
Yeah, so the only applicability is whether your source is a major source or an area source. And we qualify as a major source because we have a total tonnage of 25 tons or greater of total HAPS. So if your source is a major for HAPS, you are automatically in the realm of NESHAP, and we just so happen to have turbines constructed after the applicable date, which is why we are subject to the Quad Y requirements.
So the rawhide, because rawhide is considered a major source, that's what, and these three newer turbines were commissioned or permitted after 2003. That's what triggered the Quad Y?
Yes.
And did you say that then that extends Quad Y requirements beyond the three turbines at rawhide?
No, so we have 5 total turbines. 2 of them are subject to Quad Y because of their dates of construction, and then 3 are not for the same reason. So it does not grab those other units because they are deemed existing units by the construction date.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. Any cross-examination? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Rocky Mountain Steel Mill, who indicates they have no slides.
Thank you, Commissioners. Adam DeVoe appearing for Rocky Mountain Steel Mill. I do not have any slides, and my testimony should be very brief. This is basically an update to the commission. So Rocky Mountain Steel Mill is captured in the rule in the non-categorical existing stationary source requirements, section 3F of the rule. We've worked with the division through the stakeholder process to update, and you see reflected in the language proposed in the rule, to update our testing to improve the accuracy of our reported formaldehyde emissions. This is an 11th hour update, so I apologize, but that testing actually occurred late last week. We won't have results for about another week, but other parties have suggested that perhaps the non-categorical source requirements of this rule are not necessary. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce, for example, has argued that that should not be included in the rule. I'm just here to let you know that our testing is basically done. We're about to report those numbers back to the commission in the next week or so. To the extent that the commission has an appetite to remove the non-categorical source section, it would have no impact one way or the other on the steel mill. As that testing is done, we've promised to provide it. And of course, the division has more than adequate means to come get those numbers from us anyway. Not that we would walk back that agreement. So of the 2 sources included in the non-categorical source, the steel mill being one of them, the requirements are effectively already met of that section of the rule. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I'll save the rest of my time for rebuttal.
Not seeing any commission questions, any cross. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next up, Western Sugar Cooperative, who is not providing direct testimony, so I don't think we'll see anybody.
I'm here for Western Sugar. They do
Okay.
not plan to provide testimony at the hearing.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next up, City of Greeley, who also indicates no slides for direct.
They are online. She'll come on. Oh, there she is.
I'll
Yes,
go ahead
hi.
when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me, commissioners?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jessie Rabin. I'm an environmental and water resources attorney with the City of Greeley. Here with me online today is Greeley's wastewater treatment superintendent, Tyler Eldridge. Greeley operates a wastewater treatment facility, which is a true minor source. And as the division noted earlier today in its presentation, the division recently removed the proposed one-time hydrogen sulfide reporting requirement for minor source wastewater treatment plants from regulation number 30. In this rulemaking, Greeley supports the division's decision to remove that proposed one-time reporting requirement. And Greeley would like to reserve the rest of its remaining time to respond to any comments or questions raised by other parties during this hearing. But we will take questions from the commission if there are any.
Well, questions from the commission? Thank you. Any cross examination? Nope. Okay, thanks. Okay, next up, we have the Colorado Wastewater Utility Council, who also indicates no slides for.
Good afternoon. Scott Clark from the law firm Clark Hill. Good afternoon. I'm Scott Clark from the law firm Clark Hill on behalf of the Colorado Wastewater Utility Council. I'm going to echo what Greeley just said. The council appreciates that the staff, the division listened to their comments, took them into heart, and has modified the proposed Rule 30 to leave wastewater treatment facilities out of the one-time reporting requirement in light of other reporting obligations under Regulation 3. And with that, I'd like to reserve the rest of the time for rebuttal.
Okay, no questions from the commission, it appears. Probably no cross either. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we already did the joint industry working group. Next up, City and County of Denver.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the City and County of Denver. My name is Nancy Fitzgerald, and I am a Love My Air Program Specialist in the Denver Department of Public Health and Environment. I am joined here today by Kristen Brainerd, Assistant City Attorney. First, I do want to thank the division for their work in drafting this proposal. This rule is really a landmark opportunity for Colorado to make progress in reducing community health impacts from air toxics. Denver requests that the commission adopt a final rule that maximizes health protections, that ensures timely and enforceable emission reductions, and that prioritizes those communities who are most impacted by toxic air contaminants. To that end, we support the LGC's alternative proposal for more protective location-based criteria for formaldehyde. We've supported the division's initial proposed LDAR compliance date of June 2026 for Reg 24, and the exclusion of any off-ramping provision included in the regulated entity alternative proposal. I want to start out with a couple of foundational concerns about this rule that we have, and these really underlie the need for the commission to preserve the emission reductions that will be achieved from the division's proposal and avoid adding any compromises that will reduce the emission reductions that we can get out of this rule. So first, the emission thresholds used to determine source applicability for this rule. They are fairly high. These thresholds limit the emission reductions that can be achieved by significantly narrowing the universe of sources that are included. Some parties have argued that these thresholds are conservative because of some of the modeling assumptions that were made during the development. I would argue that they are not conservative enough. The thresholds for benzene and formaldehyde were based on a risk assessment done by the EPA in the 1990s to evaluate health impacts from sources in the approximately 7 years while the MAC standards were being developed. Importantly, this risk assessment looked at an exposure period of 7 years
not the lifetime exposure period that the commission has considered with other PTAC rulemakings. And that 7-year period also doesn't match the experience of community members who are living near these sources for their whole life. For hydrogen sulfide, the development of that threshold actually doesn't have any basis in its toxicity. It's kind of a default threshold that's applied to anything that's not a federal HAP. We do, like many parties, appreciate the need for emission thresholds to prioritize what sources are included in the rule for this very first iteration of PTAC emission controls. But I would not say that these thresholds are something that I would consider conservative. Another concern with this rule is the reliance on existing control strategies. So many of the strategies that are listed in the rule or explain why sources were not included in the rule are already controls that sources are required to implement, whether that is because of federal regulation, state regulation, or permit conditions. For benzene, we have the entire upstream and midstream oil and gas sector exempted, despite the fact that it accounts for over 80% of benzene emissions from those facilities that initially met that threshold of 2 tons per year. For hydrogen sulfide, the installation of the required controls for the asphalt and roof materials manufacturing plants was already initiated prior to this rule to reduce VOC emissions. And for formaldehyde, as we've heard, many of the existing spark ignition engines are already subject to the NESHAP requirements listed. So overall, these high emission thresholds, coupled with a dependence on existing controls, have resulted in a rule where only one existing source will be required to implement new controls for the majority of our 5 PTACs. And so because of this, we would request that the commission not weaken the division's proposal by adopting provisions from the regulated entity group proposal or extending compliance deadlines. A couple of specific points I wanted to touch on for this rule. The first one is going to be the location-based criteria for formaldehyde. So we support the LGC's alt proposal. They haven't had the opportunity to present that to you, so I put it up here on the screen. Essentially, at the outset of the pre-hearing process for this rule, the division proposed to apply formaldehyde control strategies to existing sources in locations that are either in a disproportionately impacted community or within 1 mile of a census block that meets the cancer risk screening threshold of 20 cases in a million. Essentially, the LGC proposal extends the area in which formaldehyde emission controls are required to within 1 mile of a densely populated, disproportionately impacted community or mobile home park. This is really important in densely populated areas such as Denver, where you have people who are living in DICs who are impacted by sources that are outside of their census block. As a society, we have subjected ourselves to these constructs like the census and census blocks and boundaries, but the air does flow freely across those constructs. This approach is preferable to the division's final rule proposal because it doesn't compromise the emission reductions that can be achieved in those less densely populated areas of the state. And the 1 mile buffer is a really important component of this criteria. We've heard from the division that we don't have the capacity, the resources to do source-specific modeling. And without that, we can't ensure that a buffer distance shorter than 1 mile would be adequately health protective, especially with the concerns we have about the emission thresholds to begin with. The majority of the formaldehyde sources in this rule are in the oil and gas sector. And we've seen research that shows associations between upstream oil and gas development and negative health outcomes at distances far greater than the 1,000-foot barrier buffer that was proposed by the regulated entity group. This came out of a oil and gas rulemaking in California for their setback distance. As a compromise position, we could accept the location-based criteria in the division's final rule language. It would decrease the emission reductions achieved through the rule, but it does maintain that 1 mile buffer distance for occupied areas in disproportionately impacted communities, ensuring that these communities are prioritized in the regulation. However, I do want to be clear, this position would be a compromise from our preferred approach, and we should not accept a shorter buffer distance than 1 mile. The second point I want to highlight here is the delayed compliance date for the modified LDAR requirements at refineries in Reg 24. So we appreciate the division's inclusion of a control strategy to reduce benzene emissions from the refinery. This was an improvement to the rule over the initial concepts that were proposed, but we did support the initial compliance date proposed by the division of June 2026. As you've heard, it's since been pushed back for those non-pump components to phase in 2027, 2028. These delays place additional burden on disproportionately impacted communities in Commerce City and North Denver. Throughout this process with these new procedural rules, I've come to understand that this might be outside of the issues that the commission is able to consider in this rule, but I think it's a really important concern. We have the upcoming refinery report. We have the potential for a refinery rulemaking. And so this is a concern that we have about the current rule. Finally, we're coming back to off-ramping. For air toxic control strategies, Denver supports a once in, always in approach. Once a source meets the applicability criteria and becomes subject to the rule, it should be required to maintain those controls outlined in Reg 24 and 30, regardless of whether those emissions drop beneath the applicability thresholds at a later date. If these proposed emission controls are effective, we can expect to see meaningful reductions in PTACs from PTAC sources, and allowing the sources to shed those requirements after we achieve the reductions would undermine the progress that this rule and this legislation that has caused us all to be here was designed to achieve. And so for this reason, we would urge the commission to reject the off-ramping provision and accept the division's proposal with no off-ramp and a once in, always in approach. That concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions from the commission.
Commissioner Milford?
Thank you for the presentation. I've got a couple of questions. So you mentioned that the risk assessment used to set the thresholds traces back to an EPA risk assessment that only assumed a 7-year exposure time period. The division slides indicate that they got those thresholds from a New Jersey analysis. So can you put that all together for me?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we got our thresholds from New Jersey. New Jersey got theirs from the EPA that did this assessment in the 90s.
Okay, thank you. And then help me understand the difference between the LGC proposal and the division's proposal for location. What's the significant difference to you between proximity to an occupied area and proximity to 500 people per square mile?
Absolutely. And I know the LGC is going to get into this in way more depth, but let me explain it to you as I got the language up here. So essentially, starting from the division's initial proposed criteria, we're talking about located in a disproportionately impacted community or within a mile of a census block that meets the cancer risk screening threshold. The LGC's approach widens that criteria to include more sources, specifically those within a mile of the disproportionately impacted community in those densely populated areas, such as Denver, where you have these sources located next to people more frequently. The division's proposal, on the other hand, would serve to narrow that world because we're only looking at the sources that are within a buffer distance of an occupied area. So we're talking about, are we expanding the criteria or are we potentially narrowing that criteria when we're losing those sources in that are not within a buffer distance of an occupied area?
Okay, so if I understand, they're both narrowing the criteria relative to if you didn't have either the occupied condition or the 500 per square mile density condition, right? But you're saying the divisions narrows more than the LGC.
The LGC broadens it because for areas that are, any part of the state, if you're in a disproportionately impacted community, the source would be in the rule if it meets the thresholds as well. However, if you are in a densely populated area, if the source is just outside of the community, you would also bring that source into the rule. So that expands it from the initial proposal that is just in the DIC.
Okay, thank you. And one last question. How is a mobile home park defined? Is it defined with a certain number of units or?
I can come back to you on rebuttal with that. It is a part of the definition of disproportionately impacted community. A mobile home park is included in that. And the concern from the initial proposal, which actually would be resolved with either the LGC's approach or the division's approach, is that you can't have a source that's inside a mobile home park. And so if we're just talking about which sources are inside a DIC, that would exclude sources that are nearby to mobile home parks.
Thank you.
I have a question. So throughout the rulemaking process, what were the responses to your concerns about the 10,000 pounds per year threshold for non-carcinogens?
Yeah, thanks for that question. In our initial comments, we did request more Colorado-specific analysis for what appropriate thresholds would be for this state. Similar to how in the health-based standards rulemaking, we got, an array of different state standards, and there was a lot more kind of visibility about what research went into that. And then in the toxics reporting rulemaking, there was also to develop the thresholds at which sources need to report these tax. Very Colorado-specific analysis that went into the development of those thresholds. For this rulemaking, we requested that the division take a similar approach, and we heard that they didn't have the resources or capacity to do that type of analysis for this rule because they aren't able to look at source-specific conditions. So we're just taking a threshold that exists.
Okay, thank you. Curtis, or Commissioner Reader.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. I was curious, your slide that talks about the EPA risk modeling.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay back there? Yeah. Slide 3. I guess what I'm grappling with is the MAC rules required EPA to develop rules for major sources of HAPs 10 and 25, but also then had these periodic residual risk assessments that you were supposed to do for those risk categories, and you could implement then controls on area sources and other things. I assume EPA has done that residual risk work for formaldehyde sources. What have been the results of that? I'm not aware of what has happened in that space, I guess.
I can't speak to what's happened in that space. I could come back to you on rebuttal if you would like. For these thresholds specifically, we were looking at the time between when they said we need to have MAC standards implemented by 2000, and there's 7 years in between now and then. So at what level are we worried about sources in those 7 years? So we're really looking at a time before MACT with these thresholds.
I guess my thinking is just if 10 tons was too high and not sufficiently productive, there should be residual risk level, and that it says that would look at a period longer than this 7-year window before the MACT standards were implemented. So I was curious what those results were. So if you, anything you can find on that would.
Okay, I understand, yeah.
Secondly, I was curious your comment about reliance on existing control strategies. What other control strategies would you propose?
I don't have any additional control strategies, and so you don't see an alternative proposal from me.
Right.
We don't have the resources of the division to put all of this time into developing them, and it is a very complex rule. But I do think that relying on those existing control strategies, which while some of them are very effective, for instance, the ethylene oxide incorporating the federal requirements, I think is very important. It has created a situation where for a lot of the pollutants, there are not a lot of additional controls for existing sources.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any more questions from the commissioners. Is there any cross-examination? Seeing none there, thank you very much. Okay, it's 2:30. Do the commissioners need a break, or do you want to plow through another one? Looks like we've got about 70 minutes of total time that's still allocated for whether it's direct or rebuttal. So I think we're in a good place to take a break.
70 minutes?
Well, 70 minutes of total time, it won't be all direct, right? But if worst case scenario it would be, so I think we're on track. So I propose we take a break now.
Take a breath, Robin.
Okay. 2:40, we'll be 2:40, 10-minute break, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good opportunity to see.
Okay,
Conversation.
welcome back. Next up, we have the Colorado Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate your time today. My name is Dave Coleman. I'm the Regulatory Affairs Advisor for the Colorado Chamber of Commerce. I appreciate your time. So the agenda for my presentation today, just give you a little overview of who the Colorado Chamber is, and we have 5 asks, and pretty much those are going to be my presentation today. So who we are, we represent hundreds of businesses of all sizes and sectors across the state. I've been up here testifying in front of you a few other times. We include trade associations, economic development organizations, and many local chamber of commerces. So big companies, small companies. For this rulemaking today, 15 entities under 8 parties are in this rulemaking, our Colorado Chamber members. So many familiar faces here. So I want to first thank the division. In many areas, we found some consensus, and it was great working with them in many of these areas, and the chamber appreciates that effort. While I have 5, 2 of these are going to be me toos. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, so I'm going to go over 3 of them in a little more detail. All 3 relate to stopping the continual growth of overregulation that I've talked about in the past rulemakings that we have in the state. That's hurting the state and making us now, for the 2nd year running, the 6th most regulated state in the country. A state that since 2019, we've had at least 98 businesses, locations that confirm leaving the state, with 27 of those, 28% of those 98 in the last year alone in 2025. So it's getting worse, and we need to be very cognizant of that. These overregulations will not advance the benefits of House Bill 22-1244. Okay, ask number 1. You heard Rocky Mountain Steel Mill come up and talk about this briefly, and he gave you a preview that I would say something about this. We are asking to reject the non-categorical in Part 3, Section 3F, Part B, Section 3F of Reg 30. The Colorado Chamber appreciates the division's work on greatly narrowing these requirements. It is a step in the right direction. We appreciate division staff on that. However, including this section is still inappropriate regardless of how narrow it is. This is an example of an unnecessary regulation, however small, that continues to haunt Colorado and is not required for the statute. There's significant cost issues with this, potential cost issues. The section doesn't define what cost-effective and technically feasible is. These RAC-like analysis could take significant time and resources from companies that are here to develop a product to people and make this economy robust. And the division's EIA and cost-benefit analysis do not identify how much this would cost. Furthermore, Section 3F does not clarify what units are at a facility. This division can be obtained in potentially other ways. You heard Rocky Mountain Steel Mill mention that, and now we're down to 1. 1 facility does not make a regulation necessary. So it is, and it's unusual to specifically list out a company in regulations. So we ask that you strike that. Number 2, you've heard quite a bit of talk about this, so I'm going to go over it a little bit. More narrowly tailor the location-based applicability for formaldehyde. The Colorado Chamber supports the use of a secondary criteria to further narrow rule applicability and appreciates the division work on this, and we support many aspects of that. The Colorado Chamber believes a location-based applicability should focus on proximity to potentially exposed populations and receptors. The Colorado Chamber respectfully disagrees with the division's 1-mile radius and the distance as triggers. A 1-mile radius is a substantial geographical area. We're not aware of any precedent within any of the commission's rules that takes it this far out. And it's an overly expansive overregulation of geographical area to apply in this area, and it would not meaningfully advance objectives of House Bill 22-1244 to increase public protection from toxic air contaminants. We believe a 1,000-foot would do just that. We're not asking for no regulations. We're asking for a reasonable regulation. 1,000-foot is based on Colorado-based regulations already. We are taking that from the LDARs. You heard Ms. Lim talk about that from JWIG. It is already in a rule. It is precedent here in Colorado. And it is a conservative precedent. You also heard Ms. Lim talk about the New Jersey state-of-the-art program. where they have 650 feet. So we're going quite a bit higher than that. Now, the division earlier mentioned Arizona and Massachusetts and stated that some states have a 5-mile number. They didn't provide a lot of content. I have done a little bit of research on that since then, and I think I'm going to address some of that in rebuttal and not here. But it doesn't seem like it's it's an apple to apple comparison, and I think we need to maybe flesh that out a little bit more in rebuttal on how they compared Arizona's and in Massachusetts's 5-mile, which does not seem to be for the same purposes. Ask number 3, accept the division's use of forecasted actuals for applicability for new or modified sources. So again, this is another area where we have agreed with the division, and we really appreciate staff's time on that. It went from just solely potential to admit to a forecasted actual admissions. You can use potential to admit if you desire, but you don't have to. So the division supports that. That is a good change. This will avoid another instance of unnecessary overregulation if you use solely potential to admit. Using the forecasted is much better. The commission should recognize these important changes and support the division and the good work they have done on this one, and reject any effort from any other parties that advocate for overregulation in this area, overregulation being potential to admit solely. Ask number 4, I won't review this. Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Chase did such a great job advocating for the changes on the reporting requirement timelines. They left me nothing else to add of importance. I have no other wisdom to give than they have already done, other than to say the chamber agrees with their arguments. And in general, ask number 5, the Colorado Chamber strongly agrees with the JWIGs and otherwise known as the regs alternative proposal, and asks that you adopt all of that. I already provided a little bit of economic that I wanted to hear, and I will take there's a summary of my asks, and I'll take any questions.
Doesn't look like there's any questions from the commission. Any cross-examination? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have the community organized for clean air.
That's really cute.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Cheney Hornbacher, Counsel for COCA. I'm joined by Counsel Tess Coles and Wyatt Sassman and 3 community members and advocates from Commerce City and Globeville. Community Organized for Clean Air is a coalition representing communities in Commerce City and North Denver who are living with the impacts of toxic air pollution from PTACs every day. COCA has been involved at every step of this rulemaking process because it is essential that the people affected most by this rule are involved to make sure the rule actually fulfills its goals. The purpose of House Bill 22-1244 was to meaningfully reduce PTAC emissions and prioritize the protection of disproportionately impacted communities. As written, the rule does not accomplish those goals. In particular, the rule excludes significant categories of sources, relies on other or future rules for reductions, uses very narrow applicability criteria, and lacks sufficient accountability or transparency provisions. Despite this, we support aspects of the rule that will make it more protective and lay a stronger foundation for meaningfully reducing PTAC emissions in the future. We support the elements shown here that make the rule stronger and more protective. In light of party opposition to the use of a 1-mile buffer distance, and as explained in our position statement, maintaining this distance of 1 mile is important for several reasons. First, it better advances the statute's goals by prioritizing detection of DICs. Second, it better reflects the reality of cumulative impacts and how far pollutant exposure can have an effect on people. And third, it aligns with the division's existing practice of using a 1 mile buffer distance in other air pollution contexts. For similar reasons, COCA supports the LGC's proposal for location-based criteria that include a 1 mile buffer from the boundary of high population density DICs and mobile home parks. As also explained in our position statement, we believe this reflects a more clear and protective approach to prioritizing sources that are in proximity to vulnerable communities than the approach that was adopted in the final proposed rule. Lastly, COCA supports the either-or approach for the location-based criteria and the inclusion of a cancer risk threshold in the final proposed rule, as well as LGC's proposals to commit to a future rulemaking for the upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors, and to reduce the hydrogen sulfide threshold for sources located within 1 mile of communities that meet or exceed a hazard quotient of 1. Our goal is to strengthen the rule so it fulfills the statute's directives and is as protective as possible for the impacted communities. That is why COCA has put forward 3 alternate proposals. We will walk through each of our alternate proposals, explain why these are important, and community members will then speak to why these changes are important to the rule. I'm going to focus now on the first of these proposals, incorporating ambient air monitoring into the applicability criteria, because it is key to ensuring that this rule is based on what people are actually breathing every day. This proposal requires that by July 1st, 2027, the division propose revisions that incorporate ambient air monitoring into the rule's applicability criteria and use the Commission's adopted health-based standards as a reference point for evaluating whether the existing applicability criteria are sufficiently protected. This provides an opportunity to add the health-based standards into the applicability criteria and inform the rule based on the potential health impacts of exposure. This is not a requirement to impose new controls or source categories, and it is also not intended to replace the rule's current applicability criteria. Rather, this would be a supplement and help to better inform the rule by better capturing what people are actually exposed to, rather than what specific facilities are emitting. This is directly responsive to the division's suggestion in its memorandum of notice that ambient air monitoring could be included to refine applicability criteria, and it aligns with the goal of improving this rule over time. Adopting this proposal is also consistent with the Commission's statements from the September Regulation 30 rulemaking about paying attention to multi-pollutant exposure, and that this important consideration would be addressed in future rulemakings. Lastly, this proposal advances the statute's goals. House Bill 22-1244 requires meaningful reductions in PTAC exposure and prioritization of disproportionately impacted communities exposed to multiple sources of emissions. A framework that is based on what people actually breathe and interpretation through health-based standards directly advances those goals. Given the urgency of reducing these dangerous health impacts from toxic air pollution, this proposal should be implemented by 2027. This is the final stage of this rulemaking, and we need to ensure that the rule reflects what people actually breathe. Amanda Morian, a community member from Globeville, will now speak to why it is so important that this rule regulates PTAC emissions based on what people breathe.
Hi, my name is Amanda. I'm a Globeville resident. I'm a community advocate, a very tired mother of 2 wonderful boys, a healthcare worker, and I support strong regulations that protect public health. This is Zeke. He will be 3 years old in 4 more sleeps. Zeke has severe airway obstructions and significant sleep apnea that have created a whole cascade of systemic medical effects. He has undergone surgery, full anesthesia twice already in his short life to manage his airway. We live 2 miles from Suncor and are nestled in a bowl by I-25 and I-70's intersections where there's a lot of pollution. I invite you to hear Zeke for yourself. This is a clip of him trying to sleep. What you heard is extremely disruptive. Because of his restricted airway, Zeke has missed developmental milestones. He cannot regulate his nervous system or his emotions. Can you imagine how much trouble you would have doing these things if you hadn't slept for 3 years? He started therapeutic interventions at 2 weeks old, has been in the early intervention or EI program through Rocky Mountain Human Services since he was 6 months. And he's aging out of EI to transition into preschool with an individualized education plan. Zeke has specialists from occupational therapy, ENT, audiology, a behavioral interventionist, and is followed by developmental psychology to help with these milestones. He is missed and he continues to lag behind. For 14 months, Zeke had to be held upright nearly all of the time, day and night, because he was unable to breathe when he was put down. This prevented exploration like a typically developing infant and resulted in retained primitive reflexes, which are basic functions that should integrate into our nervous system over time, but his didn't. Zeke continues to struggle with basic movements and tasks which remain difficult for him despite all these interventions. Life is hard for him in a way that most people cannot see because he masks his struggle, even at barely 3 years of age. Officially, Zeke suffers from PTSD from medical trauma, has extreme codependency, and an overactivity disorder of toddlerhood because he is constantly dysregulated. He is afraid to fall asleep because although his brain is still developing, it remembers how scary sleep has been for most of his life. And he requires me all of the time to feel safe enough to drift off and stay asleep. I have lost friendships, private medical insurance, sanity, a social life, family time, and almost my job and home because of the financial strain of managing Zeke's intense medical care. I have been gaslit and told I'm just overprotective. The amount of time and energy required to manage Zeke's multiple appointments and redeterminations has become its own full-time job, such that I can barely work at my regular job in the hospital. I have also had to keep my income low to maintain critical medical and social benefits because falling barely outside of the threshold means I will be at risk of losing everything. I cannot prove that our environment has caused these issues with Zeke, but there are no genetic predispositions or known family histories that would have had these results. However, the known toxics in our air do cause irritation and other negative health effects to airways. High polluting facilities must be held accountable to reduce air toxics. Protective standards would reduce adverse health outcomes like the ones my son Zeke is living through, and they would improve quality of life for many Globeville residents. Again, I support strong regulations that protect public health, both as a parent and a licensed healthcare provider. Thank you sincerely for your time and attention to this life-sustaining matter. My hope is that our community will be able to breathe easier in the near future because of the choices made here, and maybe, just maybe, other parents won't have to experience what I've endured these past 3 years and will have to continue fighting into an unseen future. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda, for that powerful testimony. COCA's second proposal requires sources to submit to the division all compliance materials as well as a brief plain language summary describing the submitted reports if a source is within 1 mile of a DIC. The proposal also requires the division to make these reports publicly available on the CDPHE website. To be clear, this plain language summary is not a requirement to assess pollutant exposure, as some industry parties believe, but to instead explain the relevance of the submitted reports. For example, a source submitting records demonstrating compliance with best management practices should be able to explain to an affected community member what these records mean within the context of the rule's operation. Given the rule's heavy reliance on self-reporting and information collection, it is crucial that the public have access to to documentation that reflects facility compliance. Additionally, access to data allows for community participation in the implementation of rules designed to protect them. These PTAC regulations are more likely to be enforced and achieve their goals with robust community involvement and feedback. Adopting this proposal and providing transparency around this data allows for that community involvement. It also advances the Commission and Division's responsibility to protect DICs. This proposal presents minimal burden to the regulated community because they will already internally maintain these documents as mandated by the rule. It also presents little burden to the division to simply make these documents publicly available. To the extent publicizing this data is a burden, it is outweighed by the benefit to the public of providing important information to communities who will be directly affected by the rule. Current data on polluting facilities is both hard to find and hard to navigate. As Manuel will further expand on, this proposal is necessary to improve access to information so that communities affected the most are able to determine which sources are compliant, as well as the overall effectiveness of the rule.
Thank you, Tess. Hi, Commission. My name is Manuel. I'm a community member from Commerce City with Tivando Climate Equity Policy Fellow, and I do the work of bringing people into processes like this one who would otherwise never know that they exist. I grew up in Commerce City. I know what it's like to leave class to go to the nurse's office because of a nosebleed. I know neighbors who live with asthma, with cancers, and with things that we've normalized because we don't know what else to do. And I've done the work of engagement as seen on this slide. There I am hosting a webinar hosted by 118 folks that explain the state of air pollution in Colorado and in plain language what this rulemaking means for their lives. And I'll be honest with you, I still struggle to find, navigate, and make sense of compliance data. It's buried, it's not organized by facility or neighborhood, and when you do find records, they're written in permit citations, not plain English, and not for people to actually read and use. The industry and division argument is that it'd be too burdensome, not worth it, and confusing for a community to have access to these records. But available and accessible are not the same thing. Residents cannot advocate for compliance if they cannot find or understand compliance records. And we now have proof that transparency won't happen on its own. This February, House Bill 26-1121 would have required polluters to simply post emissions records they already keep on their own public websites. COGA testified against it, API testified against it, and CDPHE sent a representative to testify alongside them. A public health agency stood with industry to kill a transparency bill, and it failed by 1 vote. That vote tells me that if transparency is left to voluntary goodwill, it will not happen. This commission has the power right now, today, in this room to mandate it. So let's stop sending our community somewhere else, and I ask you to make transparency a part of this rule today.
Thank you, Manuel. COGA's third and final proposal requires the commission to include in its annual report information about the PTAC program, including quantified data on the total emissions reduced and information regarding the effectiveness of the regulation. This proposal effectively serves as a requirement to publicly share the progress of the PTAC program. These requirements are not duplicative of TAC reports, as some industry parties have argued. Rather, this proposal instead aims to make data more easily accessible so that there can be open public discussion about whether the rule is meeting its intended goals. The annual report is an appropriate space for this information because this is a regular report from the commission designed to facilitate public engagement with air pollution reduction programs, as well as an annual public hearing to discuss the enforcement of the regulations with the public. This report already provides information on these programs, including brief descriptions of pollution in each area of the state and an overview of the respective measures taken to address the issues in each area. We believe this proposal also aligns with the 5-year period of review because it ensures regular and open assessment of the PTAC program leading up to that evaluation. In addition to public engagement, this proposal also encourages accountability. It is important to note that the commission would be adopting this rule based on a finding of fact that it will reduce PTAC emissions. If the commission is willing to do so, then you should also be willing to hold yourselves publicly accountable by showing proof of those emissions reductions. The division will already be quantifying this data to ensure that the rule is achieving its intended effect of reducing emissions. Thus, publishing this data yearly should not impose a substantial burden on the division or the commission. The division also already provides this kind of information for other programs. For example, this is the GEM2 dashboard. As you can see on the left, this interface provides a map of facilities and tells you whether they're within a mile of a DIC and what their % change in emissions was each year. As you can see on the right, it also tells you the total emissions each year as well as the overall % change. Harmony Cummings, Executive Director of the Greenhouse Connection Center, will speak further as to why publishing this kind of information is important to hold the division and commission accountable to actually reducing emissions. She will also be closing the presentation.
Comprehensive PTAC data is imperative for transparency and accountability. Without accessible and accurate metrics, how will communities know that PTACs are decreasing? How will you know? Next slide, please. I work in the heart of the 80216 zip code, one of the most polluted in the country. 18 months ago, we rallied community members to participate in these important rulemakings, and we sit here before you today disappointed, discouraged, and we have limited further community involvement. We advocated for the passage of 1244 with many concessions made over 5 years. Then these rules have lost a lot along the way, and reductions will further diminish without meaningful metrics and enforcement. I'm a mother who comes to you on a foundation of love and care for community and for all the children. No mother should have to experience what Amanda has. Her story is heartbreaking and it is not unique. We have distributed over 350 air purifiers to impacted residents, hearing the same thing over and over: asthma, nosebleeds, migraines, reproductive issues, cancer, stress, sleepless nights. Who bears the cost for all of this? The communities with missed days of school and work, healthcare costs, spending rent money on an ambulance ride for a toddler or a grandmother. Who profits off this pollution? Shareholders make millions and billions of dollars. That is a choice to pay shareholders instead of investing in emissions controls. Current cost analysis are incomplete and off balance in favor of the industry. What is not included are polluter profits, their P-tax, and the cost paid by community members like Amanda, with financial ruin and living with the fear that your baby will not wake up in the morning. These companies rarely do better on their own, and they do better when regulations require them to do so. I ask you to make them do so. Next slide, please. We host pollution and solution tours, partnering with Earthworks and their OGI camera, which allows you to see pollution not visible to the naked eye, billowing out of facilities like Suncor. We need decision makers to come physically to the place where pollution is happening and people breathe. What do you see? What do you smell? What do you taste? What do you feel in your body? This is a genuine invitation to the commission and the division. Thank you to those who've already come. And we've done this before, we'll do it again. I also ask you to come and explain why the largest P-TAC emitters like oil and gas and H2S sources are not being addressed and being pushed down the line. Community members can't push breathing toxic air down the line. We should be addressing pollution at every point possible, not picking and choosing and delaying. It's simple. Next, will these slides meaningfully reduce P-TAC emissions and lead to the needed improved health outcomes community need and deserve? The heat, the fire, the smoke are coming and are out of our control. It is going to get hard to breathe here in Colorado. I implore you to do everything in your power to improve our air quality, including the adoption of COCA's alternative proposal. Thank you. We are complete.
Okay, thank you. Any commission questions? Commissioner Slutsky.
I am disappointed to hear that you don't think there's enough transparency, and I'd like to know what you think, what more you think we should be doing or the division should be doing. And I'm looking at this Gem 2 graph that you have here, and I gotta tell you, it makes my eyes go crazy when I look at it. And I just wonder, how y'all, what benefit this is. Tell us what more you think we should do.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, and yet I think this is better than what is already out there. And I think we need to note that with this rule, the 5-year period of assessment, for example, there's no way for communities to have access to any of the information to know whether reductions are actually occurring, at least not in a digestible format. Much of the information out there is highly technical, and I think, as you've heard from these community members, asking them to carry the burden of both living with this pollution and then also having to sift through highly technical documents to know whether reductions will even be achieved is too heavy of a burden for community members to carry. So that's why we put forth these proposals, so that there can be more transparency in this rule, because as of now, there is just not enough comprehensive data out there for community members to know what they're breathing.
Can I add that? I love the Gem 2 dashboard. And part of the reason why is that you can break it down to just look at one facility instead of all the facilities at a time. And so that ability to not, the ones that I most care about, the ones that are impacting my breathing and my community, is a great tool. And that's what we really need to look for, is a way for community members to drill down into what's most impacting them. I just learned about Stinger by one of the public comments last night, where I get an email, my kid's gonna play soccer there this weekend. And so I want to be able to look at the facilities that are around Stinger that are maybe emitting some of these P-TACs as my 11-year-old is running around. Maybe he goes to watch Messi play instead of playing out at Stinger this weekend.
Thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
So I'd like to follow up and see if I can understand a little bit better the data that you would really like to see, so that I understand that GEM dashboard is a good model. So the TAC emissions data that industry is reporting on an annual basis, would that be helpful, even though it's annual and not tomorrow or yesterday?
Yeah, in our view, the TAC reports are still very technical, and those are individual to facilities. It would be very hard for a community member to sift through all of those and decipher both the total emissions from that respective facility as well as overall emissions reduced in their community. So the TAC reports in our view are still highly technical, still hard to access, and don't provide comprehensive views of what reductions are actually occurring in the community.
Can I add one thing? That's usually. And as a starting point, if it's too much information, maybe it's just the top 50%. Maybe it's not every report that's coming through, but the highest volumes to get us started. So that we're looking at the, sometimes it's 20% of the companies are 80% of the issues and that sort of thing. And so I think that we don't have to do them all, but starting with the highest impact would be a great place.
Commissioner, if I could, this is Wyatt Sassman, also on behalf of COCA. I would just point to our red line, or our alternate proposals themselves, which specifically identify the information we're asking to be requested to be included in the annual report. And I wanted to pick up on what Tess was saying, that it's part of offering a comprehensive picture of how the PTAC program is progressing. So not just individual facility data, but as the program as a whole, is it reducing PTAC emissions, and how much is it reducing PTAC emissions? That kind of summary you can see on the GEM 2 dashboard, and that kind of summary you can't get just from the individual TAC reports themselves, unless you're asking the community to do the work, right, of sifting through all of them. And I would distinguish that from the other red line about making compliance information transparent and available. That's any of the records that are necessary to show and determine compliance with the rule should also be publicly available, which is a distinct ask and a separate alternate proposal we have here. So I want to make clear those two different requests for the kind of information we're asking.
Thank you for that. It sounds like having it be location oriented, so the communities know where they need to look, and then you mentioned a couple of times more plain language and interpret it, not having to sort through the regulatory verbiage. Thank you.
Commissioner Reader.
Thank you for your testimony. I was curious on the ambient air toxics monitoring request. This is, as has been talked about earlier today, the fourth in our whole series of PTAC rulemakings, from identifying the fire to setting up warning to setting up health-based standards. We haven't talked about air toxics monitoring in this rulemaking, so my memory may be a little hazy from the previous, but I believe the state's already doing some additional air toxics monitoring. So I guess that it was over and above what they were doing before this program started. So I guess I'm curious what additional you're looking for. What is the state's already expending a bunch of resources on this. What are you asking for that's different from what they're already doing?
Yeah, so we've looked into that ambient air monitoring network that's existing. And this is specifically to implement monitoring into this rules applicability criteria. And so it would better represent what people are actually breathing, and additionally would be able to use the health-based standards to kind of clearly determine whether the current applicability criteria are actually protective and are capturing the sources that are contributing to those health impacts. And so I think the existing monitoring network is a good starting place, and it could definitely build on that network, but then it would also connect that network to the implementation of this rule.
I guess as I understand it right now, they're collecting the monitoring data. There'll be kind of a feedback loop, and they'll use that to inform future rules. I'm not sure I understand the distinction, because as I understand your proposal, and perhaps I misunderstand it, please clarify. You're saying you want to use the data in a similar way to inform future rules. So I guess again, I'm having a hard time seeing the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think there hasn't been a concrete timeline set for that process of informing future rules. And so given the urgency of these dangerous health impacts, we were hoping to have a specific commitment date for that kind of information to be included in this rule.
Okay, thank you.
I will also just add, there are concerns that there are sources of H2S that are emitting that are not having as much monitoring, particularly with other treatment facilities in North Denver, that we would like to definitely have more certainty in those spaces.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I've got a couple of questions. One, looking at your alternative proposal, you would be asking us to adopt a provision that requires the division, and I quote, to organize posted materials by facility and location and shall present such materials in a manner that is reasonably accessible and understandable to the public. What does that mean?
So again, just providing a comprehensive picture in plain language. I think a lot of those documents are highly technical. And looking at something like the annual report of the commission, for example, there's such a brief overview and bare bones that it's really hard to get the full picture even from that alone. So again, just having something that is plain language, easily comprehensible to a community member, not someone who's well-versed in these technical documents, something that they can actually understand and apply to where they live.
Thank you. So you're also though requiring that the division post everything within 30 days after it's been submitted to the division. So you're asking the division for all these different sources, whenever they get anything submitted, they have to then reorganize it so that it is understandable to the public and then publish it all within 30 days after receiving it. Is that correct?
That is correct. And we would be willing to workshop that a little bit, but as it stands now, there's just no requirement at all in the rule for any of that information to be available to the public in an accessible format. So it's, the spirit of this proposal is really so that the community can actually understand what's going on. And we don't believe that that's an extensive burden for the division to, merely make those reports accessible online. A lot of those reports they're already receiving. So we're just asking for the rest of those reports to be submitted to the division and for them to post them on the CDPHE website. Whatever manner that may look, like the least amount of burden to them, we're just asking that it is organized in a way that the community is able to navigate it.
And so, thank you. And so, have you considered asking the Environmental Justice Advisory Board for grant money to hire somebody to help to do this?
No, we would really like this to be put in this specific rule. We feel that it's very important that there's a specific provision here that really engages the community and allows them to understand the effectiveness of the rule as it stands.
Commissioner Rula, if I could just also add very briefly, it's Wyatt down here. So
Wait.
I'm sorry about that. Just to add that the way the alternate proposal is structured is the division doesn't have to explain anything in plain language. Rather, the facility, when it produces the record, needs to include a brief plain language summary of what this record is. So rather, the obligation on the division is to simply post this record in a relatively accessible way on a website. And so the provision you were noting, the first parts of it is to post those materials by facility and location, which are directly responsive to the kinds of struggles that Manuel was talking about, and not being able to access the information in a way that can make it easily communicated to the public. The remainder of that section allows for some level of flexibility here. Our goal is to build on the division's existing practice of posting materials related to specific facilities through a tool like a map. But recognizing the limitations of those existing tools, it's important that we implement this into the rule itself, which is why our proposal is structured the way it is. So I wanted to make clear there is an important element of it of making the records easily understandable to a member of the public. But that part is not on the division to do the summary. Rather, it's part of the facility when they create the record if they're located within that mile of the disproportionately impacted community.
Okay, thank you. And so this is not, I'm going to ask this question, even though I'm just going to ask this question. The annual report, I'm presuming that you have all seen the annual report that the division and the commission prepare that is required to be submitted to the legislature every year. Can you talk a little bit about what you think about that annual report? Whether or not it is at all helpful?
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to. I think it's a good starting place of trying to provide an overview of what's happening in the state, what issues are happening in each respective area, what measures are taken to address those issues. But it's so bare bones. And to be frank with you, a lot of it is, the division saying reductions are occurring, this is working. And there's not any, documentation given to the communities to actually make sure that's true. And so it's important that the community have access to that so they can actually understand the information of how the division is coming to that conclusion. And so that they can also be involved and say, that's not what we're living, that's not what we're facing through. So again, I think that it's a good starting point, but I think a lot more could be done there. And the spirit of us, calling out the annual report of putting that in our alternate proposal is really intended to lessen the burden on the division. We identified that report as a place where Regulation 30 is already specifically referenced. Commerce City, North Denver is already specifically referenced, but there's just really not enough there, in our opinion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Slusky?
You haven't talked about what other parties have asked. You haven't specifically talked about the location requirements, mile versus 1,000 feet, all that. I'm sure you have some opinions on that. And would you mind talking a little bit about applicability and the location?
Yeah, so we had identified kind of points of support earlier in the presentation. And so specifically, we are advocating strongly for the 1 mile distance as opposed to the 1,000 feet advocated by some other parties. And so we feel that that 1 mile is very important, kind of given the considerations we and other parties have talked about today in terms of the distance that pollutants can travel past a boundary. And so we are specifically advocating for the LGC's red line where
I might hop in for 1 second too. Just a reminder, I live 2 miles from Suncor and I'm still dealing with these effects daily, day and night, all the time.
Okay, and seeing no more commissioner questions, any cross-examination? Seeing none, thank you very much. Up, we have Green Latinos. Proceed when ready.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patricia Garcia Nelson. I am the Colorado Fossil Fuels Just Transition Advocate for Green Latinos. I will quickly introduce our team. We have Ian Tafoya, Jessica Herrera, Ian Coghill, Rachel Jaffe, and Michelle Mapson. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide our comments to you all today. This afternoon, we will cover 3 points. First, what the air toxic statute requires. Secondly, where the division's proposal falls short. And lastly, the changes necessary to ensure the rule meets the statute's directives and protects Colorado community members. And I will pass it on to Ian.
Thank you to the commission. Just sitting here and listening to the presentation before from impacted community members, it's really great to see more representation here. If you can go all the way back to almost 10 years ago, I can remember grabbing another attorney and coming here and trying to represent environmental justice voices, and it seems like there's been a lot of progress in the sense that people are making it to this table. But it's still not being reflected in the rules that are necessary to protect our communities, and that's what brought us to this in the first place. If we can go back to the different iterations of this Air Toxics Act, you can look at some of in particular, the P-tax, the selection of them, where we represented ourselves without an attorney because it's very challenging to do so at this commission. The premise of where this came from was a failed Title V system around Suncor, where our community gathered together hundreds of people and one air quality control commissioner came to listen to the needs of the community. And in the end, he's punishing for the ability to pollute into our communities. So the history of this is rooted in us trying to do something to protect the air quality for our communities. The first year, we couldn't get anybody to carry the bill. The second year, we went and elected people from our community to do so, and it died on calendar. The third year, we got reverse 911. It came in pieces, and so now I sit here 10 years later, hoping that we can pass regulations that will legitimately protect the communities and answer the calls of the people you heard just speak here right before us.
Thanks, Ian. Jessica Herrera, in-house counsel for Green Latinos. And that brings us to the statutory mandate. The air toxic statute sets a clear mandate for the commission. The commission must, 1, reduce emissions for each PTAC, and 2, prioritize those reductions in disproportionately impacted communities. But as proposed, we believe that the rule does not do either in a meaningful way, meaning that communities will continue to bear the burden of toxic air containment. And now I'll pass it on to Rachel to discuss the shortfalls of this proposed rule.
Thank you. So at a high level, the proposed rule falls short of the legislative directive in 4 key ways. First, it does not require meaningful new emission controls. Second, it relies heavily on existing regulations. Third, it includes broad exemptions for major sources. And fourth, it delays action for some of the most significant emitters. As a result, the proposed rule largely maintains the status quo rather than reducing emissions as required. So starting with benzene, the rule does not require any meaningful reductions. To illustrate this, the flow chart on this slide shows how limited the applicability is and how few emission controls are actually put into place by the rule. First, it is important to understand the scope. As written, the benzene provision only applies to equipment already regulated under the refinery leak requirements. In practice, that means that the proposed rule only applies to Suncor. For all other facilities, the proposed rule sets no benzene-specific limits or control technologies. Instead, the rule relies on future rulemakings and separate programs without explaining how much benzene is expected to be reduced by those programs. The proposed rule does include updated and more stringent LDAR requirements. These requirements are important, but they are limited to leaks. Refineries emit benzene across multiple units, and under this proposed rule, most of the emissions from those units are not subject to new controls. So while the LDAR program may capture some reductions, complying with that program represents only a small fraction of potential benzene reductions. The benzene provision fails to meet the statutory directive because the proposed rules requirements apply to one program at one facility, and the proposed rule does not include upstream and midstream oil and gas facilities, instead relying on separate programs that aren't designed to specifically reduce PTACs without quantifying how much benzene will actually be reduced through those rules. For communities, that means continued exposure with no guaranteed reductions. Next, the proposed rules for formaldehyde provisions similarly do not provide meaningful emissions reductions. Unlike benzene, formaldehyde does have applicability criteria, which we will discuss shortly, but it still leaves significant gaps. First, the proposed rule only applies to spark ignition reciprocating internal combustion engines and combustion turbines, but it exempts compression ignition engines without significant evidence to support that exemption. For existing sources of formaldehyde that are covered by the rule simply incorporates federal standards that facilities already comply with. Preserving those federal regulations is important, especially given the current uncertainty at the federal level. But incorporating existing requirements that Colorado sources already comply with does not reduce emissions. It simply maintains current levels.
So without proposing additional controls, communities will not see improved air quality from this rule. Moving on to non-categorical existing sources, the proposed rule requires reporting, but not action. Specific facilities are required to analyze emissions and potential controls, but they are not yet required to take any action to implement any reductions. The data these facilities are required to provide is of course imperative to the division's ability to understand the most cost-effective and technically feasible PTAC reduction measures for each facility. But without clear deadlines for when the division must implement the results of these facilities' reports, communities again continue to be exposed. The statute requires actual emissions reduction controls, not just data. Relatedly, the division indicated in its response to initial comments that it would move Suncor to the non-categorical requirement section, or at a minimum, it would be required under the rule to analyze its emissions and potential controls. However, Suncor is not included in this category and therefore not meaningfully regulated under the rule. So moving on to the necessary rule changes. To meet the statute's requirements, the rule must be strengthened in 3 ways. First, it must include enforceable deadlines for revisiting the rule. Second, it must truly prioritize disproportionately impacted communities. And third, it must reduce exemptions and reliance on outside regulations. So a key issue is accountability and transparency. The proposed rule defers emission controls to later actions, such as the Suncor report and the future refinery rulemaking, and also non-categorical existing source reports. But again, the proposed rule includes no deadlines to revisit before the 5-year cycle passes to integrate this information. Waiting so long leaves uncertainty for industries and communities alike and continues to expose communities to these harmful pollutants. Therefore, the Commission should adopt SBEC language that gives specific enforceable deadlines to ensure that the rule leads to actual emission reduction controls. We've included some example language on this slide. The rule also includes exemptions and relies on outside regulations without further analysis. First, the rule leaves out upstream and midstream oil and gas facilities, relying on other programs that are not designed to reduce PTACs. The Commission should direct the division to provide further analyses about actual benzene reduction under these programs. Second, the rule exempts compression ignition engines without justification. The Commission should direct the division to measure the actual formaldehyde emissions from compression and spark ignition engines. Relatedly, the proposed rule relies on federal regulations that facilities already meet. These standards represent an important baseline, but the Commission should adopt a rule that includes additional controls to comply with the statute's directive to reduce emissions from the status quo. And I'll pass it to Michelle to talk about DICs.
Thank you, Rachel. So the statute requires both emission reductions and that the Commission prioritize reductions in disproportionately impacted communities. To meet this mandate, the rule must first adopt a lower cancer risk level for location-based criteria, as the current 20 in a million threshold is too high, particularly given that the Commission itself has set a 1 in a million cancer risk level for long-term exposure. That standard reflects what the Commission determined was necessary to protect human health. A threshold set 20 times higher than the Commission's own health standard is not consistent with a mandate to prioritize the most burdened communities, especially when considering the inherent limitations with reliance on air tox screen. So that leads us to the second point, which is that the division should not rely solely on air tox screen to screen for PTAC cancer risk. We understand that resource limitations are an important consideration. However, as we've explained in our position statement, air tox screen systematically underestimates risk. The tool draws on EPA's National Emissions Inventory, which is known to underreport stationary source emissions due to gaps in facility reporting, reliance on generalized emission factors, and its significant data lag. The most recent version available for this rulemaking reflects 2020 emissions, which predates Colorado's own TAC data reporting. If air tox screen is used at all, we recommend reducing the threshold to no greater than 10 in a million to compensate for those known limitations. Our third point is that the rule needs lower applicability thresholds for benzene, formaldehyde, and hydrogen sulfide. The rule's current emission thresholds mean that smaller and mid-sized sources escape scrutiny entirely, even when their combined emissions in a community create significant cumulative risk. Smaller and mid-sized sources must be considered, and the current thresholds leave them entirely outside of the rule's reach. And finally, the commission should adopt the location-based criteria language proposed by the local government coalition for formaldehyde. That language meaningfully captures sources located near high-risk census blocks, disproportionately impacted communities, and mobile home parks, which are the communities that the statute directs the commission to prioritize. Okay. As the commission evaluates whether this rule meets the statutory mandate, we encourage the commission to ask these questions directly. On benzene, how much benzene will this rule actually reduce? The division has exempted upstream and midstream oil and gas sources based on the premise that other regulations will deliver these reductions. The commission should ask for that number, specifically how much benzene is reduced under the adopted rules in Colorado's oil and gas sector. On formaldehyde, the division exempted compression ignition engines, but has not provided emissions data to support this decision. How much formaldehyde is actually emitted from compression ignition engines in Colorado? How does that compare to spark ignition engines? And what percentage of total statewide formaldehyde emissions comes from spark ignition engines alone? And then finally, on implementation, the division is deferring significant portions of this rule to future rulemakings and reports. The commission should ask how the division plans to actually use that information it gathers and on what timeline. Thank you for your consideration, and we will reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal, and we'll take any questions from the commission.
Any questions from commissioners?
I've got one, Greg.
Okay. Commissioner Milford?
But I have a question on your slide 25. So it says prioritize DICs at the top, and then it says adopt a lower cancer risk level. Is the recommendation that it be a lower cancer risk level statewide or just within DICs? Could you clarify that?
Sure, that's referencing the applicability for the 20 in a million threshold. We're recommending that that should be set to 10 in a million.
Okay, thank you.
On your slide 26, you asked about questions that we should ask the division, and I suspect you have the answers to some of these questions. And so if you wouldn't mind sharing, how much benzene will this rule reduce and how much is reduced by the adopted rules in the Colorado oil and gas sector? I think you probably mean midstream, upstream, is that what you? So could you dig into those a little bit?
Sure, to the extent that we can, we will. I wish I could say that we had a convenient answer in our back pocket to answer that, but that's actually getting at some of the transparency issues that were raised by the prior group as well. Is we actually have no idea, right? Is that the goal of the rule and the requirement of the rule is to reduce PTAC emissions, and there are various parts of the rule that are requiring things, but don't actually say what the expected result of that is, right? There's no estimate of what's going to be reduced. If you look at, for instance, the upstream and midstream oil and gas discussion, the division does a little bit of that in some of its, in some of its materials about taking some reports from some of the sources to say, this is the amount of VOCs we think might be reduced by this. There's no effort to actually then flesh that out to, okay, well, what does that mean for benzene or anything along those lines? And also importantly is those requirements aren't part of this rule, right? So those sources have no requirement to reduce benzene, even if they're required to maybe do something with regards to VOCs. If they fail to do that, there's no way to hold them accountable for not reducing their benzene emissions, right? And so even if you are going to incorporate that, rely on that rule, why isn't it also in this rule as part of the requirements, right? So that's part of the issue there. And it's the same thing with something like the compression ignition and spark ignition things. Like, we have no idea whether compression ignition engines emit much in the way of formaldehyde or not in the state. The division says that they don't think that it does, but didn't provide any data to show that that's true. It may not be an issue at all. We've asked about it, but not actually gotten any particular information. So
are spark ignition engines so much more prevalent that they put out a whole lot more formaldehyde, or is there something technically about them? The materials does not cover that. So this may be a non-issue, but we haven't been able to get any sort of answer to that because we don't have the information.
So do you think that there are controls available for midstream, upstream oil and gas facilities that would increase the amount of benzene that is being reduced? And I'm asking you, are we doing good with that? Is there more we can do? Should we spend more time on that now when we've already just got a full plate?
Yeah, that's a good question. I technically don't have the answer to that question of whether there's more that could be done on the upstream, midstream oil and gas side for benzene reductions. But like I said, we don't know what reductions are supposed to come out of that rule in the first place. So it's hard for us to look at it and go, oh, well, you can improve that.
And I'll also add that for the most part, for some of the, they have very, in my opinion, minimal requirements for emissions reduction. Like for example, for the midstream, there's a sector-wide reduction of 20%. But there are a lot of communities that are overly burdened already. And so in my opinion, there isn't enough being done in the other regulations. And again, those regulations are not regulating the same thing. For the midstream, it's mostly ozone precursors. It says VOCs, but there's no way to quantify those.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions from the commission. Does anybody have cross-examination? Did you have a question, Curtis?
I'm trying to formulate one, but I'm not doing very well, so I'll pass.
Okay.
John actually got it. I was gonna ask.
Okay, well, we'll do it maybe in rebuttal. No cross? Okay, thank you. And we have next the local government coalition.
Yeah. Just beginning. Yeah.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Cindy Copeland. I'm the Air and Climate Policy Advisor for Boulder County, and I'm joined today by Taya Stockman, the Air Quality Policy and Program Specialist for Adams County, and Sally Daggett, the Senior Assistant County Attorney for Adams County. And we're here to represent the LGC. So just to really quickly go through the outline of our presentation and overview our concerns, we are generally supportive of the division's proposal with just a few caveats. And we have just a few points that we are going to be making in our presentation on the applicability criteria. They're listed here, but we'll go into that in a little more detail. We're concerned that oil and gas control strategies are not proposed in this rulemaking. And we're also concerned that hydrogen sulfide is not adequately addressed. And also concerned that hexavalent chromium is not adequately reported at the refinery. And we also recommend that the AQCC consider PTAC precursors in future. So just really briefly, our supportive positions on the division are on this slide. The reason the LGC is supportive of these is that they lay the groundwork for future PTAC regulations and help to reduce ethylene oxide, hexavalent chromium, and formaldehyde exposures. And they also, the proposal also addresses some pollution from the refinery. So I'll go to the next slide in the interest of time and turn it over to Taya.
Thank you all. So just quick overview of ethylene oxide. We generally support the division's proposal. It is important for this commission to go above and beyond the federal standards, especially in light of the many rollbacks that have been happening
with federal standards, especially with regards to ethylene oxide within the last 2 weeks. And, you know, this air toxics are not bound by the same Clean Air Act rules. So it's really important for the commission to think about Colorado going forward rather than what the current administration, federal government is doing. The LGC generally supports the LDAR requirements at the Suncor oil refinery, but there are very large gaps that we're hoping a future refinery rulemaking and the refinery report that is coming out in the next couple of weeks will start to address. So Suncor has a long established leak detection and repair program, and they're used to doing this program. They've been operating it for quite some time, and we're hopeful that this program will reduce leakage at the refinery and find many additional leaks. However, Adams County has reviewed the LDAR program at the refinery, and we see that for non-critical equipment, the division gives leeway for the refinery up to a year to once a leak is documented in order to actually fix that leak. And this is at the 10,000 ppm limit that is currently required by the refinery. For leaks on critical equipment, Suncor may not repair these leaks for 3 years, and this is because that's their turnaround time for various pieces of equipment in the refinery. So we currently have leaks of 10,000 ppm that were identified in 2023 that will not be fixed until September of this year. And the LDAR program does not address any of these concerns. So that's an issue that we have with the current rule that hopefully future rulemakings will address. You've heard many parties talk about our alternate proposal for high density DI communities approach. So this is language from the division's original proposal, everything written in red, and then the blue is what the LGC proposed. So we are proposing any applicability located within 1 mile of a census block that meets the 2020 cancer risk screening threshold, or located within a census block group that is classified as a disproportionately impacted community, or located within 1 mile of a census block group classified as a disproportionately impacted community with a population density greater than or equal to 500 people per square mile, or located within 1 mile of the boundary of a mobile home park. So the LGC did do a lot of analysis to understand population densities across Colorado. So we're specifically suggesting the 500 people per square mile. This was part of the US Census definition previously used to define urban area on a census block level. We are considering it on a census block group level because that is how the DI communities are defined in EJ screening and Enviro screen. So that's a little bit of a difference there. We are specifically considering a 1 mile distance to be consistent with the distance for cancer risk, and also the precedents set by the commission already in making sure that people are actually aware that things are happening in DI communities. We think it doesn't make much sense to have just awareness without any sort of ideas of potential controls. And then also the 1 mile distance approach is currently used in ECMC in the cumulative impacts analysis rulemaking as well. And we, especially in these very densely populated areas, people don't necessarily just live in the occupied areas. You don't just live in your house, you also have kids playing in your backyard. There are many DI communities that are near sources of air pollution that are not considered part of a DI community. So what we are seeing here is a screenshot of Mont Bello. On the right side, we have a Google map view. And then on the left side, we have the EJ screen, Enviro screen snapshot. The darkest purple are census block groups that meet the Enviro screen threshold of greater than 80% cumulatively impacted. So these are some of the most cumulatively impacted communities in Colorado. You will see that the big gray rectangle in the center that is about 1.5 miles across is not included in either census block groups on either side. It is a census block group with 0 population that only contains industrial sources. So all of these sources, are near these communities, but they're not actually part of the DI community. This is also an issue for mobile home parks because there can be sources that are right next to a mobile home park, but you're not permitting sources within the mobile home park. A lot of mobile home parks in rural areas have oil and gas development a stone throws away. It literally in people's backyards, and that is still not considered in the mobile home park, but it is next to the mobile home park. And then this is just how densely populated this area of Colorado is, the Montbello community. Anything that is in yellow is above 10,000 people per square mile of that census block group. And then we just wanted to make sure that our proposal was reasonable. So 500 people per square mile is less than 2% of the state's land area. Most of the state's over 98% of the state's land area in Colorado is less densely populated than 500 people per square mile. And at over 97% of the land area in Colorado is less densely populated than 200 people per square mile, according to the 2020 US Census. So this was analysis that I performed using US Census data. And the LGC also just wants to be mindful of applicability language that could lead to grandfathering in of existing sources. You'll see in our alternate proposal language that we do have ideas for what we consider a modification. We are currently okay. We don't oppose the current definition of modification that the division has in place, as long as there are safeguards that ensure that 5-year review of the thresholds, that there are no other existing sources that, again, meet that threshold. The LGC opposes JWIG's proposed definition for modification, and we also oppose the CUC's off-ramp language. The LGC does not oppose the division's language for forecasted actual emissions, as long as the appropriate safeguards are in place, making sure the program is robust and enforceable.
So you've heard from previous parties, a few parties today have already mentioned the oil and gas sector, benzene controls, and our opinions that controls are necessary as part of this rulemaking. We just want to emphasize that with the passage of HB 22-1244 by the General Assembly in 2022. That indicated that the General Assembly was looking for benzene reductions from the oil and gas sector going forward, and not looking back in time at what's already happened, but beyond 2022 and into the future, since now we're at 2026. And so I did hear a question earlier today to another party about new controls that maybe were suggested. And we did have language in our position statement where we pointed the commission to the RAC's equipment blowdown control strategy. The RAC has developed that strategy and done a lot of work in that area, and are, I think, working on finalizing that and hoping to move that forward in the future. But the estimated reductions with that would specifically reduce benzene by 3.1 pounds per day and 1,100 pounds per year only in the ozone non-attainment area. And so if that control like that were to be applied statewide, then we would assume that would be higher emissions. And so given that was a suggestion by the LGC, because that wasn't something that we were able to put forward as an alternate proposal with a control strategy, we developed the SBAP language where we are asking for a rulemaking on oil and gas benzene control strategies no later than August 2028. One reason for this is that there is a requirement to review strategies in 5 years, but not a requirement to hold a rulemaking. And we do believe that a rulemaking is necessary for the oil and gas sector. And then likewise, we have similar language, or pretty much the same language that we developed for formaldehyde.
The LGC is also concerned that hydrogen sulfide is not adequately addressed in communities that need it most. So this is the Commerce City North Denver monitoring from Montrose Environmental, who does Suncor's monitoring. And as we were talking in the rulemaking back in September, you can smell hydrogen sulfide at 8 parts per million. The ATSDR standard for hydrogen sulfide is,
8 parts per billion. The standard is 70 parts per billion, and we see very frequent spikes. These are rolling hourly averages of hydrogen sulfide that I think could be considered Regulation 2 violations of certain sources in the area, given that it is very smelly and very high above that threshold and above the, ATSDR threshold. That is a health-based threshold as well. Hexavalent chromium is also currently inadequately reported at the Suncor refinery. So the LGC reviewed TAC reports from 2023 and 2024, and Suncor did not speciate out their total chromium to determine how much hexavalent chromium they may emit. There are no lower bounds for thresholds for reporting of hexavalent chromium on the TAC reports, so we think that this should be reported, especially in lieu of the new TAC reports. So I expect hexavalent chromium to potentially be reported in June of this year. EPA shows that there are many known sources of hexavalent chromium at refineries, including the FCCU, such as what Suncor has. And EPA estimates from AP42 show that total chromium speciated out into hexavalent chromium, about 10 to 30% of the total chromium at a refinery would be hexavalent chromium, depending on the specific source. So we are concerned that the 90 plus pounds per year that Suncor currently reports for total chromium in the state of Oregon, they would assume that to be all hexavalent chromium unless speciated. So we are concerned that it is not currently reported as it should be. We are also suggesting that the division do more to understand secondary production of specific PTACs. So specifically formaldehyde is predominantly produced as a secondary pollutant in the atmosphere. So very similar to ozone, it's not really coming from the sources. It's actually produced by almost the same precursors as ozone. So you have VOCs and NOx produce ozone. VOCs and NOx also produce formaldehyde. So it's important, even if we're talking about ozone regulations in the future, there might also be confounding formaldehyde reductions that we could think about when we're looking at these future implementations of the PTAC rule. So that's why we're really trying to show that there should be secondary production of formaldehyde in future iterations of Regulation 30. With that, I'll open up for questions and leave it on our summary slide.
Mayor Milford.
I always get to go first because Greg looks to his right. And I always.
To the left.
So what slide is this? It's the
It's on the really far corner on the left.
Oh, yeah, down in the bottom.
Oh, yeah. It's very light colored too.
there's the screenshot of Mont Bello, the Google map of Mont Bello is the one I want to ask about. So I think you said this, but I missed it. The white area in the middle, what's the length of that area?
1.5 miles.
1.5 miles.
So 1,000 feet for reference is about the first 2 rows of buildings that are closest to the left side of near the community.
Okay. And is this, I think this is a really dramatic example. Is this a common situation where you would have like a industrial zoned area with no residences in close proximity to a DIC?
I think that it's becoming increasingly common, especially due to the encroaching of new development in certain areas. Commerce City, North Denver has, this is relatively common for that specific area. I don't know how common it is across the state, but when we're talking about Adams County, North Aurora, this is something that wouldn't be uncommon. And then also any mobile home park, right? Those are often placed closer to places where other people don't want to live.
Okay. Then on the mobile home parks, is that not covered by the division's language in your opinion?
So we think that it is. And we made sure that they added SBAP language to clarify that mobile home parks are added, specifically because just looking at the census block groups and your distance to a census block group is not enough to actually tell if you're in proximity to an occupied area of a disproportionately impacted community, because mobile home parks are not census block groups. So it's actually, I think the division, they told us that they're likely developing a specific map that would show you also mobile home parks. So, but we wanted to just clarify that as part of our language, to just very clearly state that, industry understands that it's not just census block groups, it's also mobile home parks because they're mapped differently.
I think that's all I have for right now, but I might have more. Thanks.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about what your understanding is about the definition of occupied area that the division is suggesting versus the 500 people per square mile? How do those two compare?
Yes, so the occupied area definition, which I will say, if the commission goes for that, would be a compromise, as you hear, like between the various parties. The main difference is that our language currently is, the western slope, we're not, that's just disproportionately impacted communities are significantly larger over there compared to the Denver metro area. The LGC is in the Denver metro area, so that's where our biggest concerns are. And occupied areas, often the division, it's defined in Regulation 3, but often the division will look at the distance to a specific home or structure, while as instead of the backyard of where someone might live. So as you see, in the Montbello example, this is a neighborhood which has homes, it has parks, it has places that are more walking paths that are not necessarily occupied under that definition. But people are going to be frequently going in between those areas. So that's why our definition, at least for the high density areas, would be more protective.
So if I follow up, then wouldn't the converse be true, that if the definition were occupied area and you're just looking for one house, that potentially in some of these rural areas, in the West Slope in particular, the divisions could be more protective than a requirement for 500 per square mile?
So it is not more protective because we based it off of the original proposal from the division. So the first line is just, the second line is just in a disproportionately impacted community without any distance. So we're basically, for the western slope, that's, what we're proposing. And then in Denver, where there is these higher densely populated areas where we do see this issue with the boundary, we have that boundary around the densely populated DI community.
All right, thank you.
Do you have a question, Joe?
I
Okay.
might have one. I thought I understood ozone a little bit, and you have helped to confuse me. Formaldehyde is a VOC. As such, it's an ozone precursor.
Yes, ozone chemistry is very complicated. The difference between ozone production and formaldehyde production is that need for the UV light. So that high intensity sunlight that we get in the summertime, those VOCs then go into that ozone process. When we don't have those high ozone days, then we'll have higher concentrations of the VOCs instead. So that could actually have potentially higher formaldehyde, but I can't necessarily speak to it exactly because that's really complicated chemistry that I don't want to make generalizations about.
Okay, but I think I heard you say that formaldehyde can combine with.
So VOCs, other VOCs like methanol can combine with NOx to form formaldehyde. So it's a similar process. You can kind of think of it as the same process similar chemistry as ozone. So reducing other VOCs could also lead to reductions in formaldehyde as well as ozone.
Seems a little circular.
Yes, as Professor Milford said, the processes are actually circles.
So in the summer, when we have high UV exposures, formaldehyde will contribute to ozone.
Yes.
Which is, of course, our ozone season.
Yes.
And I suspect it's highly reactive.
Yeah. And it's one of the state actually, I think, said this in one of the previous rulemakings, that a large component of the formaldehyde that we're exposed to is not industrial sources, but actually secondary production from various sources that combine together in the atmosphere, and then we can breathe it in. It doesn't matter where it's produced from, but when we breathe it in, it's still formaldehyde.
Unless it's ozone.
Yeah.
That's enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Reader, did you have a question?
I don't think so.
Can I ask one, and give you time to think? So building on that statement of formaldehyde is predominantly produced as a secondary. When you think about formaldehyde as a direct emission from a facility, this kind of plays into, we've talked about 1 mile distance, we've talked about 1,000-foot distance. I'm just wondering from your perspective, like, if so much of it is secondary, are we going to see reductions? If there was a monitor nearby an industrial facility. And so it just it's an interesting argument. And so I guess I'll just leave that question there.
I think the biggest thing that the LGC would like to push for in future rulemakings is, and other just regulations, is not just thinking about stationary sources, but thinking about mobile sources. And then in ozone SIP rulemakings, we can think, okay, what are the co-benefits of air toxics? So we're not just reducing ozone, we're also reducing benzene and formaldehyde. Can we quantify that? And are those reductions happening where community members live or not? So I think that there's kind of like that tricky balance. And similar to PDM 2.5 is also relatively regional. Having some of those reductions from the actual sources does help, but it's not the entire picture.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rudolph.
Okay, following up on this formaldehyde issue, and the question of the distance, 1,000 feet, mile, whatever. If much of the formaldehyde is formed similarly to the way ozone is formed, does that not mean that would that then mean that people further away from the source might be impacted by it as opposed to the 1,000 feet because it takes that distance to form?
So there are studies of modeling how pollution can form in the atmosphere over time. I don't know that quite the distance. However, let's say we're talking about major engines. They're not just emitting formaldehyde. They're emitting a lot of other VOCs that could also lead to formaldehyde production down the line, given various atmospheric conditions, right? So that could potentially increase the formaldehyde exposure down the line that is not directly released from the facility. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
I'm going to follow up just to try to clarify this a little bit. Your statement on your slide that formaldehyde is predominantly produced as a secondary pollutant in the atmosphere. I agree with that, but I think when that assessment is made, they're looking on a broad scale, right? And not necessarily making a comment about formaldehyde that you might see in an industrial area or in close proximity to a source. Is that correct?
Exactly. So the purpose of this point was to not say formaldehyde from these sources don't matter, because it really does, especially if you're living close by, but to say that similar to ozone, that is, regionally produced, has a lot of secondary formation in the atmosphere. The division should also be considering the precursors as formation of the PTACs. So it's kind of thinking about, how do we reduce our ozone problem? We reduce VOCs and NOx. How do we reduce the formaldehyde problem? We can reduce formaldehyde from the sources because it is directly emitted, unlike ozone, mostly. Or we could also, we can also do this reduction thinking more broadly, especially in the future iterations of this rule.
Commissioner Reader.
Just building on that line, thinking, aren't VOCs and NOx the ozone precursors to formaldehyde precursors? So when we do the ozone strategy, we're doing the formaldehyde precursor strategy, or is there something different we should be doing?
So that is something that I think would be a great collaboration between the RAC and the AQCD. We've actually been having conversations with the RAC about, hey, they're doing this blueprint. How about let's maybe start quantifying some of the additional reductions in air toxics, because that's also a state priority. So I think that there's some alignment here that we can, have co-benefits when we're looking at ozone strategies.
So that didn't really answer my question, which is, aren't the precursors are the precursors the same or not?
That's a complicated question. A lot of them are the same. NOx plus VOCs, but the exact mixture is not necessarily exactly the same. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I do have one more question. So we've heard different arguments in the record about recent rulemakings that did address the ozone precursors through for upstream and midstream sources. And I'm just curious, where do you think for that amount of reductions, which haven't been implemented yet, right? And so we should expect to see VOC and ozone precursor reductions. And so comparing that to the arguments of we need to do more on upstream and midstream in this rulemaking. And so I'm just curious what your take is on that.
Yeah, so that's we'd asked that question in our I think initial comments, and then carried it through in our position statement. Just that very question, because we saw a demonstration of the reductions that we've seen up to I think it was 2020 in the division's appendix 9, right? Yeah. And I never know the configuration of briefs, but I think maybe the response to initial comments. And so we were hoping to see that carried through, to see that demonstration of, what the projections that we will, from these rules, and I think, most of the regulations have been implemented. They will continue to be implemented. But, we do feel strongly that, the intent, in the air toxics law that, passed in 2022 to specifically address, air toxics reductions from these major sectors. So including oil and gas, and not to just go off of reductions, from past regulations and that were intended for, for other air pollutants and not specifically benzene. And so that's why, we thought that, yes, that's helpful, of course, but we just think that there needs to be an additional look specifically at benzene from that sector, since it's such a large source of the benzene emissions. And then again, just, the RAC strategy that they have been looking at and they've developed, where, it seems that we would see, pretty sizable reductions in benzene with that control strategy for equipment blowdowns.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I know it was a slightly confusing question. All right. Okay, I think that's all the questions from commission. Is there any cross examination? No cross? Okay, thank you very much. The last two parties that we have on the list indicated they did not have any slides. For direct presentation, but that's Western Sugar. Wait, did we already do it?
Colorado.
Okay. Oh, yeah, they donated. And then Greeley, we did already too.
So we don't have any slides, but I do have a script,
Okay.
Chair, if that's okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
So that's West.
Okay, I got the wrong list. Okay, go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Chelsea Mira. I'm the executive director of West Slope Colorado Oil and Gas Association, or West Slope COGA, much easier to say on this Thursday afternoon. West Slope COGA provides a unified regulatory voice for the oil and natural gas industry in the Piceance Basin and Western Colorado. We represent over 80 member companies and promote the development of Western Colorado natural gas and petroleum products for the benefit of society. Our members seek to ensure that the proposed PTAC emission control regulations and reporting requirements are 1, technically feasible, 2, cost-effective, and 3, consistent with existing state and federal requirements. West Slope COGA has joined and strongly supports the joint alternate proposal of the regulated entity group. The reg includes 6 parties. Collectively, the joining parties of the reg represent hundreds of regulated entities in Colorado. West Slope COGA requests that this commission adopt the reg alternate proposal, The reg alternate proposal contains critical clarifying revisions and facilitates a more workable and understandable rule. We have just 4 primary asks for this commission today, and I didn't include slides to be very quick, and we are very aligned with our presenter parties that have already gone today. First is to align these PTAC control regulations with the new TAC reporting requirements in regulation numbers 3 and 7 that the commission adopted just this time last year. Second, adopt the regs proposed buffer distance of 1,000 feet for both location-based criteria. And this is a critical and consistent Western Colorado issue, as you heard even from the party before myself. Third, the location-based criteria should also apply to new stationary sources. And fourth, do not adopt the division's proposed non-categorical requirements. To go into each of these issues just a bit further, on alignment with TAC reports, this timing and applicability of these PTAC control regulations should align with the timing of the new TAC reporting rules that this commission recently adopted last year. West Slope COGA agrees with the reg that the applicability provisions proposed by the division are unnecessarily complex and will result in confusion and inconsistent implementation. The easy solution to this problem is to adopt the reg's alternate proposal timing, specifically a January 1st, 2027 demarcation date for determining whether a stationary source is existing or new or modified. A June 30th, 2027 emissions applicability determination date for existing stationary sources with an applicability emission threshold. A July 1st, 2027 compliance start date for existing stationary sources. As the JWIG explained, these proposed dates are not intended to delay compliance of the proposed PTAC emissions control. Rather, they are intended to facilitate a streamlined implementation that is consistent with the new TAC reporting rules. We strongly urge the commission to consider this proposal. Second, buffer distance of 1,000 feet. Many West Slope COGA members operate facilities located in rural areas far from any residential locations. Not only are these facilities rural, but we also have very rugged terrain and natural barriers such as deep canyons and mountain ranges, as we've spoken before in previous rulemaking, and they are very sparsely populated. For this reason, reason, West Slope COGA strongly supports the concept of a location-based criteria to narrow applicability to sources in areas near receptors, as we have addressed as a solution in the past. However, West Slope COGA is concerned that the division's proposed 1 mile buffer is overly expansive and does not accomplish the goal of targeting stationary sources that are more likely to affect exposed populations. The division's proposed 1 mile buffer is not supported by any toxicology data or other programs that are comparable to a PTAC emission control program. Instead of this 1 mile buffer, the commission should adopt the reg's proposed 1,000-foot buffer. 1,000 feet better accomplishes the goal of using location-based criteria to target stationary sources near exposed populations. It's consistent with other comparable programs and is more conservative than the buffer used to develop the proposed emission threshold. We also note that the division only provided the mapping tool to determine whether a location is covered as a PTAC cancer risk area 2 days before this hearing. And we have not had the opportunity to review or use this mapping tool. And we've seen before with the environmental justice mapping tool that there can sometimes be complications or nuances that take time to understand and consider. On location-based criteria to new stationary sources, West Slope COGA requests that the commission apply the location-based criteria to new stationary sources in addition to existing and modified stationary sources. Equal application of this location-based criteria is reasonable and helps streamline requirements. While the statute requires PTAC controls to be more stringent for new sources, this requirement does not need to be satisfied through the applicability criteria. Importantly, the proposed formaldehyde controls are more stringent for new sources than for existing sources to satisfy the statutory requirement. Lastly, the commission should not adopt the division's proposed non-categorical requirements. We support the division's revisions to narrow who these requirements apply to, but continue to oppose these requirements conceptually. The division's proposed requirements can be extremely time and resource intensive with little perceived benefit. The division can obtain information on potential control strategies for these types of sources in a less burdensome and costly way, such as through review of submitted TAC reports and division monitoring data. In conclusion, West Slope COGA respectfully requests that the commission adopt the reg alternate proposal. We support and join in the statements made today by the other reg parties as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I look left this time, Chair. Okay, I'm not seeing any commission questions, any cross-examination? None? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion earlier. I had my.
No worries at all. I'm sorry to not be in person today.
Okay, and last up, there are, again, no slides for direct, but the Western and Rural Local Government Coalition.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners and other parties. My name is Kirby Wynn. I'm appearing on behalf of the Garfield County and the Western Rural Local Government Coalition. Our WLG represents 15 counties across rural and Western Colorado that we actually host significant energy development and the associated infrastructure. And we experience the direct fiscal, land use, and community impacts of state regulatory decisions. We're also the government group with party status with actual oil and gas activity as compared to some others, yet we've had no other local government parties reach out to us before proposing things that they think would be good for Western rural Colorado during the proceeding. Our overall position, we support science-based PTAC emission control regulations that are technically feasible, cost-effective, and capable of producing tangible public health benefits. Our core concern is avoiding an initial PTAC program that is overly broad, administratively complex, or legally vulnerable, particularly where the burdens fall disproportionately on rural and Western Colorado, including natural gas basins. WLG generally supports the JWIG and regulated entity refinements where they improve the clarity align the program with the Commission's TAC reporting framework, target controls where they can be reduce receptor relevant exposure risk, and avoid turning this initial PTAC program into a de facto permitting program or facility by facility racked regime. We also want to talk about aligning the PTAC controls with TAC reporting and provide a practical on-ramp. First, for the alignment and the timing, this PTAC program should be implemented as one coherent framework alongside the Commission's recently adopted TAC reporting rules, not as a separate parallel regime would be our ask. WRLG asked the Commission to align applicability determinations and compliance timing with the new TAC reporting program, so the program uses the best available information and avoids duplicative reporting, confusion, and inconsistent implementation, which would serve nobody well. Put simply, use TAC reports submitted under the new reporting framework as a primary basis for determining applicability and provide a reasonable on-ramp after the relevant TAC reporting is submitted to determine applicability and implement controls, recognizing permitting lead times, engineering, and supply chain realities. This is not about delay for its own sake. It's about streamlined implementation, better data, and avoiding unnecessary rework for both the division and also for the regulated community. Both would benefit, we believe. Our third point is location-based criteria, we believe, must be receptor-focused, targeted, and operational from the rule text itself. Second, so the location-based criteria. WRLG supports the concept of focusing controls where exposures are most likely, especially near the actual receptors, because that is where a PTAC program can deliver the most tangible public health benefit. But location-based triggers must be receptor-focused and operational from the face of the rule, we believe. So we have 4 points here I'd like to go over in a little bit of detail. First, we support integrating an occupied area or receptor proximity concept. In rural Western Colorado, census geographies can be large census blocks with small populations. Occupancy can be variable and terrain can create natural separation, which is important to know about when you're applying the rule. A receptor-focused approach helps ensure the program targets potential exposures, not geography in and of itself alone. Second, WRLG supports refining the division's proposed 1 mile buffer. In rural settings, a 1 mile radius can be overly expansive and may sweep in facilities far from exposed populations, as I've been talking about. A more targeted distance, such as the 1,000-foot buffer advanced by regulated entities, better accomplishes, we believe, the goal of targeting stationary sources near exposed populations while reducing over-inclusion and unnecessary costs in rural areas. Third, we believe the program must be transparent and implementable. You can have a program, but it's not always implementable. So I want to talk about that. Applicability should be determinable from objective criteria in the rule and a durable, publicly accessible mapping tool or incorporated by reference data set. If a regulated entity cannot independently determine whether it is an applicable area based on the rule and a clearly identified data set or mapping tool, the criteria becomes practically unworkable and potentially legally vulnerable. WRLG, it urges the Commission to ensure that any data set or tool is publicly accessible, tied to the rule text, and includes a fixed as of date for predictability. Fourth, we support applying the location-based criteria consistently to new stationary sources as well. This helps streamline the program and avoids uneven applicability treatment. The statutory requirement for more stringent controls for new sources can be satisfied, we believe, through the control requirements themselves. It does not need to be satisfied through extra layers of applicability complexity that we're hearing from some. Our fourth major point is to avoid PTAC permitting by implication. So this third one is, so WRLG asked the Commission to avoid creating a PTAC permitting program by implication. That's the take home, I guess. This PTAC program should rely on objective applicability and reporting mechanisms that are aligned with TAC reporting. If the rule suggests that sources below thresholds should obtain enforceable limits as an alternative compliance pathway, that can be misconstrued as establishing PTAC permitting for sources that are not otherwise even subject to PTAC control requirements. We support removing or clarifying any such enforceable limit pathway so it cannot be interpreted as a PTAC permitting by another name. 5, we ask you to not adopt the non-categorical existing source requirements. We continue to oppose the non-categorical existing source site-specific analysis requirements. As drafted, these resemble facility by facility racked analyses and can impose major contractor and staff costs while shifting program design burdens from the agency onto individual facilities. For an initial statewide PTAC program, we believe the current record, WR does not believe the current record supports opposing that kind of an open-ended, high-cost analysis regime. It's just not supported. If the division needs more information from a limited number of sources, we prefer targeted outreach or phased information requests over a broad regulatory mandate. We most definitely think that's the way it should go. If the division needs more information, let's see here. Sorry, I apologize. At a minimum, if any analysis requirement is retained, it should be limited to a one-time informational submittal, should not require implementation of measures identified, and it should actually avoid annual resubmittals or open-ended obligations. Our next item 6, we're just about there, is placeholders and record completeness. So finally, we support removing placeholders and evolving concepts that are not expressed as enforceable regulatory text. Placeholder reporting provisions and incomplete applicability mechanisms create uncertainty and legal vulnerability. The Commission should not adopt an initial PTAC program that parties cannot evaluate based on the rule, text, and the record. We think that's common sense. We think it's appropriate and be workable. So in closing, what we're asking for, we respectfully ask this Commission to adopt an initial PTAC program that is targeted, implementable, and cost-effective by, first, aligning applicability and compliance timing with TAC reporting and providing a practical on-ramp. Next, making location-based criteria receptor-focused, including an occupied area concept, and refining the buffer distance to better target exposed populations, including the 1,000-foot approach advanced by regulated entities. Ensuring our next point is ensuring transparent applicability through a durable public mapping tool or incorporated by reference data set with fixed as of date. Next is applying location-based criteria consistently to new sources and avoiding PTAC permitting by implementation. And lastly, we ask you to decline the non-categorical existing source requirements and removing placeholders. I thank you for your time. On behalf of WRLG, I have to address any questions you may have any after a very long day of testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the Commission? Seeing no questions, any cross-examination? None? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that brings us to the end of our list of parties. It's 4:35. We had talked about, and I think we did this in February, do the commissioners want to identify per topics or elements of what we've heard to help guide rebuttal and so potentially leading to less deliberation time? Are we interested in doing that? Would it be helpful?
I'll give my 2 cents and let other people do as well. I mean, I feel like the parties probably have a pretty good sense from our questions of what we want to hear more about. So maybe we get to do that.
Okay.
But others may disagree.
Okay, all right. I think I tend to agree with Commissioner Milford. So where does that leave us then?
So right now we have 2 hours and 54 minutes remaining of testimony time. I think we will probably end up using about probably a little over 80% of that realistically. tomorrow, which puts us pretty close to our goal of 2.5 hours of testimony time.
Okay. Yeah, and usually there are more questions in the initial testimony, the direct testimony, than there are in rebuttal, but you know, I know that's probably. I just cursed it. I know I did.
Not my experience,
Okay,
but maybe it's, it depends.
okay,
And that's why we had suggested, if commissioners wanted to do a sort of mini deliberations now to help the parties focus on any remaining questions you have at the top of mind for the rebuttal testimony. It could help you further narrow.
okay.
I think the issue is we've heard from you that you've been feeling crunched on deliberations, right? That's been our feedback for the past few months. And so our thought was to not crunch you on this complicated and, you know, complex and rulemaking, which is multiple rules in one, really, right? We should aim to start deliberations at 2 tomorrow.
Yeah.
And so the usual philosophy is you double the amount of testimony time, right? And that's how long it actually takes. So if you want to start a little earlier tomorrow or not, we'll probably maybe just like some nicer looks from Jeremy and some more pointed looks from me if we start slowing down with questions. But I think that's the goal, right? Is really to get you a comprehensive deliberations, reminding you can always bring parties back up during deliberations if you realize you have more questions. So that's the goal. So we want to keep it tight tomorrow.
So I have a question here. I mean, do we have any hard stops tomorrow? I'm not suggesting we're going into the evening. I just want to know if it's a regular day.
Yeah.
You have a backup with Corey though.
Yeah.
You have a backup with Corey.
Yeah, you have a backup, so.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You're right. I can just get out of here whenever. Huh? Okay, cool. So
I just,
do it that way.
I just wanted to know if there's like, somebody had to leave it.
I don't think so. I speak now or forever hold your peace.
The bars close at 2.
We have found which bar closest to the health department is open the latest. Don't you worry about that. Yeah.
All right, so is this a good point in the rulemaking to stop for the day? Okay. Then, what do I call it? Do I need to close the record on this, not, or just pause for tonight?
We just adjourn the meeting.
Oh, and then.
Okay.
the deadlines.
I gotta pass it back.
We do need to set deadlines for rebuttal presentation.
Yes.
And announce what time we'll be starting.
Yeah, I think we should start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. I know we had TBD, so we weren't firm on that. It was all gonna depend on what happened today. So let's say 8:30 tomorrow morning, we will start with rebuttal. Please have your rebuttal slides in by 8 AM. And then we will conclude the rulemaking tomorrow. I'm gonna give the gavel back to Chairman Slutsky.
Second,
can
I've got
close us
potential
out.
spam coming in. It is 4:39 in the afternoon and this meeting is adjourned.
Good job.